G'day, welcome on into day 2 of the ACE South American Masters as we are about to get underway with our first match of the day. It's a little bit of a delayed start. Not going to name any names, but sharks are circling in the water and they may have taken a little while to land in the pool, lads. That's all I'm going to say. We've got Legacy and Sharks to start the day off. Of course, both those teams picking themselves up a win yesterday. And then we also have Imperial Otic later on today as well. So lots to look forward to. But lads, back again today. How are you?
Yeah.
Things?
Yeah, you know, doing good, all right. It's doing pretty good. And I mean, a little early for me, and I know a little bit late for you, but yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be a good day. We got some good matches. Now we're in the semis, which makes it even more exciting. So definitely making it a little bit more interesting than what yesterday was going to be. So yeah, I'm excited to get the matches underway here.
Let's take a look at where we've ended up for the ACE South American Masters here. Look, as we sort of highlighted yesterday going into day number 1, it did feel like there was, I would say, a pretty obvious 4 that would be making it a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
Imperial, Legacy, Otic, and Sharks were the ones to do so. There may have been a debate or an argument to be made that potentially 9Z might have been able to get through their game that was up against Sharks, but even despite getting it all the way to map 3, they did fall at the final hurdle. And so it was the expected big names. And that's what we've got. So nothing too crazy there, but it's now about kind of separating the wheat from the chaff and trying to figure out which of these teams really does deserve to be going overseas to London. And at the moment, you know, again, after yesterday's results, it does feel like maybe Legacy is leading that pack.
Yeah, I think so, right? I mean, Legacy definitely seemed like they're definitely the team to beat. We all talked about that yesterday, and you know, I think even us and the other commentators, you know, were mentioning this, is that yeah, they're probably the top of the throne right now. It's really a question of like, out of all these teams that have made it through into the semis, can somebody be able to kind of dethrone these guys? Can somebody cause a bit of an upset? Because again, it is a single elimination bracket, right? Like, that's the thing. It's not like you get a second chance. It's not like you get to redeem yourself. If you lose, you're out. So I mean, this is going to be, you know, again, the matchup with Legacy and Sharks, that will be I think we could talk about that one for a long time. But I mean, when you look at the other 3 teams like that, there's definitely a possibility. But I mean, in reality, though, just, you know, Legacy really are just that much stronger. They're that good of a team. But you can see the schedule here, and you can see the first matchups like we talked about, and then the following. So I got to get your thoughts, though, Jordan. Do you think that Legacy could be dethroned, or do you think it's almost like a sure thing at this point?
Yeah, I think in particular with this matchup, it is an interesting one. There's a fair bit to kind of think about as we do go into it. And it will not be too long before we do jump into this one. We've got, you know, quite a history between these two teams. They tend to match up quite often, and even recently they played a couple of BO3s against one another. And so far, Legacy actually yet to drop a map against Sharks this year. So that's a pretty solid statistic. There was a very close game of Inferno that went to multiple overtimes in there. But generally speaking, I think we can say that Legacy have been the pick of the bunch in this matchup. Sharks just coming off of a previous matchup. If you didn't as we got underway with the day, we have a delayed start obviously because Sharks were playing a game a little bit prior to this one. It did just finish. We were kind of waiting for them to get into the server, and it looks like they're ready to go. But you know, how does that actually impact this matchup, lads? Well, that'll be a question mark, right? We can talk about that in a second. Mirage, Inferno, and then Ancient are going to be the maps coming through in this series. I mean, for both teams, definitely maps that are right up there in the map pool. Maybe, you know, could have seen potentially a nuke pick through from Sharks. We did see that yesterday from them as well. I think that was a potential option, but that's also not a terrible one for Legacy on paper. So I think generally speaking, you're kind of expecting to see you know, a fairly even matchup in terms of what the veto brings to the table here. The only outside shot may have been that train had it been able to get through there for Legacy, but unlikely. Obviously, they ban it away. So Mirage, Inferno, Ancient. Now, the question for me becomes: does Sharks come into this with some kind of benefit, having just played a best of 3? That they're kind of warmed up. They've obviously you know, been having a bit of a crack in the server already. Or is that a negative because they haven't had time to properly focus in on this particular game? You know, they've hopefully done their prep overnight, but realistically speaking, going into a game against Legacy, I think it's going to be a bit more of a difficult ask than the matchup that they previously played today, which was, you know, against a bit of a lesser known name team. So for me, I'm looking at this one and thinking, I think maybe we'll see a bit of a slow start from Legacy as they kind of work their way into the server. Obviously, Sharks coming in, probably you'd assume pretty hot. Their game finished maybe 20 minutes ago. So they've had a little bit of time to have a bit of food or go and do what they need to do and then get themselves into the server. But yeah, Legacy, I think, will be the better team in the long term. It's just whether or not they're going to be able to start out of the gate strong, and we're about to find that out as we do head into Mirage, the first map of the day, Legacy and Sharks. This is a semi-final matchup, and it is Sharks to kick things off on the T side.
Well, like you said, I'm very glad that we're not having to go back on train, because I think Sharks have probably learned their lesson that there's a little bit more work needing to be done. But yeah, it's a big debate about whether, you know, playing previous matchups is going to be good. But I mean, a decent start already from Legacy. Lux is, you know, he finds himself a little bit of an opener, but already then you got Doc and RDN, these two players alone again, finding these openings. This is, you know, the two players yesterday that we were talking a lot about. Both of them putting up some big numbers, and right now this is a lot of a back and forth, a little bit of a ping pong match. But still, that man advantage is going in favor right now for Sharks. And now Solid's in, unfortunately, by himself on a 1-on-3 task. This is not looking good at all. Doesn't even have a defuse kit. He's got himself a bit of a sticky situation here, Jordan. He's already made a lot of noise. He's pretty much... he's got no chance here. I'm going to call it right now. He's dead.
Yeah, this one's impossible. He's got multiple players watching the angle. The swing can come through as well from Gofolo if necessary. So he'll just be forced to try and save, maybe get an extra frag or two. That'll be a freebie for him. Extra $50 across the board for the team. A little bit of an unnecessary hunt, all things considered, for Sharks, but end of the day, they do get themselves that pistol round win, and that's what they want. Rolling along nicely after, I suppose, what was, I guess, a bit of a warm-up game earlier on today. And out of the gates pretty strong. Some nice shots being hit in this one from that T side, and again coming in a little bit cold on a CT pistol, not necessarily going to be the easiest of tasks. So I'll give Legacy the benefit of the doubt. I give them the first sort of, let's say, half of this first half to really get warmed up, and that's when we want to be seeing something a little better from them. But we see them struggle a little bit on Mirage yesterday as well, so I don't know that we necessarily have massive expectations for them.
Well, this is kind of what we saw yesterday, was the fact that, you know, like a team like Legacy, like they had themselves some slow starts, and then they really got themselves a lot, you know, more moving when the guns came out and a couple rounds went through, and that's when they started playing a lot better. So that's kind of the same thing we could potentially be seeing in this instance. And like you said, I mean, there's always an argument about a team that plays a previous best of three. Is that good? Is that bad? I mean, everybody could argue this. There's a lot of ways of looking at it, but, you know, Lux doing a little bit of the tango right now in Palace, but unfortunately, it's Koala that gets the better dance moves out of him, and now Dumao and him and Doc are going to both be able to, a little bit of a bro hug, and Dumao's going to be able to bounce out of this. So now Legacy, they're looking decent. They got themselves the slight man advantage on this. Koala's got the Galil. He's trying to see if he can be able to find something through Palace, but again, this positioning from the CTs, it's strong. You have three players here. They're locked and loaded, and you also have Dumao recommitting to this A ramp.
No bad spot to be in. Sardzin holding the line, MP9 in hand for Dumao. Even if the shot from the scout is missed, the MP9 should be good enough to get the job done. Dumao under a bit of pressure, though. Eventually does fall to the player coming through from Con. RDN
Wow.
has got himself a couple, and that has just broken this site back open. The only question is going to be Nissim on this fast flank.
Ooh.
Could it make the difference? Headshot from Lapto.
Denied.
15 seconds to get that bomb plant down, and there's nobody to get the bomb plant. The bomb has been dropped inside the smoke. Nissim cuts off Gofolo trying to cross, and they know where the last player is. It'll be a round one by Legacy.
Wow. And again, this comes down to the situation, too, where Sharks, like, we talked a lot about this yesterday, but it's them kind of getting in these late round moments where they kind of overthink it. They wait too long. They're really hesitant on making the play. And this is kind of the example here, right? They gave so much respect on it. And Legacy, they could just kind of sit back a little bit and find these easy duels. Like, I mean, the shot right here, like, that changed the entire round. Like, so Lotto, once again, just putting up some massive impact, what we saw before. And let's not forget, even yesterday, like, his ratings was 1.61 versus Galleries yesterday. Like, he was just on fire. Like, he was just taking heads and taking names. So, already starting to see a lot of that impact being transferred from day one to day two here. Love to see it. Oh, that is just beautiful.
Straight into mid, gets himself the double. And Legacy flexing their muscles a little bit in this opening map. They lose that pistol, but straight away starting to show us that maybe they are a cut above the Sharks. There's a nice flash into the face of Doc. No one going to drop in off the back of that, but the boost comes through, and Lux is going to get an easy freebie. Scout work has been good on both sides. That's not going to be enough to get Sharks into any kind of conversation around round number 3.
Yeah, and it's kind of the question too, like, especially for RDN and Koala, like, I mean, really, do you want to go for it at all? Do you want to just save these guns? Keeping the Galil is not a bad thing. I feel like maybe RDN just giving up the scouts not the worst thing in the world. Like, trying to go for something. But this is a tough one, right? I mean, realistically, okay, they're going to commit on to Catwalk. Now Dumel, he's getting a little hungry. Now he's just waiting for his teammates. He's going to play this the proper way, and it should be just a matter of time, and there we go. Yeah, Legacy, nice little bit of a cleanup. Honestly, Jordan, the thing that was so great about this round too is just, again, the fact of just popping open the smoke. Sodzen's able to run through mid, get a double kill like that when they were doing the double boost with the scout. So it's good plays like that that we talked a lot about from Legacy. A simple thing, really, but again, it's paying massive dividends right now.
Early days, though. My concern is that we were sort of talking about this in the pre-match, that if there was going to be a time where Sharks was going to have a little bit of a run, it would likely be the early days, and so far that hasn't really eventuated. They're running out here with just full Glocks, and that is a farm in mid. That's a quick round. Blinken, you missed that one.
Yeah, you definitely do. Yeah, that's a nice quick round, easy one. But, you know, honestly, I love that, you know, for Sharks, like, they just, there really wasn't much to do with that. Like, when you have Glocks like that, like, you're either just going to commit, like, B hauls, you're going to try to pop out of Palace, you're just going to try to do something, you know, kind of quick and dirty, right? You're like, look, can we get the bomb down? Can we not? Whatever, who cares? Let's let this go. But now we're here into a gun round, essentially. Gafolo's sitting with a MAC-10, but nonetheless, we saw the MAC-10 doing some decent work yesterday for a lot of these South American teams. But now this is a big question. This is where Sharks desperately need to be able to get something moving. They're going to go for the A-pop now, so they're going to go for the full exec onto this Legacy. They're going to play the full retake on this. They don't really have as much utility as they would like. Pop open them the smoke. They're not going to be able to find anything. So now they're just kind of shooting in the dust. They're just trying to see if they can find any sort of success.
Couple of flashes going over the top. Lux, he doesn't really want to be pushing upstairs here. He's just trying to hold on and make sure that Sharks can't work their way into CT spawn. The real bona fide retake is going to come through from Connector and Jungle. This trying to clear out Palace. That job will be done by Lato. So that's a nice opener. And with a couple of low HP players here for Sharks, this is definitely very doable for Legacy. Doc does get himself a nice double, but again, good trade in there. And this is where Lux now has to activate, needs this kill. A very big whiff on a couple of those fights. And so it will be Sharks that hold on to the site and claim their second.
Remember when I said about the MAC-10 and I said the amount of work it can do? That was a round right there. I think Gafolo put himself up at I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was a double kill for him. So yeah, that was really, really nice. But like you said, a little bit of a whiff here from Legacy. Because when you're playing that retake, you got to be able to have the utility, but you also got to make sure you get the positioning right to get these shots off. And it really felt like that wasn't the case at all. It just felt like that was completely absent. So well done from Sharks to get the post plant down, which is going to buy them here the second round, and a much needed round like we talked about. But now we get the big test. This is where double ops are going to be available. So Dumel is going to equip this hybrid like I talked about a lot yesterday, so he's going to do it now. We didn't get to really see it for day one, but this time he's going to try to test it on Mirage. Why not? But we'll find if the 3-2 setup can be a little bit beneficial here for Legacy, considering the fact that they're playing a bit more defaulty. They're not really going for mid aggression like we saw before. But Sharks are going to have to make a quick decision. Dumel, oh boy, you got to get out. Yeah, you got to get out of here, bro. Oh, there we go. 10 HP to spare, Jordan.
Dumel's still sticking around. Double orb setup is an interesting one from Legacy. We really got to see this from them yesterday. And it's working out. Dumel and Sadzen able to connect. Lux just not quite able to recalibrate onto Gafolo there. So they will lose the connector player, which is going to start to be a bit of a cause for concern. B players now concerned about short. Back into CT. Nissim gets a nice timing onto Gafolo, who just tries to work his way out from the smoke. And It's not going to work too nicely at all. Nissim doing a lot of damage from short. He's just Angelo alive on his own, and there's really not a whole lot to be said about this round for him. He can, maybe try and take a player on his way, but no one even really presenting that opportunity. So, good response from Legacy. 4 guns alive, and right back into the winner's circle.
Yeah, and a lot of these rounds from Legacy too, like impressively, have been like they only seem to lose. When they win the rounds, they're only losing like maybe 1 player, but maybe 2 at best, right? So it seems like they're really keeping the guns flowing really nicely, which just kind of build up the economy a little bit more. Not like it's in an unreal state right now, but it's still relatively decent. And right now, I mean, Sharks are going to call the first timeout. They're realizing, okay, look, we're down by 2. We got to figure out a new game plan. We got to do something a little bit differently. I feel like this Sharks so far, Jordan, has looked better to me. Like, I mean, and they're not winning, but there is some improvements than yesterday. I mean, we got to see, I think, what was that, round 3 when they made, or round 2 when they couldn't even really make a decision what they wanted to do. But so far, it's getting a little better and better as we go on. But now with the timeout, they have historically been good at like rebounding from the timeouts. But we'll see if Gafola's been able to figure out a little bit of the gap in their play right now. But I feel like Legacy have just kind of been playing a pretty standard setup. It hasn't really been anything, too inventive, nothing really changing, kind of defaulty, the odd times just mid-control. So we'll see what Sharks want to go for. I feel like if they can grab this mid-control presence, this could really pay off nicely for them. It's just going to allow them a little bit more space of making a decision. And the A site has been decent for them. They have been able to get themselves in there and getting that bomb down.
Well, I think this is more than just a tack timeout at this point.
What was the analogy you used again? Shark in a pool? Shark got in the wrong pool? Is that what you said?
The Sharks took a little while to arrive in the pool.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Had to think about it. Maybe that's the case here.
Don't know if that's relevant right here, but yeah, it's confirmed tech pause.
Yeah,
so,
I'm just trying to learn what you're saying.
Just what you love.
Just what you love.
They offer the tech pause. Standard.
Yeah, it's quick. Look, got the timer back. We're ready to go. So that was short and sweet. We love those.
Well, I mean, that's definitely the best kind of tech pause, the short one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a bit of a chance for Sharks to talk things out. Obviously not going quite so hot on this T side so far. Interesting to note that Legacy not maintaining that double AWP setup. So just going straight back into the rifle there. Dumao has the chance with the AK. He's going to take that.
What do we got going on here? That's Lotto now. I was wondering if he actually wanted to recommit this, but the Smolly might be good because it could give some noise cue if he actually decides to throw it deep. Not going to be the case yet. So Sharks are going to take this mid-control like we talked about. Sodzen gets the better of Angelo. 9 times out of 10 you're going to win that fight in that angle. Oh, okay. Sodzen's finally making some good connections here with the AWP. Just easy connections, and Sharks are just going in one by one. Unfortunately, now they're not really learning from their mistakes. It least seems like they're going to backfire on that one in Koala. He's going to have to save this 1-on-5. That's asking a whole heck of a lot here, Jordan. And now it's a question if Legacy actually want to go for the hunt, and I think that's the case here. You have Lotto that's hot on the heels in Palace. You have already Dumao that's pushing through onto T-spawn. Yeah, he's getting sandwiched. Like, this is a bad day.
Did he get seen? I don't know that he got seen there.
I don't think so. I think he would have just been hidden.
Back it up. Koala's about to walk right into Dumao. Even if Dumao doesn't get this kill, there's a couple of players right behind him that should be able to take that fight. The grenades landed on his head. He's literally taken a bite out of it. And that is another round for Legacy. 5-2. So looking very good on this CT side of Mirage, which is a pick from Sharks, and it's a pick that seems to be blowing up in their face a little bit at the moment. Money also now really starting to build up nicely. So it's not even as if, we can say, oh, these rounds have been really close. Maybe Sharks, if they win a round, or too quickly, they will break the CT economy and get right back into it. It's going to take some work actually here from Sharks to get back into this half. Assuming they win this round, there'll definitely be a buy in the next round, and then again, depending on how many guns are saved, depending on how many kills are taken by Legacy, probably looking at another 2.5 proper buys in a row before Sharks is able to break that economy. So it's an uphill battle for them at the moment. That's a cheeky one though, as Dumao gets found out by Doc. A boost in the corner was maybe not heard by the window player, and so advantage gained for Sharks.
It is a gain, but they're not going to be able to pick up the gun, obviously. So that's going to make it even more problematic a little bit here, but waiting things out. Sharks just expecting Legacy maybe to refight. So I'm going to play this a lot more passive. Put some patience on it, and now you can see Lotto itching for a kill. Creeping through the map, creeping through into middle. Oh man, I can't even believe he gets away with both of them. I thought surely it was going to be an instant trade, but it takes two before that happens. Now we're back to the 3-3. M4 is finally going to get picked up here for Koala, so this is not bad, but again, you have to remember there's no armor, so the aim punch is just going to be just a disaster.
I mean,
this is a sloppy
damage
round.
being done. This is, yeah, exactly. It's kind of starting to fall apart a little bit for Legacy. Obviously, they're very well aware of where Lux is set up, and he's quite concerned about what's happening in market. There must have been a miscomm here. Someone saying potentially someone in market. That's definitely not the case, as we can tell. Now Lux just here in jail, kind of stuck. Will be found out by Koala. Sadzen's all over the place, kind of still trying to figure out. I think they kind of lost where these T's are. USP, though, might get to go to work. Koala survives. And Sharks swindle around away from Legacy. That's just a little bit of a falter in terms of the concentration, really. Yeah, I don't know. They seemed like they really were convinced that there was somebody in market. And that was not the case. So, bit of a mishap for Legacy, but not the end of the world, right? Money's still okay for them. They can reinvest in this round. If they go on to win it, they're right back in the right direction. But this is where the half could actually start to falter. It was looking really good for them, and now all of a sudden it's on shaky ground.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the sloppiest rounds we've seen from Legacy, in my opinion, just because a lot of the times they seem like they were always playing so well. Perfect pop flash here from Dumao, allowing Lux to be able to get that one kill, but it's only the one and done. But at least now they got that information. They know that a couple players from Sharks are just kind of sitting in the back skirts of mid-ramp. But Legacy now losing their IGL, so he's going to have to be on the sidelines for this one. And Sharks looking like they want to recommit to this B, so they're just going to group up 3 players and just having, it looks like Angelo, he's going to try to maybe look for a rotating kill with this op. But nobody's in B. Like, again, from Legacy, it literally is Nissim. He's the only player that's close on buy, but they're just going to play full retake on this. This is interesting. Never mind, Sodson's there and he's ready to save the day. It's faster than I thought.
Still needs to get out onto the site or duck back into market. Decides to go back to safety. Angelo's gotten Dumao in the meanwhile, but he should be traded every day of the week. With some binding him. Sadson still trying to put pressure in on the site. They know that Koala stuck in Africa, at least for now. He'll try to escape out into short. And Nissim, again, doing God's work over there. Nice long range duel from Lato as well. And Legacy do respond pretty quickly. So, yeah, again, you're kind of getting the picture painted for you here that Legacy are the better team in this matchup on the CT side, looking pretty comfortable. Sharks are definitely doing some damage here and there. They're getting some cheeky rounds every now and then, but when push comes to shove, Legacy are winning those rounds, and they're doing it pretty cleanly as well. So they are setting themselves up for a pretty decent half here, and it's more about just executing on that. They've got the foundation laid already.
Well, back to the same gun round we saw before. This is where Gafola with the MAC-10, he was able to find himself that double that allowed them to get one of those cheeky rounds like you talked about, but a bit of a 1-3-1 setup here from the Sharks. They're going to have Doc being able to go towards Underpass. He's just going to be able to clear that information, just getting underneath window. So taking this mid control a bit slow, but Legacy, you can see that now they've mixed it up again. Like where we saw before, they would do like a double player cat, one in con, and then kind of like pounce onto this mid. But this time, it's going to be double A, and then just having both Doomao and Nissim close on by into Con. So this is very, very bit of a different setup here from the defense. And Sharks now kind of sitting and waiting patiently behind the smoke. But do they want to disobey it? Do they want to go right through this? Ignore that it's here. Getting tempted with it here, Jordan. They might even try it. Not making much of a peep, though. They finally re-smoke window. This is where they struggle. This is where the Sharks really struggle, but they have to make a decision soon here. This is already 40 seconds or 48 seconds remaining on this.
They're going to be greeted by a flash as well. Sadson just holding one perfectly and waiting for the contact here from Doomao. All the call to come through, and there it is. That is really nice from Legacy. It actually only results in the 1 kill, which is obviously less than ideal. Sadson going to miss his shot as well. You got to play up under balcony, boosts it up. Sadson with a long spray down, gets himself 2. Very nicely done. Sadson not quite finding the mark in this round, but enough work being done by the riflers of Legacy that it will not matter. 10 seconds left on the clock. He's just got to try and hold on to this orb, and that is not going to be possible. So, costly round here in the end. Very costly round. But it will be a round nonetheless. 7-3 the score. That one, I mean, it was definitely a cleaner round than the remaining one players alive would indicate. But yeah, I suppose Sharks can say, we got something there. We got some guns taken away at least.
Yeah, it is a good thing that they're able to get the guns away and keep the op. I mean, definitely not too bad, but again, like the utility from Legacy, it's just a sight to behold, right? I mean, that's where Sodson, you know, threw a really good paw flash and connector, allowing Doomao. Even though it was a 1 kill, there's still a kill and information gained. Ooh, the op off right between the smoke. Who's gonna make the shot? Oh, this could be good. Ooh, caught the kneecap. Sodson's out. 17 HP to spare on that one. Now Sharks going to reposition themselves. I think might even just go for the old A hit here, the full A exec onto this. So this will be the test here for Sodson and also Lotto. And you already have the rotate of Doomao, so Doomao's got a good read on this. This is a really good call from Legacy. Lux has a really good inkling of what's going on here. They have 4 players committed to this, Jordan. 4 players at 8 right now.
Another really good call from Legacy. That's a great shot, though, from Angelo. Bolo getting the assisting flash. Doomao again in the exact same position. This time will be traded down. Angelo chiming in with 1 more. And despite the fact that Legacy had their forces set up in the right position, it has not worked out for them. Nade's going to go over the top and do some chip down to Bolo, but he's going to be fine. Lux catches up with Angelo on the flank. I mean, now he has an AWP, so probably just better off saving that. Although Koala lurking his way out of Palace is definitely going to have a bit of a look at it. There's no smoke. Well, there is a smoke for the defuse in the hands of Lux.
He could throw it.
He has done so. Nade's going to go in. It's too early and won't really make a difference, though. Lato has been taken down, so that'll be the round over, and Sharks will secure their 4th. Money in a bit of a spot there with that round for Legacy, but they going to be able to buy, I'd say, enough in this last round to make it a reasonably competitive one. A couple MP9s, few rifles, so it definitely leaves a bit to be desired, but it's not a freebie for Sharks, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for Sharks to be able to find themselves this 5th round, and Koala actually, he gets himself the op. See if he can get the shot. He just unfortunately just misses it. So he's going to abandon the op. He's going to pick up the AK instead. So that was just a quick and quick, dirty little idea he wanted to go for. I mean, this is one of the weaker purchases we've seen from Legacy in quite some time. Feels like in a long time. So I mean, double MP9 with M4s is not too bad at all. Even with the nerf, the MP9 is still very, very lethal. Triple player in B from Legacy. Oh, interesting. They're going to double up into the B hallway. No way, he's just going to walk through this. This is so much real estate, Jordan. This is really, really nice from Legacy. This is being active, being so proactive right now.
Got to take these kinds of risks. Might have overplayed his hand a little bit, but that's a really good spray down from Lux. And the MP9 is going to continue to fight, just strafing back and forth. Too much for Koala to deal with. Sadson going to hide inside of the smoke. Not very successfully, apparently, but luckily Juman's there for the trade, and he'll get a little more than that. 8-4 at the end of the first half. It's a good one for Legacy. Second half back underway now as Legacy lead 8-4. Pistol round will be cancelled by the looks of it.
Yep. I was wondering if they were going to just go back and go towards A or something. I was like, maybe not, Jordan. Maybe not.
As soon as you hear typing, you know, it's just, bad news.
You know it's cooked.
Bad
but you know
news
what?
every
That's okay.
time.
We're back though. This is way more promising. So we're okay. It's all good. Honestly, and the fact of an 8-4 first half, not bad at all for Sharks considering it was okay in the beginning, got pretty bad, and then they were able to kind of scrape themselves back into the first half. So, I mean, really, again, the cliche line of the pistol round, following the second would be huge for these guys because if they can get the first two, that puts them at 6. And then depending on how the gun round goes, I mean, we could be, talking a very, very close game here. So definitely a world where Sharks are still well within this game, but we'll have to see. The CT side, I feel like it's proven to be the better side for these guys, like from what we saw yesterday. So we'll see if they can go toe-to-toe with a team like Legacy, where to me, Legacy is such a better T-sided team. So this is where you're going to have your two strengths going against each other. But this Legacy T-side is, it's a behemoth, man. I'll tell you that.
Mm. Yeah, we'll hopefully see that pretty soon. Not sure if maybe there was someone that DC'd here, or what the actual issue is. But I suppose we'll wait and see.
And you said?
I can't really say too much about how this round's going to play out. We've got not a lot to really go off of. Just the one defuse kit for Gafolo, a couple of flashes there.
True. You say it's winter in Australia right now?
It is.
You get snow?
Depending on where you are, it's possible.
Where you are, do you get snow?
Where I am, it would be. I would say I don't think I've ever seen it snow in my life here.
Wow, cool.
And I wouldn't expect to either.
Crazy.
Let's have a look.
Had to ask.
When was the last time it snowed in Brisbane? Last time snow was officially recorded in Brisbane was September 21st, 1958.
Oh, that's only a few years back.
Yeah. It can snow in Queensland, but not in Brisbane, which is the city that I live in. Well, looks like we're ready to go. So no worries about the snow or where I live. People probably don't care about that. They just want to watch the Counter-Strike, so fair enough. We'll get back into that one. 8-4 right now, Legacy. Into the second half here. If they win this pistol, we'll be feeling pretty good about things. And it looks like it's a similar approach. They were angling towards B at the start of that round that got remade. They're doing so once again.
Oh no. This is the risk of when you do that too as a CT. When you're playing aggressive like that in the B hall, like, you know, just getting taken out that early. Now you can see Legacy, they don't even have to commit to this. They can just kind of pull back on this plan. They can just, you know, reconvene a new idea. And that's exactly what they do. Look at how fast they've gone through connector. Now it's only going to be one player that's in this site, but Angelo's close into window. But I don't even know how these USPs are making these connections. Look at this. When it was looking so grim, they're able to shine bright through the darkest moment. And now Dumal has to do something magical. But unfortunately, his head's going to just be on the back of the boards. And now we see Sharks do get themselves that pissed around that I talked about. Now this is the big test. This is where they absolutely need to win this round. Otherwise, this could be a disaster here for the economy.
It could indeed. 2 pistol round wins for Sharks on this map. So let's keep that in mind. Depending on whether or not Legacy end up closing this map out and how cleanly they do it. It could actually be a pretty grim sight for Sharks. You win both pistols and then lose the map, and it's your map pick. That's really not a good sign at all. But obviously, it's going to give them a little bit of a benefit heading into the second half here to start things off. Deagle out for Dumal, but apart from that, not much of an investment in this one from Legacy, who will just let it fall by the wayside and play for the next round. But they're still going to try and, you know, see if they can get the bomb plant, take a kill or two. Doc has been spotted. He's going to go back down under the balcony, under a lot of pressure, and inevitably will be brought down to heal. There's a lurk from Lux out onto B, but I'm not sure what he's really going to do here with this block. Answer that. Nice couple of headshots in onto Koala, so a bit more damage being done. Eventually will be taken down by RDN, and that is going to be the 6-4 Sharks.
Trying to navigate if he actually had the bomb originally too, just because I was thinking that's like one of the oldest like pug strats in the world, where you send 4 to one side and the one guy just goes for the sneaky plan. I was like, there's no way Legacy are doing this, surely not, like that's just ridiculous. But no, not the case. But they get some kills, whatever, here and there, add a little extra, a couple dollars for them. Full AKs ready to go, M4s here for Sharks. An important round for both these teams to kind of set the pace of this game a little bit more. You can already see that Dumal, he's been actually caught through this molly, so that noise keys there, but I don't even know if Koala heard it. He didn't. I thought surely he would have been able to hear that Dumal just ran through it. Now he's a bit of a firefighter, going through all the smoke and flames. He's just trying to do everything, and now RDN finally gets a little bit of a reply back. It's a 4-on-4 engagement, but the bomb can make its way into this B site for an easy plant, and now Sharks, they're in a desperate position here for the retake.
A little bit of a messy round out here from Legacy. They still need to be careful. There's a lot of smokes up on the site. There can be some creepy crawlies through. Sharks player on short, got fall over for it. RDN there as well. Has taken a bit of space. Gafolo gets this, so someone has to make a play here on the T side, and they haven't done so. Dumal getting himself 1, needs more, gets 2, a third is going to be too much to ask, but it's down to Lato, who'll get his head banged off by Doc, and Sharks, they are not going down without a fight at the moment. Well, they're not really going down at all. They've picked up 3 in a row now. That was an awkward one for Legacy. I feel like they got a bit lost in that round. You know, they had the B bomb site, and then you've got a guy that just sort of gets picked floating around in middle, and then everyone stalls up, waiting for those smokes, and that allows Sharks to get into position on the site. So maybe Legacy losing their heads a little bit on this T side.
Like I said, there's been some improvements that are coming in from Sharks, right? I mean, the rounds weren't really there, but there was definitely some better engagements that were happening, and Angelo finally making some good connection with the op. A big point of a lacking one here that I thought from Sharks yesterday, and now it's starting to look like a lot better from him. Needing a little bit more if he can to deliver with this op. Oh, beautiful. Just gives Lotto a fresh haircut. He's out of here now, so this is going to be the 4-on-3, so leaving with Dumal and Lotto, sorry, both gone. So arguably your best top fraggers on Legacy currently going to be removed from this. And Sharks have fully committed to this too, right? I mean, they've abandoned B. They've not even put any attention towards it. The bomb is on the back skirts on T mid, like on essentially by ramp essentially. So really, they could get this free plant if they choose to, just to get some coin. Well, they're gonna have to make it now, otherwise it's done with.
That window is closing. The Ardian and Gafolo are starting to come back across. Gafolo even from Underpass. And if Lux checks that, if he watches that and just holds it, which is what he's going to do, he may be able to get the better of Gafolo. Not probably expecting him so close. Will end up losing that duel. And so Sadson doesn't really have many options here but to try to catch up with that remaining CT. Bit of spam. He's not getting anything done anymore. There was a window for Legacy and it has been shut.
Yeah, he's just got to save this. I don't know why he's toying that idea, but yeah, Legacy definitely had that little bit of an opening, like you said, and it was closing pretty quickly. But of course, they wouldn't know that, right? I mean, this is something we definitely notice as a tendency from Sharks is that they do like to, you know, commit a lot of their players and then they'll just play the retake if they need be. Which is not always a bad thing. You can argue it both ways, but nonetheless, this has now turned into a tie game. And let's not forget, this was an 8-4. So Legacy have not been able to find a singular round in the second half. I was talking about their T side being good and being very strong. Yeah, not the case right now. It's fizzling a little bit here. But Sharks, they're playing some good Mirage.
Yeah, they are. I think it's been a little bit of a wonky one from Legacy, though, in this T side. Like, if they would have just won that opening gun round, it would have been a completely different story. And it did come down to 1v1, which was a winnable 1v1 for Lato. He decided to take the fight. He could have opted to sort of just back away, had time to play. So these little decisions, these little moments making potentially a big difference in what could have been a little bit of a different story here on map number 1. But Sharks are really making Legacy work for this one now that they're on their T side. Certainly stalled up. It was 8-4, now it's 8-8, so anybody's guess as to where this map is going to go. Remember, Legacy have not dropped a map to Sharks this year. That's a real stat.
That's true. Yeah,
they will not want to let that one change.
It's a really good one, like you said, and like even just kind of going back to about the briefing when you talked about Inferno, that was like a 28-24 game, so multiple overtimes. But like you said, undefeated. Doc, oh, he's just delivering a triple kill. All headshots. And Legacy now thought they had themselves an open sight. They thought they might be able to get something done here, but instead, they're going to have to just save these guns. Surely a 2-on-5 with Sods and a Lotto. There's just no way with a Tech 9 and an M4. You have no room to work with. They have to refight for this. Angelo's already got some intel. Might be able to get into window here. He might be able to find a backstab. Lotto, he could get some timing on this, but he's got a good inkling. He's making so much noise. Yeah, they're just going to go down. And this is going to be the save. Just kidding. Doc's going to get himself the quad. Why not? And man, Sharks, they are cooking.
Yeah, I mean, Sharks are definitely good enough of a team that if Legacy lets them in, they're going to punish. And that is exactly what is happening right now. Legacy, I feel like, have maybe even let this go a little too far. You think about the round that they lost in the first half to the Pistols and how that just sort of gave Sharks that one extra round or two to play with, right? 8-4. It could have been even a 9-3. It was looking like it was going in that direction for Legacy. And then a close loss in the opening gun round. And now Sharks are sort of running away with a bit of that momentum. They are looking far and away the better team at this stage. Maybe Mirage is a map that will still lean in their direction. We'll have to wait and see. But they're not far away. Money's looking good on that CT side. Legacy quite poor, although they do have 3.4k loss bonus. That is a very nice string of rounds from Sharks, and Legacy have not been able to break open this defense so far.
And this is the thing, we talked about this yesterday when we were ending the day one. We were saying, look, like Sharks are going to have to watch the VODs, they're going to have to figure out what they did wrong. And I think they have. Like, they really have been playing such a better game of Counter-Strike that we're seeing in day 2 right now. Realizing there's a lot more at stake. They're at the later portion of this qualifier. And everybody's contributing. This is the thing. It's not just Doc, it's not just RDN. Everybody is contributing equally. So that makes the biggest difference in this. And now we get to see Molotov opening here. That is for Legacy. The smoke walls just getting thrown around here from Legacy. They're going to commit to this idea still. Lux is being able to get himself into window. This is a big opening. Oh, if he just plays this right, he might be able to find himself a kill. And now Legacy finally put themselves on a round in this second half. That's going to be the first one they've been able to achieve. And we're right back into a tie game just like that.
That's the round that Legacy have been looking for. It's one that they would have thought that they would have been able to get a little bit earlier on in this half just to kind of run away with things. But not the case anymore. This is going to be a real grind of a map. Frankly, yesterday, we saw Legacy take a little bit to actually get over the line against Galleries in the opening map of Mirage as well. That one was a 13-10 victory for them. So it's not a huge surprise to see them getting tested a little bit by who I would consider to be a better team. Like, I think everyone would say Sharks is a stronger team than Galleries. You know, if Galleries can take Legacy to 10 rounds on Mirage, probably Sharks can do that, or maybe even better. And we're pretty close to that mark as well. But I guess we shouldn't be too shocked about how this is playing out, but it's just that it started so well for Legacy, and it looked like they would just kind of roll through. And that obviously hasn't ended up being the case. Is that going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Sharks, right? Legacy have been searching for that round. Now that they've got it, they are in a position to accelerate in this half. They're going to have to win 2 more gun rounds back-to-back to break the CT economy, but it would be the perfect time to do it. You win 2 more here, Legacy. You go up 11-9, and then your CT economy is kind of wrecked as Sharks. All of a sudden, your map is pretty much over. So, not quite on that teetering point just yet, Sharks, but they do have to be careful about how they play out these next couple of rounds.
Yeah, that's some wise words. It's very, very true, and that's kind of the effects of the CT side that we talk about, right? Like, the economy is so fragile, even with the adjustments that have been made. But Gofolo now going to get tested here through Con, but Doc, how does he get away with the double? He's just sitting there topping away, and now Gofolo, he's just going to try to copy the exact same play, and he does. He's able to find this double kill for himself, solves him by himself. Legacy, they have no options. They just don't seem to be on the same page. They can't seem to, you know, get the firepower working at all. This motor is just running cold.
Yeah, this T-side is really letting Legacy down. Like, they don't, like you said, they don't seem like they've got options. They don't seem like they're really all on the same page in a lot of these rounds. I mean, the same thing I could take from that first gun round that we saw on the T side, where they had the B bomb site, and then you had a guy floating around in middle, and you know, it was like a late push into B after Dumao had taken so much space, and it ultimately lost Legacy that round. And again, just working out for them. Sadson will be able to take down Koala. The hunt is on. Oh, he's overstepped. And he's taking this knife out, which is never really going to work out for him. So 10-9, Sharks find themselves the lead once again. Do enough to help the economy into a little bit of a safer position. Not a lot in that round, is there? Just a charge up connector.
Yeah.
And Sharks say, well, we're a bit too good to fall to that.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Legacy, you know, are honestly showing what Sharks did yesterday. Like, just the lack of creativity, and the T side really just isn't amounting to anything. Like, it just, they're doing the most basic strats, they're trying the most basic things to get themselves, you know, control, and it's backfiring every single time. Like, I don't even mind the idea of going through Con, but like, they didn't really have anybody in A ramp to really create that much of a distraction. Now they're going to try to commit to this B hall, and now you have Koala and RDN ready to go. They got some Molotovs already thrown, and that's actually going to be a suicide from Dumao. He actually takes his own life away, so that's not already a good start. Pistols now just remaining on this. There's no chance they're going to be able to get through this, and yeah, they'll get one constellation kill. Who cares? But Sharks got themselves in a 2-round lead.
Dumao killed himself with his own molly. Pretty sure he did, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know if he dropped down or
spread out from Van, and he's just landed in it and ticked once and died.
That's really unfortunate.
I mean, that round is not the one that Legacy were really expecting to win, so we'll hold our horses. It's going to be a tack timeout and obviously a full investment. It's now or never for Legacy on this map. We've got to get it done in this round.
What's going to be the plan here? Because, I mean, we've seen that they've been trying kind of these, like, A splits. They've been trying just these, you know, solid B hits. It doesn't really feel like, you know, they've done some good A execs, and, like, in terms of the smokes, like the stairs and jungle, but also kind of, like, in the outskirts of default blocks. But again, everything they've tried has only, you know, grabbed them one singular round this entire second half. So Sodzen is going to equip the ult for this. So they're hoping that he's going to be able to find some kind of a utilization here with the AWP. And a default setup we go. And he's going to be, it's actually going to be Lux that's going to be able to cross through mid boxes. A little bit of a jump boost. So Sharks have committed to a 4-man setup at this A site here, Jordan. So they have completely left Angelo by himself at B, just going to be the singular anchor to this. So a lot of responsibility. But it could gamble well.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a good gamble. Legacy are very much set up for an A split at this point. I mean, if you're going to commit 2 players to Palace, that definitely indicates that you're thinking about finishing on A. Which coming through from Underpass as well. So 3 players to work middle here for Legacy. That's what we're waiting on. That smoke's going to be a little bit early into Palace. It won't really make any impact until Legacy have taken that mid control and are thinking about pushing their way up connector. Palace guys are not going to move. Now though, when push does start to come to shove, you have a bit of util getting tossed by Sharks back and forth. And we've also got Sadson starting to clear out apps. But the Palace players still have not moved, so very intrigued to see what the option is here for Legacy. They are leaving this very, very late. Lux is going to get himself a kill onto Gafolo. That was on short, on B short. It's going to start to pull a rotator, and that is what Legacy have been waiting for. Now, do they expect Koala at Firebox? No, but they are going to find the trade. Lato sticking around for more. Gets another. That is going to be a round for Legacy. Bit touch and go for a moment, though.
Yeah, it was a little scary just because I wasn't really sure what Legacy wanted to do with that too, because you could already see the rotate was happening with the bomb in B halls, and they were committing all the way through T-spawn, and they were able to find that 1 kill. And I think that was from Lux initially. But again, Lotto finding himself the ability to get a double opener in this A site just allowed them to pry it open. So they're still alive in this game, Jordan. And like we said, the money situation is going to get a little bit more dire for the CT side on this one. I mean, still 5,900 for Angelo, so plenty of cash to be able to drop his teammate. But a nice little bit of a mix-up from Legacy. A very brief demonstration of what they did yesterday. I'm just curious about the money situation right now for the remaining CT players. Yeah, it should be fine. There it is. It's good. So Legacy have themselves a very heavy round here for round number 22 upcoming. Full gun round one more time, and they're going to go for another timeout. So they really want to be crystal clear on what they want to do. So we haven't. I don't even think we saw a timeout from Legacy yesterday. I don't think they threw a singular timeout at all. And now they've called like 2 or 3. Look at that.
It's apples to oranges, really, in terms of the teams that Legacy is facing from yesterday to today. This game is still winnable for Legacy. This map, you know, it's not ticked over yet to OT for Sharks. 1.9k loss bonus if they lose all of their guns here, Sharks. It is going to be a tough round in the next. Gafolo, Koala, and Angelo will be able to buy, but Doc and RDN will be lacking a little bit. So, mid smoke and window smoke and connector smoke. So there's a lot of presence being thrown into mid here for Legacy. There's also a fair bit there for Sharks. You've got a boost into window. Angelo going to work his way down into ladder room and try to clear out middle, but doesn't see anything. Backing off now as the molly will land on short. That is mid control taken by Legacy.
Ooh, and this window boost. They're not going to use utility at all to even get that control. I don't love that. It's a cost of Lux that I just don't think was necessary at all. Nissim's actually got himself pushed up, but I don't know if Koala spotted his head. I thought surely he was just able to barely see it, but maybe not. Angelo. Oh, he goes for the shot. It's a miss. Now, he does catch his kneecap, I guess, but he's down to 16, and now Legacy... They're throwing a bit of a good fake on this. 3 players from Sharks are committed to this, and the bomb, and also 1 other player of Solids, and they are committed to this A. It's just about the right timing. Oh, but he goes down, Jordan. This is not good at all. This is so bad right now for Legacy. They're about to lose Nissim, and now this round's over. It's done with.
Lato 30 seconds. Has got the first kill, but nothing more than that. So 12 to 10, and this is where it gets very tough for Legacy to pull it back now because they've got to get through 2 buy rounds in a row. They haven't really shown us the ability to do that on this T side. They've been able to find themselves around here and there. You can see just the 2 of them. And those 2 rounds, to be fair, looked pretty good, but hard to make the argument that they're going to be able to do it back-to-back here. Especially with Nissim down onto a Tech 9. Sharks will be feeling confident about closing out Mirage and finding their first map win against Legacy of 2025.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It really is. They're on the brink of doing it now. Like you said, 6 maps against them, and they've had some close, definitely some close affairs, but the rest of, you know, only the odd few that have been close, but the rest have been pretty dominant wins here from Legacy. And now, Sharks showing a lot of preparation. The previous games they played earlier, I guess, are panning out very nicely for them. They're very warm. We talked, you know, I think you made the comment actually that Legacy, you know, might have a bit of a slow start in the beginning of this game, and indeed they did in some degree, but it's really the second half that feels like that's when they cooled off. Worse than what it was in the first.
Oh, definitely.
Now they're going to go for an exec again. Oh no, dog. That's bad. This is not good. How does he get away with that?
I don't know, but he's almost gotten away with 2. Sadzen and Dumao still doing some damage. However, there is a couple of defenders on this bomb site. There was a step made by Gafolo. I don't know if that was heard. Angelo missing a shot under a lot of pressure right now. Triple will fall. Comes to Gafolo. Needs to win this duel, and the player at Sandwich can't do it. It's on to Koala now to try and close out Solo into the one-on-one, but stuck in the corner. Dumao knows where he is. The smoke is up, and Koala survives. He's going to walk through the smoke. Oh, is he? He is now. Bomb plant going down. He's taking that space very nicely. Dumao may not be prepared for this. Oh, he is. Koala just a slight misposition. You could see him like get slightly too close to that wall. Maybe strafe slightly too far to the left. His vision was obscured in the 1v1. He didn't quite see Dumao peek out. We'll get it on the replay here, I'm sure. Watch this as he gets quite close to the stairs wall. Oh, we don't see it. He definitely had a chance. He had his crosshair in the right position. If he would have fired, he would have won it. But he didn't see him, or didn't put 2 and 2 together. I'm not sure. Legacy still fighting for this map, and they've got a better buy this time around than in the previous. So maybe still in with a chance. Sadly, taking a lot of space in apartments. That'll be heard. Oh, and the fight in middle as well. It's a 1-for-1. Angelo down. Lux falling as well. Sadzen still taking space, but backing away now as he fires that shot, and he's not keen to stick around.
Oh, this is a bold move from RDN. The fact that he might actually try to push through the smoke and try to get into kitchen. A lot of control, though. So this is really good intel, because with him pushing up like this, now is going to allow for Koala to just, again, play towards connector, kind of be that, you know, float player. But RDN has to be really careful. He's low HP. Like, he has 8 health points right now. So he's tender, man. Any shot from any gun will do and take him out. But right now, allow Sharks to be in a position where they can kind of just go for a heavier stack in the site. Mid's going to be the plan of attack here from Legacy. Slowly and surely now, just going to creep through Catwalk. They might try to do the 3-1 split onto this. RDN absolutely needs this kill. He has to be able to find Nissim. If he doesn't, I mean, this is going to be a free open site for Legacy.
Oh, that's
and
a
there
bad
it is.
one.
That's the keys right there.
Yeah. Keys to the kingdom have been given over to Legacy. Round's not done just yet. There will be a retake attempt, no doubt, from Sharks. This is nice from Koala. Nice quick jump into the ladder room, but Sadzen wary of what's happening on short. The smoke, though, will have him turn back around. Koala could find a timing if he goes through the smoke. Now, though, has given away his position with that util being dumped. And it is going to be watched by Lato. While Sadzen keeps an eye on door. And right at the 11th hour, Legacy look like they're going to be able to string a couple of rounds together on this T side. There's nothing to be done here for Gafolo, trying to work his way out of market with an AWP. Not going to happen. 12-12, OT, and the first map of the day. Legacy surviving on Mirage.
Well, Sharks have been here before so far in the qualifier. I mean, they had to go to overtime situation for Train. Now they're going to do it here for the semis and the first map, like you said. We'll see what they can do, but Legacy, you know, surviving this huge threat of Sharks so far. But big question is, who's going to be able to cross the finish line here for this pick? And let's not forget, this was Sharks' pick too. And this is important in terms of the best of 3, because Legacy do have Inferno that is available in their back pocket. And Doc now, he's going to try to get aggressive. He will be able to win that fight. Angelo misses the shot, allowing Doom now to be able to find himself a kill. Another missed shot! Angelo can't seem to make the connection. And look at how fast Legacy take advantage of that. Pushing into the site, able to get a free kill on Gafolo. This is completely fallen apart. A molly to push him back. Legacy have this round surely in the bag. They should indeed.
Yeah, this is scary now for Sharks, I should say, because Legacy once again are getting that momentum, and we saw what they were able to do with that in the first half. Sadson has been cross under stairs, and well, I'm not expecting that one. So 3 T rounds in a row for Legacy, including obviously those 2 at the back in the regulation, and all of a sudden this map swings back in their favor. This was a really crucial kill from Dumel. Nice heads-up play to catch up with that player trying to escape into connector.
And it's a bold move that they tried to go for too, Sharks. I mean, Doc and also Angelo playing like a double player on ramp like that. And the fact that Angelo missed 2 shots, just it again created that like opening, like you said, for Dumao to be able to run through and just getting himself into 21 kills. So now Legacy's starting to warm up a lot better now. All 5 players are committed in B halls right now, but you can see Sharks have actually pushed all the way deep in mid. Both RDN and Gafolo. They've cleared it. They have so much intel. They either know it's going to be a B, or they know they should be committing at an A pop. But now with the utility getting used, Legacy are not going to hesitate. They're not going to wait at all. They're just going to go right for this right away. Look at that. With the blink of an eye, they get themselves 3 kills. And Sharks, there's no way. They have to run away. You can already see how fast they're just retreating this. They know there's no chance. They don't have the utility. They don't have the players. They've got to keep that up in the rotation. And Legacy, they've been able to find 2 in a row.
I mean, that's 4 in a row, really. And it seems like the game has completely changed, you know? Where was the Legacy that could barely even string around together on the T side? Now they've got 4 in a row. 2 to finish off regulation in OT, 2 in a row. So, it's just a complete shift in momentum. And Sharks have to find a way to turn it back around, and they need to do it quick. They need to get one of these CT rounds. Legacy hunting down these remaining guns. Angelo, if he loses the AWP, he may not have one in the final round of OT. They're gonna find him. It's just a question of whether or not he gets away with his life, and there's your answer. So 14 to 12. Where's the money at? Oh, they do have enough money for an AWP. So maybe a bit of a moot point in the end for Legacy, just getting some extra stats on the board. As you can see, few players lacking helmets, maybe a nade missing for Angelo, some defuse kits missing as well, so every little bit counts, right? Maybe you have to pull the Glock out and get a headshot in onto someone like Angelo, and that could be a difference maker. The 5-second defuse would have made the difference over a 10-second defuse. These little things can have a bit of a ripple effect. Koala playing a dangerous game here. Dumao just... I mean, he's kind of staunched him there. That is a dead Dumao if the shot connects, but Dumao doesn't care anymore. He is playing his own brand of Counter-Strike right here. Smoke's going to go up for window. He'll be able to cross. Bomb site's going to be taken. This is a repeat almost of the first gun round that we got to see of Legacy and Sharks with this Legacy T side. And it was not this clean in that first gun round. It was a little bit messier. Sharks had players sort of pre-rotated already. I mean, they're kind of doing the sense here with Angelo. And again, it's a little bit slow from Legacy to get over to this B bomb site. I'm not sure why it takes them that long. But it doesn't seem like it's going to matter here. Sadson able to connect a couple, and Gafolo, last player standing here in middle. We'll be aware that there's going to be a lurk of Lux. That happened as well, by the way, in the first gun round of the T half for Legacy. But Gafolo won the duel against Lux. This time not the case. 15 to 12. And Legacy put together 3 in a row in the OT. Give themselves a very hefty advantage here to close out Mirage.
Yeah, and considering, you know, the T side would, you know, I talked about is normally their better side, and they were struggling, you know, before we got into overtime. They only got themselves a few rounds to keep themselves in this conversation, and then overtime happens and they get every single round. So now all they need is one more, and they got themselves this one in the bag. But Sharks now needing the 3 to continue on pushing through the OT. And Dumau, he is just feeling it, man. Like, look at him. He's just looking for more kills. 25-19. He's just swinging, and he's trying so hard to just put matters into his own hands. And now Sharks already losing Doc, one of the stronger players here. They have to be able to find something. This is going to be difficult considering when they lost one of their star players. Someone that's been playing relatively well here in this first map series. You can see Sharks are getting ready for the, it looks like the B execute. They're going to have the lurk of Gaffolo. He's just going to maybe try to be a bit of a distraction point. But Nissim's got himself a pretty strong position here, Jordan. He should be able to at least find this one. It could be enough. Oh no, Dumau gets caught on the rotate.
Yeah, they're going to check Nissim as well. So that'll be round over, you'd think. Not done yet. I mean, Sadson, he'll have a look, but Sharks unlikely to give anything over here. Spotted out in connector. Bit of aim prac really on both sides there.
I don't know what it is. Just you get some of these rounds where they're just popping heads, and some of these rounds where they just can't hit a shot. So, but look, I love that from Sharks though. Again, like just being able to find Dumau on that rotate in market, and then just knowing that Nissim could be there. It was an easy, like little bit of a 1-2 combination, you know, that allowed them to just get, like you said, that sight in the round. So they're still in this game. But it is still needing at least 2 more to push this, or it is 2 more, I don't know why I say at least, but it is 2 more to push into further overtime. Legacy are going to commit to the op with here for Sodzin. I don't know if Dumau, I don't feel like Dumau should be opping. I feel like his rifle's been really, really good. He did a little bit earlier, right? He was kind of toying the idea of just like, you know, hybrid opping, but no, he's going to keep the M4 instead. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's the right choice. Did have one decent round with the AWP, but not really necessary at this point. Legacy should be feeling pretty confident. Natural game. Smoking to Pal on a decent timing. Sharks are just looking to scale into this bomb site. Util getting dumped over the top. There'll be some counter nades out. This is interesting. Lato into the smoke. He's found a combo. No way. Lux as well through the smoke, through the flash. Got dog. It's all a bit of a mess right now for Sharks. It looks like it's fallen apart. It is over. You can see them one by one, dropping like flies. Angelo to try to save the day, but a 1v3 with an AWP feels a tough ask. What is that from Lux? He's just gone swinging into the side. Sadson as well. Legacy were keen to close it out. Maybe too keen, to be quite honest with you. But they get the job done in the end. And wow, what a map. We're 1 map deep now today. And already we've got an OT. And well, Legacy come away with the win. So they do manage to keep their streak against Sharks alive. But that was probably a little bit too close for comfort.
It really was, and honestly, but that's the thing, is that I think Sharks played themselves a pretty good game initially. It felt like it was theirs for the taking, but that's where Legacy, I guess that's just that experience that we talk about, where they finally realized, like, look, we got to figure things out, we got to clean it up, and they did. They took a lot of timeouts, but the comms that came from Lux, you know, he was able to just get the right communication there to figure out the new game plan, and look at how better they played. It just felt like it was not even the same form of Legacy. This was a shell of themselves for so long, and then finally get themselves back into their fighting form. So I love it for both sides. Like, I love that Sharks showed a lot of improvement, but I also love that we see Legacy again showing us why they're such a top contender right now and a top team, you know, in the rankings worldwide, and they kind of proved it here right now.
Yeah, you do have to wonder though, like why was Legacy so consistent in that game? It definitely felt like there was a couple of instances where they maybe got a little bit unlucky, but generally speaking, I felt like once we got to, well, 2 rounds away from OT and then into OT, it was like, oh, they're going to win. You know, it felt like they were just going to win. But they couldn't basically find themselves around for the entire T half. So a little bit going on there. Obviously, it was not their map pick, so you do have that excuse, and we'll have to see, you know, how things do obviously shape up when they do get over onto Inferno, which is going to be the next coming map. But I don't think this is going to be an easy walk in the park, to be quite honest. I think Sharks are still going to be good enough of a team to contest on Inferno. Heck, we saw that. A couple of OTs, more than a couple actually, in one of their instances on Inferno this year. But we'll take a short break before we do get to that map number 2. So don't go too far away. Go get yourself a drink, do what you need to do. But I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so because we'll be jumping into map 2 right after this. All right, well, map 1 is in the books, and it's a pretty long book, Laz. What's the longest book you've ever read? What's the longest series? Wheel of Time. Have you ever read Wheel of Time? That goes for 14 books. That might have been what that was. That was Wheel of Overtimes, actually. We did get there. Legacy actually walking away with the win, but certainly at one point looked like they weren't going to. It looked like they were going to lose that streak against Sharks that they've had in 2025. I think that now makes 7 maps in a row. Maps won by Legacy, that is.
Correct.
But in saying that, I mean, it's a tenuous hold on that streak. Not to mention, obviously, the Inferno map that they played a little bit a while ago. So Inferno coming up next. Lots to think about, obviously. Legacy, you know, up and down very much on Mirage, I think, is the big takeaway.
Yeah, it really was. And I mean, we knew the pick for Sharks on Mirage. We were kind of questioning it a little bit, but a bit more of a forgiving map compared to others. But honestly, like I said, I feel like for them, they really, really needed that map to push this thing to a 3-map series potentially. But look, let's look at the summary. I want to kind of see a little bit about, like, you know, who was able to pop off, because we saw some really good effect from someone like Dumal. Like, I mean, he was the guy that was putting 96.9 ADR, 26 and 21, not bad at all. So definitely probably going to be the MVP. I mean, surely. And it was kind of near the later portion of this game where that's where he was kind of like off the leash and he just started playing the way he should be playing, right? We know he's a star rifler. We finally just got to see it. It just took a lot of rounds to get there, Jordan.
Yeah. It actually is kind of a nice thing to see that Dumal came into today and had a bit of a better performance. I was sort of yesterday that he was a little bit quiet. Didn't really have to come online in that game yesterday, but certainly in this one he did. You could see, I think, the rounds that looked the best for Legacy, particularly on the T side, were the ones where Dumal was able to just sort of work his way out under that B-bomb site, do what he wanted to do. No surprise as he walks away with the MVP. There was a couple of really, really critical rounds that were won by him. And in particular, yeah, those sort of walkouts onto B where it didn't really feel like he really respected Sharks at all. He just kind of disrespected them, jumped out onto the site, won a couple of duels, said, hey, the bomb site's open. It took his team a little while to get over onto the B bomb site, but either way, he was, doing a lot of work. And so overall, pretty good performance from him. If that is maintained into map 2, I think Legacy probably do win this one 2-0. You know, there's no real reason that you can make an argument that Sharks should win on Inferno. Again, after having not won a single map against Legacy so far this year. Is it impossible? Definitely not. You know, Sharks have shown the ability to really, really test Legacy. It wouldn't be a huge surprise to see them do it here today. But the safe prediction, obviously, is Legacy should win from here as they move on to their own map pick of Inferno. But yeah, look, Les, I mean, again, we'll see where things do end up falling into place, because sometimes in a tighter qualifier like this one, a bit of pressure, who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But for now, time for us to take a short break before we do jump into map number 2. Like I said, it is Inferno that is coming up right after this. All right, into map number 2. Pistol round underway. Legacy were able to get themselves the win on map 1. It was in overtime. We are going to see whether or not they can close this series out 2-0, which has been the case 3 times so far in 2025 against Sharks. It is their map pick of Inferno, so lads, you have to give them the benefit of the doubt here, I'd say.
That's really nice of you, Jordan.
I'm a nice guy.
That is true.
Most of the time.
Most of the time, yeah. Well, things not looking so nice right now here for Angelos. He's going to go down, get caught with an HE. And now you can see it's going to be Legacy that are going to actually try to get themselves into the site, and Gafolo trying everything in his darnest power to be able to stop them, but unfortunately it's only going to be this one kill. So now, Artie and Kola, they're not going to be together. They're going to be on opposite ends here of B. Well, it gets caught, man. That just sucks. The aim punch just flies his crosshair, and there we go. Legacy,
Yep.
we know the HUD's a little bit goofed right now, but it is going to be Legacy. Nice little pistol.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Yeah, it was a reasonably timed flank there from Koala, but just couldn't get it happening in the end. And so Legacy off to a pretty good start on map number 2. They didn't win a single pistol on map 1. Might have been a regulation win for Legacy if they'd won a pistol in Mirage, but had to work hard. I'm going to be hoping that that's not going to be the case here on Inferno. They'll be looking for a nice, clean, easy victory, and a pistol round start is exactly the way you'd want to be doing that. Now, Legacy will be going up against a force buy in this round for the Sharks. Going to be the smoke at the top of Nana on the half wall. Dumal thinking about going through it. Alex better of it.
Okay. They're just going to go right back for this again. And look, you can already see the CTs are unfortunately back in this retake scenario. Doc, you're a close player here. Might try to get the pop flash, but yeah, that is just the worst timing in the world. You have the right idea, but unfortunately, a little bit delayed on that one. So Legacy should be able to have this one secured here for the B. Yeah, this is not going to be good at all. They might as well just save these 5-7s in the utility. Put it into this next third round if they can. I'm actually kind of looking forward to this map, Jordan, just because, you know, just the changes we saw. Like, I mean, again, we didn't get to see too much of it yesterday, I felt like, but the railing was there, right? Like, which I still hate, but also just some of those B changes. It's going to be interesting to see what the retake, you know, utility is going to be like. So that macro and micro nerd of me is very excited to see what this map can really unfold with that.
You're anything but a micro nerd, Laz. You're actually quite a large gentleman.
Okay, damn. Wow, damn. Calling me out, dude.
Just doxing your height, IRL. sorry about that one, mate.
That's okay, bro. Oh, that's all right. When you said you were a nice guy?
Yeah.
Oh, short-lived.
I said sometimes. To be fair.
That is true. To be fair, you did say sometimes. Yes, you did.
To be fair to me.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so that is facts. That is facts. Yeah, it is on record. Oh, boy. Well, we will see what Sharks can do here. I mean, again, pistols. I mean, in these kind of situations, Jordan, like, I'm always kind of the believer of, I always like these a little bit more gambly stacks if they can. Like, if they have 3 players committed to B, I do like that. So it is like a nice little bit of a change up. So not just like a default 3A and 2B, like they're trying to mix something up a little bit nicely, but I don't love that RDM's by himself like this. And then the next closest teammate is in Big Pit. This is not really any trade opportunity. It just allows Legacy to have full control of this as soon as he goes down.
Yeah, RDM really going to be put under pressure here. Does nicely. With that 5-7, nobody close to trade. So this grenade going to have to put in a bit of a shift, and it does. That was about 62 damage, I think, onto RDN from the grenade, which is nice. Now, there's that change to the balcony you're talking about with the railing. It'll make it a little bit more difficult for Legacy to get out onto this bomb site. Dumal is able to get the better of Koala eventually, and that is the A side taken. So, slowly but surely, Legacy taking control of this T side.
Ah, there we go. Thank you, production. Yeah, and this is, again, I think we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but, we did get to see a lot of the save simulator that was happening here for this map earlier on. But either way, it's, it's worth it right now for Sharks. I mean, they got the double pistols. Okay, just kidding. Never mind. I was going to say Deagle and 5.7, not a bad thing to, kind of keep in their pocket. And yeah, they're just not even going to do that at all as well, Jordan. So I'm just, going to eat my own words here because Gafola goes down to the bomb and Angela's the only one alive. So they're going to have guns this round. So it's not really the end all be all here, but it just would have been nice to keep that because they did have some armor on some of those players. So just a cost they didn't need to have.
I think it's better if you just don't talk last, to be honest.
I agree.
Which is it's going to be counterproductive to this evening's job that you've taken, or this morning's job, as it were, for you. 3-0 though, and this is where things really start to get a little bit more interesting. I feel like we've been kind of just in a holding pattern on Inferno. We've seen Legacy get that pistol, they've closed things out, and now in a bit more of a difficult circumstance as the grenade stack lands on the head of Dumao. He tries to go charging up Banana. Again, very much Dumao style. We saw him doing that on the B-bomb side of Mirage. Tries to do the same here on Inferno, and yeah, that has not worked out. Follow has got himself 3 for this round. It's a heavy stack on that B side of the map from Sharks, and Legacy were obviously trying to bully their way into Banana, and they've just kind of run into all of that util. Still not over though. Lato could get a bit of work done. He's going to flash himself into East Banana to try to retrieve that C4, and should open the trade up, but Follows had an actual banger of a round there. He's got all 5, and Sharks can give him a pat on the back because that is going to be their first round on this CT side of Inferno.
Yeah, not bad at all. Yeah, somebody that, Gafolo, he's, it's not like he's been like the MVP or anything like that, but he's still been playing relatively well. And getting an ace, in a gun round like that, not bad at all. And I feel like he's been able to, put a lot of good work in terms of the pistol rounds. I feel like he's always the guy that is usually able to find, 1-2 kills right away. But when you look at the, stats, even yesterday, like he was a 1.19 and, him and Doc were really close, and then it just jumps off, to a 1.4. For both RDN and Koala. But RDN, I speak of him, he's able to find that opening engagement as well. Legacy going to get pushed back a little bit more on this time, so Sharks are starting to wake up a little bit more. Some of the beating from these first 3 rounds has now allowed them to play a lot better, and Angelo gets himself a free easy kill onto Lotto. And Legacy now, they're scrambling a little bit more on this one.
The T side has gotten a lot more difficult now that the guns are in hand for Sharks, which is to be expected, of course. Go back and have a look at their last couple of matches on Inferno. So 6 on T side from Legacy in their previous match, and the match before 5. So you're probably looking at 5 or 6 to kind of be the pass score out of this half from Legacy. They've generally done pretty well on their CT side. So yeah, I'd be saying if you get to 5 as Legacy, you're in a pretty good spot to at least feel like you can close the map out there. 6 is where it's starting to get confident. Going to save their guns in this instance to take these 3 through, and that's the beauty of Inferno. Please remove this map.
Yeah, you're the Inferno hater. I do remember that.
Yeah.
And I do agree. Like, I was trying to defend it a little bit, but I'm optimistic with the updates. I'm hoping it can add a little bit more, but so far what we've seen in just this qualifier, it really hasn't been too much. But I'm hoping with this matchup, the way it's been going back and forth and how close the first map was in competitiveness, that might change it. That might add a little bit more flavor to this. We'll have to wait and see, but that is kind of the unfortunate thing about Inferno is it is technically just a, the CT side. I talked about it being fragile. It's very fragile on this map. You cannot afford, like, as soon as you lose that 1-2 player at your bomb site, it pretty much feels like it's a GG almost instantly, which is very different than like a map like Mirage or maybe a map like Train or something like that, where there's a little bit more forgiving opportunity for retakes and things like that. Definitely the hardest retake map in the pool, in my opinion. It's not really a hot take, but I think it's a take.
Yeah, I mean that's a take. I would say probably right. Just trying to.
Damn, you said I was right.
I think Nuke B site can be pretty difficult to retake sometimes, but
I made it.
Yeah, probably is definitely up there. Another timeout here. Obviously, you can see Lux is having some trouble by the looks of things here for Legacy. So no idea necessarily how long this one's going to end up being. Apparently, he is restarting the game. So you would think that won't take too long. We'll see.
We'll see.
Well, like, we were talking a little bit earlier on about what was the longest book series you've ever read, Laz?
Oh, no. You're already trying to shatter my confidence even more? First, you called me a big guy. Now you're trying to get me for my reading? Oh, this is just not a good day. This is not a good day.
Keeping up with it?
No. You know what? Truthfully, it is something I've been trying to do a lot better, but I've not been doing that.
But you have a Harry Potter here and there?
Yeah, dude, Harry Potter's good, though.
Yeah, that's good.
I feel like you're about to... Okay, I thought you were about to make fun of me with that. I'm like, Harry Potter's actually pretty good. I like Harry Potter, you know?
No, I'm a fan.
Okay, good. I was waiting for you to say, well, okay. Yeah. Do you read a lot, Jordan? Is that a big thing you do?
Yeah, I think I'm in the same world as you were. I try to do it more now. I used to as a kid a lot. I think the problem is everyone these days is a little bit too brain rotted, you know? Everyone, there's always something more like a little bit more interesting to do. You know, cast some esports, watch some esports, play a video game, watch a video game.
Yes.
You know, scroll on Reels for half an hour or 3 hours. Back in the day, you know, we didn't have internet.
That's true.
Just kind of had to read a book. Like, what else are you going to do before you go to bed?
That's true. We just aged ourselves pretty hard here. But yes, you are right. That is the thing.
Well, you more than me, to be fair.
Yeah, again, just coming after me again.
Yeah.
That's all right. We'll take it. It's one of those days. We'll test the confidence of myself, but thankfully so, we don't have to wait any longer. It's going to be right back into this game. Thankfully, the tech issues are minimal and short. What do we get? Ooh, Shark's actually pushing down Banana, so Doc, once again, he's going to try to get a little bit more aggro onto this. I like that they've been proactive on this, though. Like, they've been really fighting for this banana control. They aren't allowing Legacy to just have it up for grabs, so this is a good improvement, like, from what I've already seen from them already. So Legacy, have, you know, again, they realize, okay, look, do we really want to fight for banana control, or do we want to just kind of commit towards this bracket control? That's something that they were doing very well yesterday. They were just essentially getting it for free, and that was against Galleries with a 13-4 win. It's pretty dominant. Not the case here, Jordan. And Doc's just doing one better. Almost gets himself a double. 8 HP to spare.
Koala. Ooh, gonna be baited out. Look at that. That was crazy from Lux. He's just gone flying out with a Mac 10 and got rid of Angelo. Koala in all sorts of trouble after giving away his position. All right, so apparently the railing just doesn't matter. If you've got movement that's good enough. Legacy are into that bomb site and getting the plant down without too much trouble. Kafolo, last man standing, will save the gun. And it is Legacy still holding on to control of this half.
Yeah, but it's the fact of Lux that's, you know, running around like you said. He was able to jump out of apartments, gets the Mac 10, then he picks up an AWP and gets 2 more kills. That's what's so funny about, you know, a player like Lux, like him and Lotto yesterday, like I said, like they were both the players in terms of ratings. They were 1.3 for Lux and a 1.61 for Lotto. And then everybody else, like Dumao was a 0.99. Like that's where I said anybody on this team can be really scary because they can have these like big performances. But, you know, Dumao on the previous map, he was the one that put up almost like, what, 30 kills or something like that. So now we're starting to see some of the other players and even the IGL getting himself a little more frag hungry. You'd love to see it. Making some plays. I'm down with it.
I want to see what Legacy are going to get up to in this gun round as well. I mean, are we going to send Doom out charging back up Banana? That didn't work last time, but It's still early enough in the half that I think Legacy are going to want to try and continue to, show a bit of presence in Banana early. It's util presence this time more than anything, and it's Sadson that's actually going charging straight up in towards brackets. He might be aware that Angelo is in boiler there, so the molly's going to go through. You've got that creep coming through in apps from Nissim. He's going to go through the smoke. Everybody's going through the smokes. Angelo's gone back to safety of carpets. Dumau gets a nade in onto Doc. It's a crazy round. Nobody's really having much success, but there's Lux to grab Koala as the smoke starts to bloom once again after being naded back open. Angelo's position now known, and he's able to double down. Not expecting a third player there, though. Lato will claim him. And it is just RDN trying to hold on to this side solo. Meanwhile, by the way, the bomb is in Banana. What is this round from Legacy? I hate it, but it's working.
This is what they do, though, right? I mean, this is where they, make it seem like they're going to commit to a bomb site. They kind of, again, just keep their options open. So that's just, it's annoying, but it's really clever just because now it's a given free plant. It's pretty much a guarantee. You can already see Gaffolo's kind of already scoping this out, thinking, okay, well, bomb's not even here. And Lotto's just kind of, doing the tango with me, and he's going to take me out. So, despite Legacy with their little bit of creativity, it gets them a nice round. And honestly, I thought that was going to work out nicely for Sharks, considering that Angelo, right here, you were able to see him get this double very, very nicely. And like you said, was never expecting a third player into apartments, but good little bit of a fake from Legacy. Grabs him up a 6, or a 5, sorry. And now we're going to see, this is going to be a tight situation here for Sharks, because they got that AWP, but sure, no, that can't be real. They're not going to do this. They're going to hero
what's going on?
No, that can't be real.
Well, I'm more concerned about Lux, again, I presume restarting his game. I don't know, maybe there's an issue on his end. So this could be a pretty long game if that continues to happen, but looks okay. So I guess we'll be getting back underway in a second, but yeah, I mean, Hero Warp, money coming back in line it's not the worst thing in the world here for Sharks. Just to have a bit of a crack, you're not probably expecting an AWP here for Legacy, so maybe some of those protocols are going to be wasted a little bit. Maybe not flashing as cleanly onto lines or expecting the AWP, so you might go without a flash. I might open up the angle for Angelo if he's sharp with it.
Yeah. This puts Angelo in a really, really tough position, though, because, again, a lot of responsibility for him to be able to find some multi-kills here. And to be honest, I'm not really convinced that he's that kind of an opper. I feel like he's a very, very passive opper. So for him to kind of make a play and getting some picks and winning some duels, we'll see. We'll see if he can handle that kind of pressure and responsibility on this. I just don't know if it's there to me, but we've seen some quick glimpses of him getting some good shots, but I don't think it's really really popped off like some of these other players that we've seen so far in the qualifier, if I'm being completely honest, but find out. I'm never really a big fan of just one op and then work around it, in my opinion. It can work. We've seen it work, but I just feel like it's a big risk for the CT side.
Would you prefer if it was a rifle?
I think it would, just because then it'd be less money, and then it might be a little bit easier just to kind of rotate it around. And then plus, if your player does go down, then at least the other players could rifle up too.
And the thing is, I don't hate the AWP, but now that info's been given, Angelo fired a shot in there into mid. Legacy aware of it. So the thing is, if you're going to go for that AWP, you really want that first shot to be a kill. To secure the 4v5, to maybe give you an extra gun to play with. But now that the info is given, a lot of that threat of the AWP, the surprise factor of it in this round is gone. We'll see how Legacy decide to play around it. They've obviously got to figure out where the AWP is going to be set up, and that's nice and cheeky from Angelo. That's exactly what you want. And a little bit lackadaisical, really, from Legacy. I mean, you've got to expect the AWP to try to be mobile and active and aggressive in a round like this, and they give up 2 kills in Banana like that. It's not good at all. The bomb's dropped in Banana too. So this will take some work to recover, and this is very reminiscent of one of the rounds that we saw in Mirage, where Legacy really had a big advantage for themselves and then kind of let it slip against, well, in that round it was largely pistols, but, again, subpar buy. Legacy just losing a little bit of focus in these situations where they have a fairly significant advantage. That is a good kill, though, onto Angelo, and if they're reading the kill feed, they'll know that that is going to be the AWPer. Obviously, the gun is going to be retrieved, but it is over towards the B site at the moment, and that's why Lux is able to make this move. Knows that there's not likely to be an AWP in library. Rotation coming through, and he has tucked himself in a really, really good corner here, so that's going to be a dead dock, and the bomb site now looking to be cracked open. Player spotted. RDN with the USP gets himself a kill on Anissim. It won't matter. Trade comes through. Plant goes down. The follow clearing out the angles with the AWP, but deleted through the smoke. So crisis averted for Legacy.
I honestly, you know, again, I gotta give a ton of kudos here for Lux, because hopefully we'll catch it on the replay, but it's one of those details that you see, like RDN's tucked away right here. Lux, oh, we just miss it, but you can see Lux at that moment, he actually jumps to get a, you know, to spot over the bomb site box to be able to see, is someone hiding in that little bit of a corner? And he did find RDN. So if he wouldn't have done that, RDN could have been in the position where he might have been able to find that 1 or 2 kills, you know, just catching them off guard where they are not checking their 6. So it's a small detail, but honestly it pays off massively for Legacy, which could have been very, very detrimental. But good work from the IGL.
Yeah,
get themselves a gain 6. Yeah, it is.
And to start this round as well, with a player down through the smoke there, Dumao just spamming onto Doc. It makes matters worse. This map is definitely starting to look like it is well and truly in command of Legacy. Need onto the follow, will finish him off, and there's, again, a little bit of a lurk around Arch side here from Lux. Angelo getting some work done with the AWP. Lux has gone a little early. And I don't know. That round looked like it was perfectly set up for Legacy, and then you just have a guy that's like peeking short on his own, peeking moto on his own. You know, no real spacing from Legacy there. No util over the top to try to dislodge those players in pit. 2 guys just take raw aim tools and lose them, and all of a sudden this round is now really hanging in the balance again. It's 2v3, to be fair. And it's favorable for Sharks, but
this is huge.
The real concern is it's 2v1 over on B. And RDN going to be pushed out of the new box position by the Molly. So if they get rid of RDN cleanly, back to a 2v2 post plant, and that's favorable for Legacy. But taking their time about it. And that wrap is coming in from Banana.
It was 15 seconds though, and that's where they got to get going. Like, this rotate's already happening, and RDN, yeah, he's already been able to find the bomb carrier. So this might be done. This might be it, unless Lotto can be able to find something big. But yeah, no, he's not going to have the time. No, not at all. I was going to say surely not.
I hate that round from Legacy. That was an awful round. That was really an awful round. I mean, look back on the replay here. You get the opening kill free from Dumao, and then, like, this is how you're going to clear the site? Guy jumping over oranges?
Yeah, and let's not forget too, like, that I think that was Lotto that actually was able to kind of creep through Arch. He was in CT spawn, so they had a good idea of kind of, again, making it a 2v1, but the way they went for that fight against RDN, it just didn't make any sense. Like, RDN played in dark corner, and they again played no trade opportunity. So that's just, again, that extra couple seconds that just was given up, so it allowed Sharks to get that round, because time was already ticking so low. So this is what, you know, I always complain about when teams run the clock this low. Like, you have to be a little bit more proactive, and you can't just run it down in 20 seconds. Like, you're going to have some problems, and that was it right there.
We'll see if they do it again. A little bit of a hiccup in the first map for Legacy in a similar kind of circumstance where they were in command of the half and kind of let Sharks back into it. That ended up us being in overtime and a very hard-fought victory for Legacy. We'll see the same thing again. If Legacy lose this round, they're broke. And then Sharks can come back into this half. No doubt about that. Hot flash onto Brackets. Not really going to prompt too much. Angelo missing a shot. His position now given away. He'll force himself back into Arch side. They don't want to contest the AWP. They're going to go all in through short. The Molly's extinguished. RDN stuck in the site right here. Can't assist those pit players, but now gets involved in the fight, finding a double. Nicely done from him under pressure. But it's still a 3-on-3. Angelo is smoked off from really doing anything. One plank goes down. And on this retake, Sharks have only got a single incendiary to work with.
Oh, they're not even going to go for it. Oh, no. Yeah, that's the thing. All right, so... All right, I'm starting to join the bandwagon here for Inferno. Not loving it. Because even in like a situation like this, like a 3v3, like I understand the money is not good for the CT side. But at the same time, like there has to be these moments where you have to make some kind of an attempt. Like you have a defuse kit, you had the one molly that you could try to use to flush into the back of the site, or even towards like, you know, default spot. But they're gonna play it safe. Like it is the right thing to do, but at the same time, like they're just giving up these rounds now because they have to save constantly. So it's a bit of a vicious cycle right now, honestly, and it's just, you know, Legacy. This is what they did against Galleries yesterday, where they were just, you know, manipulating the map. They were just making it so uncomfortable. Galleries, I think on their CT side, you know, I'd have to look back at the stats, but they had to save so many different times because they lost that 1-2 player in a site, had to save. So starting to see it a little bit here now, and Sharks are getting a little bit of taste of that same medicine that Galleries had yesterday.
Well, hopefully that tack timeout can give them something. If they can get to 5, it's definitely enough to fight from that CT side. But you'll need a pretty good T side. And we know Legacy do pretty well on their CT side as well. So this is already beyond the pass score. Like I said, it was maybe 5 or 6 pass score for Legacy on T. And they've already gone past that. They could go well past that. They could still get this one up to 9. Money in a real spot of honor for Legacy. For Sharks, I should say. They're not messing around, taking a bit of space up in the brackets. Lato. We caught out the smoke. Doesn't quite loom quick enough to keep him alive. So 4 on 5, but really it's more of a 4 on 2 if it's going to be a hit on towards that B bomb site. And that is one of the big problems with Inferno from the CT perspective, is that these bomb sites are so isolated. Rotation is coming through, Flash comes out there as well, but maybe too little too late. Follow, we found out as well, and that's all you got to do. Even if you lose that opening player on the T side, you kind of still have the advantage. And Sharks are kind of forced to save again. I mean,
yeah, 100%.
So painful.
It is painful. This one makes a little bit more sense to me too, because again, you have the op out, you have all that full utility for Koala, and even RDN again, he also has the double flashes available too. So it's tough. It's a tough pill to swallow. But like you said, it's very isolated. It's easy, especially when the T's have the utility. They can just, you know, flush these players out so easily in these bomb sites. Especially B, like it's just, there's so many tight corridors. And now they're going to be able to grab their 5th round, and Sharks, yeah, thankfully they're going to be able to have the op in play for the next following round. An AK with an M4, not bad, but boy, oh boy. Legacy have been able to finally pick up some slack here. It was looking pretty sloppy in the beginning, but now it's been a lot better, a little bit more polished here. And in the last round, and money's going to be not the best here for some of these guys, but they'll make do with it. I almost, you know, back to, you know, even the situation of yesterday, like we saw some of these teams on Inferno where on the CT side, I feel like there has to be some more opportunity where they play a little bit more aggro at times. Like even just kind of going for a quick mid control, or, you know, even just trying to fight for ults, you know, popping through the window, just something to really, again, catch, you know, Legacy off guard. They haven't really done that. They're giving a ton of respect. Yes, they've been fighting for banana time and time, but it hasn't really been that much. And now I think, if I'm not mistaken, I was going to say Lotto's been actually trying to creep in through that smoke. He does get caught this time, so RDN gets the better of him. So now Sharks can sit themselves pretty on the 5 and 4.
We say that, but we had that in the last round as well, and it still going the way of Legacy. You'll see how RDN can go, and he does with an important open kill. Simply traded by Sadson. Umao getting one as well. Could have been scary, but the hold is looking okay for now. A little bit unlucky, maybe with those shots through the smoke, could have got himself back into a 2v1, but not going to be the case this time around. So 8-4 favoring Legacy once again at the end of the half will be the score on map 2. Second half underway, and it is 8-4, favoring Legacy at the moment. Sharks not really doing enough to convince us on Inferno, but they were able to come back from a similar scoreline on Mirage. That said, that was their map pick. This one, a bit of a different story as Legacy move on to a favorable side on their map. Let's see how this plays out. Piss around, all important for Sharks.
Yeah, just leaving it here for Dumao too in this B site. So again, he's just gonna have the quick info. He should be able to spot the shoulder, then he can fall back. Now he's joined in here with Sodzen, which is not bad. Ooh, he gets picked up the dualies. Interesting. So he makes a little bit of a ruse that he only has P2K, but now he's been shown, and now his teammates are being able to find these kills. And look at that, he just goes for the swing, finding these kills, and now Sharks, they have lost so many bodies, and RDN by himself, a Glock in hand. And he has 3 other CTs that he has to go against, but he does have some time, so he can try to maneuver this a little bit. But it's not going to be easy. This is about getting duels now. I don't think there's going to be the time where he can get this plant. It's going to be easy for them to kind of just fight for him and pounce on this. Legacy, they just got to play this together. Honestly, if they can play the double player on this, this should be a done deal. Unless RDN hits, like, ridiculous shots. But again, his HP's low. Oh, they are going to grant this plant for him. Uh-oh. Jordan, not like this. Not like this, Jordan. Okay. Woo! Hot tamales. Okay. Almost gets away with it, too. I was thinking, look, they're going to play the numbers, they're going to play together, and instead they decide to go for one-on-one fights. And yes, they get it, but man, oh man, that was too sloppy.
Yeah, that was too close for comfort, but job done in the end by Legacy. Obviously, they do allow the bomb to go down there, and Sharks can buy as a result of that. Dumao, decent start from him. Near 1v3 though from RDN. Oh, he had 2 bullets to get it done with, so had a couple of bites of the cherry potentially, but won't matter in the end. Here comes the buy from Sharks, and if the piss around wasn't a must win, it feels like this one probably is, because you lose this, you're down 10-4, you don't have any money, you're probably down 11-4, and coming back from 11-4 is not going to be easy. So very, very important round coming up here for Sharks. Bottom 9 are going to be instantly smoked off, and that is going to be territory claimed by Legacy for now. Molly's going through from Sharks to try and deny that territory, and that is somewhat going to be successful. But Dumao will have a look off the back of that pop flash. Inferno cleared out. What is Sodzen doing? That is madness from him. Gets timed by Sharks, and that might actually just be the round done as dusted. Flash in there for Legacy as the smoke gets blown open, and that's an absolute mess of a round from Legacy so far. Nissim does get himself one onto Kafolo, but unless he's able to creep and take a lot of space here, I don't really see an avenue back into this one. You know, good damage done. Doc and Angelo are quite low, but retaking with 2 MP9s and an M4 and not a whole lot of util's going to be tough. Lato's got himself a kill on the Doc. And Nissim has crept all the way up toward the side. He should be dead. RDN, a massive whiff. And Legacy have a chance into this round. Sharks are just fumbling the bag at the moment. RDN has been found out as well. That should never, ever, ever in a million years be a Legacy round. But it is. And I think with that, Sharks have probably lost this series.
Yeah, I want to delete that round from my brain. Like, I don't even know what I was watching. Like you said, we saw Lux in the beginning, like a questionable play in the beginning. I don't know what he was doing. And then Sharks, like, they're in a 4-on-3 at one point. They had the post plant. They just allowed, like, just some breathing room here for Legacy to get some kills. And I don't know how they're able to just pick up that many that quickly. And they get away with it. So that was a desperate round they needed. I thought that was going to be Sharks' round in the bag. It wasn't. And now Legacy got the money flowing. That could have broke them, which could have made that a double round secured here for Sharks. I agree with you. I think that might have cost them this game. This series, potentially. That should never, ever happen. And it did. At least they went for the retake, though. That's one positive.
Yeah. Well, another investment from Sharks, and Sodzen not going to make the same mistake twice. Grenade should help him out here as well, and it does. Gets that headshot through onto Doc. Nissim with the assist. That's enough for Legacy to say, look, we don't need to have brackets control anymore. We've got the 5v3. We'll just hold back in the site. Trade down as required.
Yeah, these one-on-one engagements again from Sharks. Like I just don't love it. Like not even a double swing into library. Like they just have the one player to go commit to it. Like a little bit of a hero play. And they got to save these. Like they really do. You got an AK in hand. You got a little bit of util, like one piece each. Yeah, there's no way you're going for this at all. Yes, Sodson's low, and same with Lux, but they're going to need to keep these guns here for round number 16. And now this is getting closer and closer here for Legacy to get this thing done with the 2-0. And honestly, even Legacy keeping 5 alive, this is going to be even better in the consideration of just like more money's going to be built up. Yeah, this is a really strong position for Legacy. I cannot stress that enough. And Sharks, I don't even know what the plan of attack is going to be here. Like, do they want to recommit this? Yeah, exactly. Like, is there even a plan? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it.
Well, there's 5 seconds left, so they're going to be saving their guns. Yeah, I mean, I guess the plan is to try and take these 2 guns into the next round and hope for the best. Like I said, Legacy typically pretty good on this CT side, already locking down a couple of these rounds and not even really making it look close. So they've set themselves up for success here. It could be a very close, a very comfortable map win, I should say.
Yeah, lots running on this, though. This is it. I mean, this is where Sharks desperately need this round. Because if they don't, they're not going to have... Their loss bonus is going to be able to afford them something. Not really too much, though. But they got to break the economy here. They got to be able to find a way to get some room on this. And it does look like they might try to contest for this mid-bracket control. They've been able to grab Boiler. And Legacy are actually just going to allow that to happen. They don't even care. They're going to play a lot more of a passive setup on this one now.
Very passive on both sides, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of respect on it.
There's going to be the retake util getting dumped into Banana, and nothing really spotted over there. So you're going to see a pre-rotate coming through from Lato. Dumal will go and collect another smoke. He's going to dump that one into Top Nana as well at Sandbags and just try and play delay. There isn't enough presence being shown in Banana to keep Lato interested. Dumal wants to go through the smoke. His timing good enough to find Doc. He sees absolutely nothing in Banana. The jig is up. Sharks. The information is given over to Legacy. They've got to make their move now. And they are into Arch. Lato doesn't seem to have much of an idea, but he's going to survive for now. That grenade won't be enough to dislodge him. He's going to play close, tight, will still fall. And now things start to get a bit of a scramble here on both sides. There's 19 seconds left. Legacy are trying to figure out which side is the one that's under pressure. There's a player in CT spawn that still has to be dealt with. Sadson will get RDN. They see him going towards A. That's got to give you the information. The rest of the players are going in that direction as well. And Nissim and Lux will lock it down. 12-4. CT side's looking good for Legacy. 1 round to go. And I think Sharks are done here in the South American Masters.
Yeah, I think so. And honestly, the one thing that's really disappointing about that round too is that it was RDN and Gafolo. They were the ones that were able to get that kill into CT spawn. Then you see them kind of split apart. You see RDN that's like pushing a little bit towards on the backside of B. Then you see Gafolo's the one that's like, oh, I'll go back towards library and we'll just do this and go back for the A hit. But they give up these situations where they have the number advantage, and that allowed creating 1v1 situations. Now putting Legacy at a 12-4 map and series point up for them. And Sharks have just been making some critical mistakes. And again, just showing some of these little bit of weaknesses that we saw yesterday. And they're really starting to get exposed now. It's going to be a decent opener to take down Dumal, but even though they've been able to get some of these openers, it doesn't mean it's a guaranteed thing anymore. We've seen them in the positions, like we said. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. There we go,
Sadson, he knew. I think he had a bit of an idea. He was like, I feel like I'm not tucked in properly, and he wasn't. Had a nade in hand, and now he's really under real pressure. Gets one more before he falls. It actually ends up being a 2-on-2. Lots of damage done to Gafolo. So, round not done yet, but Sharks are having their best looking T round so far. Vincent will go down in brackets. It's a little bit early. It's not going to delay Legacy all that much. They are going to go for this. Got plenty of money. Well, at least they're going to have a little bit of a look and you know, see if there's an opener that says, yes, go for it. A lot of space being taken by Lux. They've both got defuse kits. Lux not seeing too much. Flash is high in the sky. They're not being given anything by these Ts. Now, though, there's the info. Player on the bomb site. Last man standing is Angelo, but he's done enough. Defuse kit is not going to be good enough as both Lato and Lux do go down. They don't have the time for the defuse, and so Sharks will hold on for one more round.
Yeah, and that was just two, right? Because I think there was the molly. Yeah, you can see the molly's just on the right-hand side there, and I think that's allowed that that allowed the extra time here for Sharks. Otherwise, I think that would have been enough time for them to get to the defuse. Yeah, they definitely did. So that really was some good utility work here from Sharks to keep them alive in this game. But gonna need a lot more of that to get themselves back in this one. Well, round by round we'll go. And we will go for the 3-2 setup here from Legacy. It is going to be Lotto and also Dumao once again. Same positions for these guys at B. Giving up car control. Do Sharks actually just want to go for the full exec on this? I mean, their util's not the greatest here, Jordan. So, I mean, again, they have the flashes and smokes, but they don't have any mollies to flush these players out. So that is going to be problematic here if you want to go for the B take. Typically, if you could have the mollies, you'd love to have one that can land on oranges, maybe in new box. That clears off the whole left-hand side of the site. But maybe now they're going to change it up. So it's irrelevant.
Well, if Legacy's going to have 3 players towards B at this stage of the game, they need to do something with it. They have, but it's gone pear-shaped. Doc found a double kill. Nissim one more. Sharks will be aware there's another player on this bomb site. Someone had to have thrown that flash. So the job falls onto Lato. If he can get 2 kills here, maybe there's still something in this round for Legacy. Anything less should be a save, and that will just be Lux and Nissim taking a 30-second nap. 40-second nap here. So again, Inferno, ladies and gentlemen. The best map in the pool of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's such a shame because, I think we briefly talked about this yesterday, is that, like, historically Inferno always was such a good map, or a really good or top contending map, I feel like, in the pools back in the day. But it just feels like, as Counter-Strike's evolved and, now we're in CS2, things like that, it's definitely made it a lot harder to see it, just because it is such a safe simulator. I feel like it never really was like that back in the day in my time, but that was many eons ago, but that was a long time ago. But yeah, it's a shame. It's definitely a historical and classic map, but we'll see. Maybe things will get better. Maybe they'll get rid of it. Who knows? They'll throw cash back in. Bada bing, bada boom. Profit. You're welcome.
All right. Run it back. How many can Sharks put together in a row to keep this alive? Contest over Banana by the looks of things, and Doc, he kind of gave away his position. Feet getting singed. Knew that he was coming. There is a trade on to Dumao with the molly, though. He stuck around at sandbags, and so we're back to a 4-on-4 once again. RDN has crept through the smoke in brackets. Was he not seen? I thought Lux was looking as the smoke faded, but maybe he wasn't. And that'll be a really big problem for Legacy. They know there's a player in pit. So Nissim, his time is numbered. I would love to have seen that from Lux's POV. I don't know, he must have just been tucked behind the pillar at the wrong time. So again, another round for Sharks. Inferno, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy it.
No, but honestly, that's really good maneuvering from RDN. Like you said, it would be interesting if we can catch on the replay. I'm not sure if we will be able to, but the fact that Lux was in that position in lane, playing pretty deep, like you would think he would have been able to see that. But the fact that RDN was able to kind of slip there through the smoke and behind enemy lines and go for the flank onto Arch like that, it just secured them, right? Like, he was able to get that double kill. A really nice shot into Big Pit too, by the way. Like, I'm kind of surprised he actually got that, but nonetheless, Sharks are playing a lot better here for this T side. And it's definitely the hands of RDN to be able to find it. But this is where they got to be a little bit careful. I mean, they got some cash, but they don't have a lot, so they don't want to hunt too much. So They're going to back off on this one. They've already lost 2 players here for the exits they were looking for. And now you see that this gun situation for the CT side is not good at all. It's got an AK in the AWP that's going to be saved up, but do you just want to use 5.7's Deagles? Do you want to just kind of send it and put all the money on the board because your loss bonus is at 2.9? There's some big questions here for Legacy, what they want to do, but they're going to take this with a timeout. Probably not a bad idea considering they're starting to lose a little bit of control of this. I'm not saying it's fully, but a couple rounds in a row, you want to kind of get rid of the shake here.
Not an unwinnable round, though, for Legacy. If Sadzen's able to strike early, maybe Lato as well can get involved. A little bit of armor, upgraded pistols here and there. Some util. Legacy gonna throw a little bit at Sharks in this round. Nice banana take already here from Sharks. Very confident, moving about it in through that smoke. And straight into Lato, who didn't get too much done. While also winning his duel onto Nissim. Once again, looks like it's going to be a bit of a nothing round in the end here, as Sharks should probably be fighting their 8th, and now it starts to get kind of close. Legacy are breathing a sigh of relief that they got those rounds early in the half. Otherwise, this is a map again that's looking like it could be, I mean, dare I say, another overtime. We saw a bunch of overtimes in one of the instances. Hello? Koala? There's a CT on your screen.
4x3. Oh, that's not good. That's awkward.
I don't want to this round anymore. I'm done.
Yeah, just close your eyes.
Pack it up.
Take a rest. Oh no, and Suds is gone. Yeah. Oy, oy, oy. Boy, oh boy, this is really kind of just turned around. Like, again, still like a buffer, like you said. Like, thankfully for Legacy, you know, having the 12 rounds is a good sign, I guess, but they can't seem to get this across the finish line, and this is getting a little bit problematic because we talked about momentum, we talked about, you know, confidence in CS, and like this is where Sharks are starting to feel really good about it. Because them getting this many rounds in a row, this is when you start to worry if you're Legacy. If we get into double digits, now I feel like you'll start to see Legacy calling a bunch of timeouts because they're going to have to be overthinking the, you know, this situation tenfold.
Yeah, not really too sure what to make about this one for Legacy, but they have got a bit of a better buy here, and I guess they've just got to keep saying, look, guys, we're only 1 round away. Okay, we're struggling a little bit at the moment, but all it takes is one good opening pick, you know, maybe a good call, decent rotate, and we've won this. It's not too tight just yet that it's going to be concerning. Replays over towards B. Zumao very advanced up in Banana, but they need to rotate across now. That hit is coming in. Sadzen and Nissim have done well to find a killer piece, and Sadzen just going to back off and hold on to the player advantage. It's a wise move. 4-on-3 for the retake. This is the best chance that Legacy have had so far. So we'll look to take the space on brackets. Not a whole lot to work with for Legacy on this retake, though. Just a molly and a smoke. Send into short. Molly into short is going to delay them. Here's a pop flash as well for Gafolo. The timing on that could be critical. That could be a round winner for Sharks. Lato, though, has found Angelo in the meanwhile. And Koala looking to hold down Impid. Has done a good job of that one so far. It's down to the 1v1. The time is ticking. And again, Legacy just won't quite have enough. Sharks hang on for one more. It's a costly one, but they're on the T side, so they don't really care.
Oh, man. What an impressive hold here from Sharks. Honestly, the post plant. Just playing these very tight positions, able to, you know, let Legacy to go for these fights, and they actually win the engagements, so they don't overpeak, which is a great thing to see. They were just playing extremely passive and defensive, which was huge. And now putting this at a 12-9, like I said, this double-digit territory is definitely a conversation now. 5-7's complemented here with an MP9 here for Legacy.
Not a good situation at all. Triple player set up an A, and this is going to, again, just leave Dumao and Lotto combo together. Dumao's going to try to pop flash himself in. Oh, man, it's actually a TK, so they'll take it. Not bad at all. And he's kept all 5 players alive here on Legacy. This is a big play for them now. And you already have Nissim going for a massive flank. This is problematic. Sharks, they're getting sandwiched in.
Yeah, but Nissim's got to make sure that he doesn't overplay his hand. That's the other thing. If he goes too soon, you know, he runs into RDN having a look there, for example.
Oh no!
He made noise.
No.
He made noise.
Oh, that's terrible.
RDN's heard it. I mean, you can't keep going here as Nissim.
Gotta stay.
Spotted.
No, and he's been spotted. Yeah, he spotted his foot.
Has RDN been seen as well? I don't think so. Nissim, yeah, I mean, that's not too good at all. Luck's only able to get himself a 1-for-1, and that is the A site that's going to be taken by Sharks. And RDN, he could have just walked down the stairs, you know? He didn't have to go for the drop off of the motorbike. Could have walked down the stairs. Would have had the perfect flank.
And that's the thing, right? Like, that's the beauty of Counter-Strike. Like, we talk about these, like, micro details like that, or little things where if he would have just gone around the stairs, this round could have been entirely different. He could have been posted up. They wouldn't have even cleared it. They wouldn't have been worried about it.
They would
have came back in mid.
Yeah,
no, they wouldn't have.
It would have just come down to his timing as to whether or not he would have kept pushing and gotten picked by someone that was watching the flank. But no one would have been watching the flank.
Even him just posted up on T ramp like that. He easily, they would have walked past him and he would have been able to minimum get 1, probably would have been able to get 2. Especially with a 5-7 up close like that. It's crazy that he went that way. I don't know. I guess maybe he thought he wouldn't make a noise doing that. When he was doing it, I was thinking in my head, I'm like, I'm pretty sure that makes a noise. And then you hear this big thunk. And so, my oh my. Really unfortunate for Legacy fans right now. But, okay, a 2-round differential. And Sharks are making this a gigantic comeback. Still some room to work with. Guns are going to be out here for Legacy, but man, oh man, if they lose this round here, Jordan, I mean, the loss bonus is full here at 34, but
yeah, they have enough to buy.
They do
have enough to buy next round, but depending on how many kills they get, depending on how many guns they save, it'll be a decent buy. So 2 tough rounds for Sharks to get through to try to get to the OT, but to even be in a position where we're having a conversation around OT, it feels ludicrous. This should have been a clean game for Legacy, and now it's been anything but. But even still, if they close it out 2-0, I guess they're not going to be too disappointed.
Was this 12-4 at one point? Am I crazy?
I believe so, yeah.
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah.
That's madness. Like you said, it should have been just a write-off. Everyone's like, okay, look, Legacy, like, dominating on this map. But we do know historically they did have some pretty close encounters on this map, but not like this. 6 rounds in a row when you're on 12? This is problematic now. And you know that there's so much tension here for Legacy. Frustration and stress. Nades are going to get thrown here. Uh-oh.
He's going to be worried. He's going to be worried about arch side. So smoke goes up at balcony. Now Sadzen's going to start to push his way forward. Off angle. Artie is not prepared for that one. Sadzen not quite able to land the shot into the second player. He sticks around a little bit too long, gets run down, but Nissim holding on for a double.
3 bullets.
Keeps it alive again here for Legacy. The rotation is too late. I mean, Lato's only just now leaving B. Dumao's already over here. Smoke's going down. Aggression smoke tossed out there by Dumao. He's going to go at it alone, or he thinks about going at it alone.
He's trying to
they
distract them.
incentivize to save. I mean, if they save these 2 guns, they have a really good buy next round, but man, they just cannot hold these sites. Molly into pit. Time a factor. If they're going to go, they have to go now. And they are really struggling to get their way into this bomb site. This crossfire is going to be an impossible one to break. Easy double kill for Doc. And Legacy surely are not going to allow Sharks to make an 8-round comeback. 8 in a row.
This is so surprising too. Like even this right here, like the fact that none of them clear, like both of them try to double swing onto the corner box or cold box. Like I get it, they were thinking probably for the instant trade, but at the same breath, like one should be clearing it, one should be checking big pit. Like you should be having this synchronized approach to go, okay, I'm going to do this, you do that. They don't even do it, and they just gave their backs to a free fight and a double kill. I think that was for Doc, right? So there's some questionable plays here from Legacy, and this is beyond surprising considering how much we were pumping them up and saying, like, look, like, this is a top 20 team in the world. And
yeah, you do have to cut some corners when you're running the clock down like that. So, you know, I think they kind of just throw caution in the wind and say, hope for the best. Into the final round of regulation, they don't have a full component of utility to work with. Grenades are lacking a little bit on the side of Legacy. Banana control easily taken by Sharks. I mean, that's another thing. It's just Legacy have not been able to take a huge amount of map control at all on this CT side. They have 0 eyes in this round, lads. They have no idea what Sharks are up to. Sharks would be all the way up in top mid right now. Not quite out into brackets, sure. But Sharks have every piece of the map that you'd want at this stage of the round. And they have every option available to them as to where they want to go. It's just a question of making the right decision, the right call. Do they go A? If they do, there's only 2 players over here defending. And it is going to be a long rotate because Legacy have not pre-rotated anybody. Smoke's coming down now. These A players are starting to feel really antsy, surely. But they still have not called for the rotate. Nope. The wrong call.
they have to rotate now.
It might still work out. Legacy trying to hold on. Sads and 2 incredibly big picks. And he just has to try to hold the line. How has he been given one more? Doc has just gone around the corner too soon. Needed to wait for Gafolo. In the end, gives up his life. Lots of noise being made. They know the bomb plan hasn't gone down. There's 5 seconds. They've got to go. Legacy can make this one happen. Plan on the floor. RDN up close. Can't hit himself a shot. Gafolo solo. Won't get it done. And Legacy at the final hurdle. The penultimate round, or the last round, actually. Not even the penultimate round. It's the last round of regulation. They get it over the line. Talk about the 11th hour. Well, it was the 11th round for Sharks, and that is an unfortunate way to end the series for them. And again, Legacy maintain that win streak this year. They don't drop a single map against Sharks, and they close it out 2-0. But that was about as close of a 2-0 as you could possibly have gotten an OT and a 13-11. Legacy need to be doing better than that.
Yeah, they really do. Like, again, this is not the good performance that we saw yesterday. This is a very different team. Like, we saw it was a little bit shaky in the beginning of Mirage. We're like, okay, like, this is pretty, pretty close, all things considered. And it was looking so good originally, and then I don't know what's changed for these guys. Like, it's just not the championship level team or like a top 20 team in the world that we're talking about. This is just, this is so surprising to me. I'm in so much shock because they had a 12-4 lead. A 12-4 lead, and we went to the last round for them to get this thing done. And it really came down to the fact that Sodzin was able to get, what was that, a triple kill to, like, essentially land them the round?
The third kill onto Doc was the one that it felt like he probably shouldn't have gotten away with. The first 2, okay, fair enough. But that third kill onto Doc, who's sort of just poking around near Boiler on short, maybe he went a little too soon. Maybe he could have shoulder peeked that corner a little better. Yeah, but Sadson hitting that shot, I think the big difference maker. But the fact that it even comes down to that he has to do that. I mean, it was a 12-4 lead, man. Like, it was way too close for Legacy in the end. But they get themselves that win, and they do get themselves that 2-0, and they do get themselves into the grand final of the A South American Masters. So, job done today for Legacy. They'll come back tomorrow, and we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to get things over the line in that grand final. But who will they be playing? That's a big question that we still have to ask ourselves. We've got another matchup coming up relatively shortly. Imperial and Otic will be the match that we're looking forward to. So we'll get ourselves sorted for that one. Well, BRB first, of course. Time to take a short break. And then after this, we'll do a little bit of post-match analysis and then jump into Imperial and Otic. So we'll see you after the break. Welcome back on in. This is the Ace South American Masters, and we are, a few minutes away from getting into Imperial and Otic, our second match of the day, the match that will decide who goes through to that grand final to play against Legacy tomorrow. Before we get into that conversation, though, Laz, obviously, let's take a step back and take a bit of a look at what we saw from Legacy and Sharks. It was a close affair, certainly, even despite the fact that it was a 2-0. 13-11 here on the second map. Take a look at Inferno, and some good work actually done on both sides. RDN 20-20 was the standout for Sharks, but it just wasn't quite enough. Sadzen with a heroic 3K in that final round, I feel like being the ultimate difference maker there for Legacy, and 13-11 is where they found themselves. So I don't even know who you really give the MVP here. Probably it goes to Lato just by virtue of the KD, but man, it's a pretty across-the-board performance from Legacy.
It really is, yeah. Like, I feel like everybody, again, was able to find the moments where they needed to be able to shine bright a bit here. And, yeah, I think statistically it probably would just be Lotto, but I think there's a lot of impact. Like, even like you just alluded to, is the fact that Sodzen was able to get that triple kill at the end, really just pulled up a massive play when needed. He was able to kind of maneuver the op quite a bit in this game, and I felt like he was still picking up kills, kind of across the board. So he, to me, is a very close second, not maybe statistically, but I think in terms of impact, it felt like he was playing his role pretty well. And it is going to be Lotto. So yeah, kind of the obvious choice here with, 75 ADR, 19 and 12, not bad at all. But yeah, this is just really, again, concerning for me in the fact of Legacy that, yes, they get themselves a 2-0, but man, oh man, that was not a clean 2-0 to put themselves in a grand final.
No, certainly not. But to be fair, Sharks are a decent team, have been able to push them in the past, and honestly, yeah, they're like, what, maybe 2, 3, 4 rounds away from actually getting themselves a 2-0 here, which is a pretty crazy statistic given that, obviously, on one side of the coin, we say Legacy have not lost a map this year to Sharks, but on the other side of the coin, there was like that mega OT run on Inferno a little while ago. Now we've seen 2 really close maps, so kind of feels like we're at a point where you go into the next Legacy v Shark series, you can't say that's going to be a 2-0 guaranteed. Like, yeah, probably the prediction will be a 2-0 just because of recent history, but like, Sharks are so close to getting that one over the line that almost might as well have been a 2-0 for Sharks. Either way, it's Legacy in the grand final. Now it's time for us to figure out who will be facing them in that grand final. And like I said, Imperial versus Otic is what's coming up next. And again, on paper, this is a matchup that definitely does have a favorite in the same way that we kind of saw in that last match, right? Legacy was definitely the favorite going in there over Sharks, but there's an argument to be made that maybe Sharks could have put in a bit of work. Well, I think coming into this one, Imperial definitely on paper are the favorites. Last couple of series that they've played against Otic, they have been able to win 2-0, but some really close series, or really close maps, if not series. Again, 2-0s, yes, but close maps, almost going the distance in all of those matches. So again, I'm expecting this one to be a pretty close matchup. Obviously, some recent roster changes as well coming through for Otic with coldzera coming into the mix. Whether or not that's going to change things up, we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me, right? Like, I think this is a pretty interesting matchup because, yeah, on paper, I think you could argue that Imperial probably would have the better of this, but there's some really good players on this, right? I mean, like, try somebody that I look at that, can be a pretty decent opper. Cello's definitely been around for quite some time. Vinny, to me, has always been like a pretty decent, IGL, essentially. Like, I feel like he's always had a pretty good mind for the game. So I do think that this is a pretty strong team, but I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how well they can, handle like some of the changes that's happened here from Otic, because again, they've also had a little bit of changes here as well. But I do think that Otic, having the roster change, in my opinion, puts them at a bit of a disadvantage here, Jordan. I'd be happy to know your thoughts, but I feel like somebody like coldzera is definitely not the prestige value of what he was. He's definitely very, he's a good level name. We get that, but I don't know if I would have agreed that he should have been on this roster personally. But I think regardless of any team and any player, when you add someone new, it's always going to be a learning curve.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it's certainly a conversation to be had at this point. So we'll see. I guess it's like you say, it's a learning curve maybe for Otic in terms of integrating coldzera in and seeing how he's going to fit into the system. But it's going to be a learning curve for us as well to see what level he's going to be able to bring. I think I'd definitely echo your thoughts in saying that, he's definitely not the player that he was, like, 8-9 years ago, or
Yeah.
maybe it wasn't even quite that long ago. Maybe it was more like
quite a
7-8
while
years
ago,
ago.
yeah.
But you know, certainly not best in the world status anymore. But does he have a place in a roster like this one? Yeah, maybe. I think he can certainly bring a good enough level to be competitive at this level of competition. We'll see what he can do today against Imperial. But I'm going to echo your thoughts in saying that it is going to be a little bit more difficult for Otic after making a bit of a roster change to come into this series and perform at that peak level. In fairness, SHR is still relatively new into this roster for Imperial Cello as well. So it's not as if Imperial have had a huge amount of time actually working with these guys either. You know, those roster changes only happening maybe about a month ago. The problem is Cold Zero roster change happened like 4 days ago.
Yeah.
So that's certainly a lot less time to be working on things. But let's have a look at the maps here and see what we're going to be going to as the starting conversation point. Mirage going to be taken away there by Otic. No real surprises. That is a map that they don't like to go towards. Now, Overpass is floated. Overpass is an option here if either team want to go towards it. Train will actually be the choice, courtesy of Otic. Maybe expecting something like a nuke to come out here for Imperial potentially.
Dust 2. Okay.
Another option, something that they have liked to have gone towards. In fact, I mean, look, Nuke, despite being a good map for them, is not one that they've really been picking into. So it's probably somewhere between Inferno and Dust 2, maybe somewhat there for Imperial. Imperial are going to ban away Nuke, actually, which, again, floats the Overpass here. The Overpass, will we get to see it?
I'm just waiting.
Otic.
There's so much suspense here.
Balls in their court, and we will.
Yeah, there we go.
We might not necessarily if it ends up being a 2-0, but I like that as a choice from Otic, right? You've got a new player in. You're probably not expected to win this series. Let's throw a new map in the mix and see if we get to a map 3. Maybe we cause a bit of a ruckus. Maybe we've been putting in a bit of work on Overpass that Imperial haven't, or not expecting the Overpass to come through. It's a bit of video chicken coming out there from both teams, and neither team really taking the bait. So the Overpass ban doesn't come through. We get it as a decider. Train, Dust 2, and then Overpass will be the 3 maps. Now, Dust 2, definitely a map that both teams like to play. Train, we've seen them both on it a bit as well. Overpass is a massive wildcard, though. So, I'm interested. I'm intrigued. Will we get to a map 3, though? Recent history would say Imperial probably find themselves a 2-0, but a close 2-0. So, yeah, we'll see.
Agreed. Yeah, and to be honest, like even the consideration of the pick of Otic going for Train, I don't actually mind that because I don't think Imperial really in the past, like I kind of said this about Sharks yesterday, is that I felt like Imperial and Sharks were those, you know, some of the two SA teams that were kind of like constantly picking this map. They wanted to make it in their pool, but Imperial was kind of the same as Sharks, where you get these good maps out of them or matches out of this map, but also you get these, you know, games where it doesn't really look like it should be a pick for them. So I don't mind it that they didn't really go for it. It was Otic that kind of went for this instead. They have a relatively okay record of 3-2, not bad at all. But I mean, I think again is going to ride a lot about can they get themselves the map picks, because Overpass is going to, in my opinion, be a complete coin toss on this. Like I don't think there's a favoritism one way or the other. Maybe the slightest, I would say Imperial, just because of the experienced roster pretty much together, but barely, I would say.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see. But all eyes pointed toward Imperial as the favorite in this matchup, despite maybe not quite having as good of a run of late as Otic have had. 4 in a row for Otic, but hasn't been quite as tough opposition, let's say, as what Imperial have been facing. So conversation to be had definitely when we do get into the maps. But for now, it's time for us to take a quick break as we get ready for map number 1 between Otic and Imperial. We'll see you right after this. All right, Imperial and Otic are ready to go for map number 1 in their series, and it is another semi-final that we get to see after we've just seen Legacy find themselves the dub over Sharks. Time to find out who's going to join them in the grand final. And Imperial starting things off on the CT side of Train. We'll see how Otic go with the new addition of coldzera, trying to work their way out onto the A bomb site. Has gone pretty swimmingly so far. A couple of quick kills do come through, though Cello in here, dug in at the bomb train, unable to really present a whole lot of a defense, and that should probably be the piss around for Otic, unless Vinny has something to say about it.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe he might be able to get himself that double kill. That could have turned things around a little bit, but not the case. It's going to be Otic that get themselves the opening pistol, and honestly, it was a pretty clean round, considering the fact they just kind of went for a little bit of a T-com pop. They don't really do anything too crazy. I was kind of getting a little bit worried for them, too, because it looked like the utility from Imperial was good, where the double flash on Red Train, I thought it blinded, I think, 2 or 3 of them, but luckily one of their teammates was able to kind of go for the big swing on E-Box, find that double kill like that. So an easy one for Otic. And like we said, this is going to be their map pick of Train, and they're flexing their stats of a 3-2 record. They've been able to get some good victories against like a MIBR Academy, Fluxo. They've taken some losses to like a team like Furia and also Red Canids. But not bad. Some decent level competition they played in this.
Decent teams. Well, interesting approach from Otic in this round, just setting everybody up for an Ivy take. It is going to give Imperial a bit of map control in towards T-Con. Now Otic are hearing those flashes. They'll be aware that some of this control has been taken, especially now with that kill onto Punk. This is a round that could definitely fall apart, though. I mean, 5-7 at close range here at the Ivy hold. Let's see what Tri can do. There's 1 headshot and 2, and all of a sudden, Imperial have a round on their hands.
Yeah, down to Woody and now coldzera. Galil's versus a 2-on-5. Not good at all, these CTs. They just gotta make sure they play this together, get these trades, but coldzera, the new addition, he's able to find this too. And you already have Vinny that's going for the backstab as fast as possible. He's trying to go slow. He's walking this. He's waiting it out, but 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Still have to pick up the bomb, Otic, and that's all the way towards Ivy. So now they have to commit to this plan. So Cold and Woody now grouped together. But again, time is ticking. Like, this is where they have to get moving. Oh, and Cello, I can't believe he missed that. He was so close. coldzera single-handedly just put this round into his hands. He just put himself at a triple kill now. 9 seconds. And they got to get across here. Plant's going to come through. Should be a dead man, yeah. There's no chance.
The plant, though. So a bit of extra cash in the back pocket. But some guns that are going to be retrievable for Imperial. Is there an AK somewhere? They're definitely looking for anything better than a Galil. Don't recall. I don't think there was an AK, though. He's definitely having a bit of a look. He's having a jog.
I'm pretty sure it was just Galil's, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, what was Punk holding? That's the one question. But you'd imagine that that was a gun that would have gotten traded out. So, yeah, no AKs. But look, a couple of Galils around win there. You know, Imperial will be happy. You'll be stoked, actually. It was a good effort from coldzera. I mean, he's already starting to show a bit of his value there. But not enough to get the round win. And you did highlight Tri coming into this game. I think that's always a conversation point when we're watching Imperial play. He's got the AWP early on in the piece. He was a big reason as to why that was a winnable round for Imperial.
And even with the bomb plant too, I mean, it's just going to allow the extra money to flow through for the following. So yeah, this one obviously not going to be committed to any purchase, but this is always tough, like on Train when you're on the T side. You know, you don't have a lot of room that you can get away with, especially when you don't have any utility. So for them, this is just going to be a bit of a really big hope. Just get the bomb down, extra cash if they can. But the thing is that they have to worry about Vinny. They have to worry about Cello that are kind of committed. They're playing very passive towards Z. So they're actually taking advantage of that box that's been added recently. But the thing is, they might be able to get the timing of this. If like all bodies just kind of swarm the lower and upper ramp, there could be a world where they actually can get this. Nice nade, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Oh, and they're all just going to fly out of here, Jordan. This is going to be madness. This is going to be so cool. Either we see an absolute masterclass aiming session, or we see Otic getting a bomb down.
Well, you've got the man advantage now with that rotation coming across from SHR, and Cello is doing exactly what needs to be done. There's the masterclass of the aim that you were hoping for. No bomb plant for Otic. No success at all. Perfect round actually for Imperial. Money getting it rolling nicely on this CT side early on in the piece, and this is the danger of peeking into train. When you pick into train, you're obviously going to be starting on the T side, and you let your opponents get off to a good start. That CT side can really start to get a little bit difficult to deal with.
Yeah, that's very true. And again, like you said, the fact that they kept all 5 alive is going to be even better for them. Nade's going to get thrown here from Otic. They're going to just get some T-Con flashes out. Ooh. SHR's actually pushed himself close into T-Con, but that's going to be smoked off, so he's not going to push through it. Ooh, Vinny. Oh no, surely not. Woo! He's able to escape with his life here. Some good damage actually that he was able to inflict. So this is a little bit awkward for Otic right now because you have 2 players that are towards the hallway, but you don't have anybody that's going towards Pop Dog. And then you have 3 players that are just kind of the outskirts of T-Con. And it's a 4-player stack here from Imperial. Otic looking like they might change the composition here to be for the inner hit. They're making a ton of noise, though. No, just kidding.
No way. Gonna have a bit of a look at Ivy here, and probably not gonna be seeing anything. He'll maybe see case locks if he continues. He is gonna continue. And the timing is looking pretty good on it as well. Case locks are going to be lining up a flash. That'll be a free kill. That'll be the bomb carrier as well.
Oh,
he's really looking for more. He's just going to have to take the 1 here. I mean, that 1 kill pretty much wins you the round. Because now Otic are just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Obviously, they want to take some space on the site, but they also need to go back and get the bomb. SHR wins himself a nice duel. 18 seconds. I mean, yeah, you're getting some space on the site, but you do not have the bomb. So, unwinnable round for Otic. For Imperial now, it's just about keeping as many guns alive as possible. Coldzera will go down to the swing of Vinny. Nate's with the AWP. Deleted. What is that? What is that? That's like a airstrafe peek from SHR. And Imperial win themselves a really easy round. It's a very nicely timed peek from No Way. Just gone horribly wrong for Otic, and it's just almost irrecoverable from that point onward.
Yeah, that's a really, really nice play from No Way. The fact that he was able to kind of, again, like I said this before in the first series, I said when you're on the CT side, when you can get these moments where you can be a bit proactive and kind of be aggressive at times, like calculated, that was very much calculated. No Way was able to push through Ivy. The fact that he is able to get himself in that kind of a position, it just guaranteed them the round. Like, you had your bomb carrier doing the nade exec outside. So not bad at all, but oh, okay. Double deagle that shot, why not? That's one way to, you know, kick a round open for yourself.
Certainly is.
Oh, damn.
That will be a disappointing turn of events for Imperial, because it is going to mean now that they have to dig themselves out of a bit of trouble here. Not impossible, of course. They've still got the weaponry advantage, but they've got to do something in this mid-round. And that is what Otic are going to be waiting for. Vinny spotted out with that push into B halls. So he'll be turned away. Surprised that SHR is going to go for the AWP here. You would think in a circumstance like this, maybe a rifle would be a better option. But he'll back himself. Or will he? I mean, he's all over the place on the site. He's got to make a decision, figure out what he wants to be doing. 45 seconds left here. There's going to be a hole in the defense somewhere, and an AK has been picked up by Woody. There it is. There's that hole in the defense. Cello caught napping. SHR needs to come up with the goods here. He's only got 1 so far. Needs more than that. Running out of bullets, but gets 2. 30 seconds left on the clock here. Punk making some noise. Coldzera as well. Vinny needs to come across and render some assistance. He needs help now. There's a kill from Vinny. There's only one, and it's on to SHR, one of the new players in the team. He gets the headshot onto Woody, and he knows where Punk is. Bomb plant goes down. Waiting patiently. Oh, no! It was looking like it was locked in. The shots just don't connect. I think he ran out of bullets. I'm not sure. Did he run out of bullets, or did he just stop shooting? Yeah, he's got the reload off there. 10 bullets, 6 bullets remaining. Can't see on the final replay there. I think he just ran out of bullets.
Yeah, I think so too. Almost looked like he had a full clip, but
it's a bad one to lose. I thought he reloaded. Maybe he didn't. No, he didn't. Or did he get it? Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Either way, it's a bad round.
He didn't win the round. It's a horrible round to lose. Yeah.
Moral of the story. Double nades coming through. Pop dog control looks like that's gonna be the fight right now for the CT side. Ooh, this is nice though. Good little bit of a crunch. I love the instant smoke that they throw into this. Very easy to do, but they take advantage of it. But this is important because if Vinny backs off, this is where SHR should kind of retreat on this as well. He shouldn't be committing to this by himself. Vinny's kind of repositioning himself onto the upper corridor. Ooh, this is scary though, because again, he doesn't have a flash to pop himself through. SHR, he only has a molly, so he might be able to throw the molly, and then that's when Vinny can actually go for a swing, or he can just commit to this. There is a bit of a shadow advantage, so he does give himself a gifted kill. So Otic kind of taking a really weird approach to this fight.
Well, happy with that. Vinny as the anchor on the site, gets the smoke down. Just changing up his position. Happy days. No Way going to take some space, and there is noise being made in T-Con. No Way is very well prepared for this. Nate, though, has managed to get himself out to E-Box. Oh, it's all gone wrong. It was the perfect setup for Imperial, but the timing has not gone their way at all. Now Try will have to make something happen. SHR gets timed as well. That round has fallen to bits. It looked like the perfect setup for Imperial. They had all their eggs in the right basket, but there was a hole in the basket.
Now Try's just going to try to keep this op alive. Yeah, good from Otic not to go for the hunt like this, though. I mean, really, the only person that could go for this is Punk, but if they can get rid of this op, that'd be nice. Ooh, okay, Try. Oh, I can't believe you're alive. I just can't believe they're both alive. This is... Okay, there we go. Otic, nice little bit of a cleanup. No op secured, so that's really nice in terms of, like, again, the impact, because now Imperial, they're not going to have any weapons that they can put into effect for this one, so really, really nicely done. Like, Otic are... They're getting these rounds. It's a little bit back and forth, yes, but honestly, they're definitely making it uncomfortable here for Imperial, and this is the thing. Like, when I've seen Imperial in past, like, the CT side was definitely their better side, so not looking good here, Jordan. Not looking good at all for Imperial fans.
No. Yeah, a little bit of a mishap, really, for them. Not the end of the world. We'll see. See, this round, you're not expecting to see too much out of that CT side, and this is the map pick of Otic as well, so... Be not the craziest of turns of events.
We're still seeing Imperial playing this... They've typically been playing this triple player setup outside. And then at times they might have Vinny and also Cello inside. So they're going to go just for the standard one on this. The execute's coming through again here from Otic. So the K-Slots that's going to actually throw this. Nate now, the one that has to lead the charge onto this. He's going to actually take this very, very slow. He's not even going to make a peep. He's going to take this nice and quiet. Molotov has caught the feet of one of the CTs now. Making that first connection. Can he be able to find the second? Boy, is it labored, but he gets it finally done. And now it's just Try and Shell, the last two remaining players. Try's able to pick up a gun, but I don't think it's got many bullets in it. And everybody's just shooting at him. It's a firing range, and there we go. Otic will clean it up with only one casualty, so not bad at all, considering the investment from Imperial was very minimal. Now we're back into the op going to be into play. This is important. Who's going to take the op, though? Okay, Try. I was going to say, surely it should be Try, but it was kind of getting thrown around quite a bit here. But either way, they're going to take the timeout, Jordan. I think this is actually very, very, very good timing, considering this game's still anybody's game. It's still very close. They just need to figure out a couple little kinks that are going on right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the map is obviously still going through its motions in terms of, you know, being figured out by all teams across the board, but it does tend to be a little bit CT-sided at the moment. So you're probably looking at, in an ideal world, 7 here for Imperial, which, you know, is going to take some work to get to from a position such as this one. Still going to need to put together a pretty good string of rounds, but they've got the weaponry to do it. It has to start here. No more mishaps allowed. I think, you know, they've been their own worst enemy, in a sense, in a few of these instances, Imperial. Made the right calls, they've had the players in the right spots. They've made life difficult for themselves by just missing a couple of crucial timings, and sometimes that's just the nature of the beast, that's just the way it goes. Hopefully not for them for this round as they push their way into T-Con. They have been playing a pretty active CT side. He pushes out Ivy, pushes into T-Con, pushes up into B halls. Otic are having to do their due diligence in clearing out these angles.
A very slow-paced game here on Train. This is very different than what we saw earlier on yesterday's. Different teams, of course, but a lot of respect here. A lot of executions. Otic still playing the slow approach. Counter smoke going to get thrown onto the lower ramp of the B site. This molly's going to be nice. Should get the intel. I think he might have just heard the one footstep, but Otic now getting pushed back a little bit. This late utility from the CT side is good because now there's only 30 seconds remaining. Now they have to get going. This is when they can't wait any longer. They have to make a decision. They have to make the play now. Smoke getting thrown into deep Z. But Jordan, they gotta go. They're just waiting this out way too long.
Yeah, I agree. They're gonna have to hit some absolute banger entries, and they have done so far. That's really good from Otic. It's exactly what they needed. But it still may not be enough. I mean, Vinny, he could make the difference here. Tapping away. Oh, he's almost got the kill. He did, but not until after the plant had gone down. So still a retake required here for Imperial. Vinny's going to drop. Try. This should be unwinnable from a position like this one. He's got SP in hand. Now Orb. And Otic, I don't know how they managed to make that one work, but they have. The entries coming out of SL, just insane. The fact that they don't lose another player there, it's a miracle, really. But hey, Otic, apparently miracle workers, and this Train T side is really starting to come together now. CT money bad. Imperial gonna have to take a half buy here, and Otic can race away with, you know, maybe 6, 7, 8 rounds on this T side, and that is going to be very difficult to come back from for Imperial.
Ooh, Woody was trying to get a little bit aggro on that, expecting the big swing, and unfortunately the timing wasn't there, but they're actually just trying to put these flashes into full effect. They're actually going to get themselves close into T-Con. They're not going to necessarily commit to it. I think the shoulder was spotted here. Not to him. I'm pretty sure he would have saw the player on the right, but at least he takes one down. Removes try from the equation. So Imperial are trying to up the tempo a little bit here. They're trying to change things up, considering the weapons they got in hand. And they don't have any more utility to work with, so this is going to be a lot of like dry fights. Oh, look at this, Jordan. They got a triple player setup in the inner bomb site. And I think they're even going to have Vinny. He's going to slip through this. Oh my gosh, is he going to get the timing of this Cold Zero? He's going to have a free kill. Oh, Vinny went the wrong way. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Look at the timing. A second or two earlier, and they went on, let's say, the left-hand side of Cold Zero's POV. That I think that could have been an opportunity, maybe, to get that kill, if not two. But just unfortunate events here for Imperial, but a valiant effort, I guess, considering what they had. But a flawless round indeed for Otic. I think it's another. It's gonna be a light buy again.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Imperial, this half has really gotten away from them. It should be an okay buy. They, you know, kept a bit of money in the bank at the end of the last round. So we'll get the reinvestment through, but no warp out for Try, although I don't know that that's necessarily the biggest of factors because he hasn't been super impactful with the AWP so far in this half. Otic looking a little bit too switched on right now for Imperial. The newer, integrations. SHR, he's 8-7, but in a couple of instances looked a little bit out of his depth in some of these rounds. No way. He is aware of Woody's position. This is a good spot to be in, and that is a 1-for-1 to open things up. Now Woody is going to have a difficult time of finding this trade. So Imperial will work their way back into this round nicely, at least. Coldzera can't pull this clutch off. That's too much to ask. So 4 on the board for Imperial. Obviously, best case scenario is now 6. They have definitely missed the par score, but they can still fight for this map if they get to 6.
Yeah, the one thing that's really good though, I think from Otic too, is the fact that they're mixing up the playbook, right? Like they've really tried different things. Like we saw, 2 or 3 rounds ago, they went for the pop dog execution where it was very late in the timing, but they got it done. We've seen them just go for full outside executes. We've seen them go for these, B pops essentially. And even this last round, it wasn't the greatest. Like Woody was trying to be the playmaker and Ivy with an op. Yeah, not the case. But at least the thing is that I'm liking the variety that we're seeing from Otic. They're really just trying to keep Imperial on their toes. And in the situation that they're in, they solved the op and play. They got the AKs ready to go. And they got themselves a 2-round buffer. I mean, worst case scenario, this is a tie half. But I think for Otic, obviously, if they can be able to find these last 2, that would be huge. But nonetheless, I mean, it is... I feel like they're playing a pretty decent T side because, what we saw yesterday was just very minimal strategy department. But thankfully for this one, Woody's been cooking something. He's cooking more.
Yeah. Nice open up for Otic, but Cello getting one back onto Woody. So speaking of cooking, Molly doing just that. Terra working his way down alongside Punk. It's contact play into B. It's not really something that Imperial have seen so far. And it might just work. Case Locks can't get the better of Cello though. And Nate, that quick rotate is going to have to actually be quite quick because there is a fast flank coming in from SHR. His timing is looking very good. Otic not aware of it seems. Oh, they are, never mind. Coldzera was watching from underneath that smoke. Didn't quite see it, nor did SHR. And that should be another round for Otic. The odds continue to improve for Otic as they win more rounds on this T side. 71% of the time, if you get 7 rounds in the first half on T, you go on to win the map. It goes up to 84 if they get 8 here. So already looking really, really favorable for Otic right now. And Imperial have definitely not delivered.
Yeah, a lot of weaknesses are getting shown here from Imperial. But that's what it just kind of goes back to my original point about Otic. I just feel like their T side has been really, really well. Like this matchup alone, like I was kind of saying, Vinny's a really good IGL, but I didn't really get the chance to talk about Woody. Like I do think Woody can call really, really good games. Like that's why he's been able to play with some really good talent in the region. So we're getting to see that right now. So they're in a 7-4 position, potentially even the 8-4, because look at the situation we're going to have. Imperial. I mean, they got the double ops though. Like this is, I don't know if I like this because considering that Otic are playing very like execute heavy and like very much relying on the smokes, I don't know if that's really going to be the playmaker. But look, Imperial are going to try something different. They have to. What they're doing is currently not working. So, like I said, not going to work at all. Look at that. Nante just running it down, gets himself 3. Why the heck not? He's just cleaning up the house here. He wants to get this first half done and over with. Make it 4. Why not Jordan? He wants to maybe find an ace. No way by himself. Looking for the hunt now. He has to find 4 more players. He's given his position away. Nate surely must be hunting it, but Woody, the IGL, is going to be able to find him, and they get themselves the 8-4.
Back in for the second half, and things are looking quite average for Imperial, maybe even below average, as they only got 4 on their CT side. Otic, on the other hand, their map pick of Train is looking very good indeed. A CT pistol here would put them in a commanding position and probably 1-0 up in the series.
Maybe, just maybe. Man, I'm just thinking here, there's going to be all armor, if I'm not mistaken, here for the CT side. So now they're just going to run it down. Imperial, they're not even messing around. They don't even want to wait it out. They don't want to do anything calculated. They're just thinking, you know what? Let's just send it. Let's go into this inner bomb site. Let's get the bomb down. And now they're going to try to put some pressure on this. A P250 for a long-range fight. SHR is trying his best, but look at Nate. There he is. The assassin himself finds this double, and Otic bounce right back into this. Vinny now by himself, so far away. Not a chance he's going to be able to get this, and Otic are going to get themselves the opening round. And it all comes down to Nate once again just putting himself in the best positions in the world and just getting these kills and opening things up.
Great start to the second half here for Otic. Not really much more to say about it, is there? I mean, this has been a fairly lackluster map from Imperial. It was a nice opening, but just that huge hole in the offensive, I guess, as it were. And it's Otic that walk away with the pistol. They've got, you know, the guns that they need to win this round. Although there is going to be an investment from Imperial there. Kind of grasping at their straws now. Really hoping that something's going to go right. Give them a chance in this map, but it's looking pretty bad. So a slow approach from Imperial here. Maybe a bit of a pick and split kind of style. You know, you got the scout out, you got a couple of deagles. See if they can find an opening here and there with a nice shot and go from there.
And a little bit of a tough one here for a player like Try. He hasn't really been able to find too many openings here with a sniper and his ability. Just like that. I mean, I know it's a scout, but gets out positioned here from Ponk. But nonetheless, we see Imperial with a 2-2 split. You got the two that are just outside T-Com with the bomb. So again, these two players that are kind of floating towards hallway. It is a bit of a ruse. So I imagine that they're going to try to want to maybe go for the outside pop eventually here. Yeah, they're going to reposition themselves now. They realize with 48 seconds remaining on this, they want to do that. There is a player, though, of Nate that is kind of pushed through T-Con. So he's in a power position. So this is a problem right now for Imperial, Jordan. This is not where you want to be if you're on the T side.
Certainly not. Not over yet, though. The execute coming out. 1-for-1 is not too bad as far as No Way is concerned. One of the M4s on the ground. Woody be wanting to take note of that to retrieve it if he's going to be alive later on in this round. Case-Locks ducked under the bomb train. He hears Vinny, but he just can't do anything about it. Coltero's a little bit too late on this lurk to deny the bomb plant, but he does get the kill onto No Way anyway. Now, Vinny has the freebie here. His position now given away on the reload, caught by Punk, and that is going to be that. Otic do what they need to do. They keep the couple of M4s alive, but more importantly, they win the round. They're up to 10. Imperial do get a bomb plant, and they may be incentivized to reinvest here just because they know they've done a lot of economic damage. They don't really have any other way of, I think, winning this map than trying to break the CT economy pretty early on in this half. So they'll probably buy in off the back of that bomb plant.
I would definitely think so too. Boom. They're pretty smart, Jordan.
Yep.
It's a half buy. Well, quarter buy? It's something. It's a partial buy. Either way. We'll see. With the AK Tech 9s Deagles for Imperial, I mean, this is where desperate times, desperate measures, right? I mean, this is where they're down by 6. They haven't really been able to find too much of an opening at all here for the second half. They're going to get 3 players down Ivy. I'm just kind of curious where they're putting Vinny with that AK. So they actually did try to put him towards Ivy originally. Utility is going to be burned quite early here from Otic, both onto Pop Dog and onto Ivy. So these smokes are dissipating quickly. And I think that's kind of the plan here for Imperial. Make lots of noise. Get the CTs to kind of rotate a lot of shuffling, a lot of utility usage. That allows them to maybe just go for some raw, gunfights, essentially. It's not a bad thing at all, considering their resource is limited. Otic actually taking a unique approach onto this with a triple player into the inner bomb site. What on earth? Okay.
He's got the opener. That's exactly what he needs to do when he's been entrusted with the hero AK. A-bomb site looking pretty weakly defended at the moment. It's a bit of a heavier stack over on B for Otic, and they are going to need to start to bring some of those forces across, whether it's... I mean, okay, well, that's round over, probably. Plant going to go down here. Guns are going to be retrieved. Imperial do lose Vinny. SHR, he's just gone lurking through that smoke. Now Coldzera will be taken down as well. And we have a little bit of a game on our hands. I mean, the lead is still 10-4, 10-5. So it is very favorable for Otic, but it's not going to be an easy finish for them. They're going to have to work for it.
Nice round from Imperial. I mean, let's not forget this was the mixture buy too, and it worked out very, very nicely. Getting that first kill. I think that was against Nate, if I'm not mistaken, but look at how fast, like you talked about, like the money is just crumbled here for Otic. Like it's in shambles. And I mean, now with this timeout, Woody's gonna have to figure out what they want to do with this. I mean, you have two players with 3,200. You could drop a couple pistols if you want. Keep that money floating around that 2K. That should be decent enough for you with the loss bonus to kick in to get some guns for the following round here. But I'm just curious what they want to go for, because I wouldn't mind seeing them, you know, being aggressive in Pop Dog again, maybe trying that where they did the smoke and getting that, you know, hallway control, maybe put those MP9s a little bit closer. I feel like this is a moment where they could try to, you know, just throw a little bit of a curveball, try something a little bit different. Imperial might not expect it considering, you know, the money situation and guns that they do have. I think that would be really important for a round like this in round 16.
Let's see what the option of choice is going to end up being here for Imperial. Sandwich smoke early on in the piece, but Caselock spotting that no one's out of T-Con just yet. So Otic are not under too much pressure early on in the piece. Ivy presence. We're seeing a lot of Ivy play out of these South American teams. Committing to it though. It's a slow approach this round from Imperial. Bit of damage done though onto No Way and Cello. So that'll soften the targets up. The Scouts, the 5.7s, the MP9s suddenly start to become a lot more viable, and a nice push out of the B bomb side as well from Otic. They have taken a lot of space. This could get pretty dicey for Imperial pretty soon.
This is awkward. Nate's in a decent position here. I was thinking maybe he might be able to find this kill. I think he did some good damage onto No Way, but him going down, not the greatest. And yeah, look at Imperial now taking full advantage of this. They've been able to find a couple kills in their way, so now just leaving Woody and also Case Locks by themselves. They're just going to have to save these guns. Save the armor, save the MP9, everything.
Yep.
And Imperial are going to be able to find a second round on the docket for them in a row. Oof.
It's a bit of a shame how that one's panned out for Otic, because the round was set up reasonably nicely with that early damage, but just not able to get any conversions. Not really able to end up actually putting it over the line. Case Locks, he is going to be allowed to hold on to the MP9 here, but one player with an MP9 going through to the next round is really not a concern for Imperial at all. It's not the kind of impact weapon that you're going to be too afraid of. Doesn't really have the pick potential. It would have to be a very unique set of circumstances here for Case Locks to get enough done with the MP9 to win a round for Otic. They should be taking a full save outside of that. They've got 2.4k loss bonus. Most players around 2k. You need every dollar in the bank here to get a proper buy next round. So should not be seeing much of an investment here from Otic at all. And
No,
Imperial will get themselves up to 10-7. You'd be hoping.
You would hope, yeah. I mean, in this kind of a circumstance too, again, like you said, with no investment, you get in these conversations of like, do you just do the 4 USPs in one spot, or do you kind of just commit all 5 players to, together? It looks like they're going to mix the MP9 outside here. Good utility usage, actually, though. It does make a connection. Imperial, they're just going to go right through T-Con. This is a really bit of a bold move, considering that they knew that the money was going to be a bit shambles. And oh man, that's a decent kill from Case Locks. It's a little bit of money, but still now the man advantage here still for Imperial. They got the better guns. USP still in hands for the CTs, but they don't have any rifles. They have nothing to work with. But Vinny is low, so there is a chance they might be able to take him down too, just to getting that extra little bit of cash, like we talked about the new CT economy, a little bit of a buffer. That could go a long way for these guys.
Yeah, everyone just frozen in place at the moment, waiting to see if they can find a nice timing. Obviously, the bomb needs to be retrieved by Imperial. They're not too eager to make the mistake. Vinny, he's watching. If there's going to be any push. There won't
paranoid. That's kind of the cool concept of it, right? Like we briefly talked about that before, but like just with the CT adjustment is just that extra $50 or whatever, it does add up nicely.
Yeah.
And Vinny being 13 HP, he still swings. He's just like, nah, whatever. I don't care. It's all good. Okay, Cold.
One more kill for Coldzera. It's another $50 in the bank. Vinny, again, 13 HP. So somehow Coldzera could find a way to swindle a kill onto SHR. Then maybe there was an angle, but not this time around. Imperial will go up to 7. And we have a pretty close map on our hands at the moment. I mean, is this enough to convince you that Imperial can do it on the T side? I'm not sure that it is for me. We need to still see a proper good couple of gun rounds out here. If the scoreline does get equalized at 10-10, then I might start to believe. But right now, Otic still in a stable enough position that this should be their map.
No, I would agree with you. I don't think I'm fully convinced yet from Imperial. We need to see a little bit more of these gun rounds. No doubt about it. And with Woody with the MP9, it allows him to have that diffuse kit. It's going to be the only one here available on the CT side too. So again, he's playing that hard utility and extra support for the team. Ooh, double player pushing into Ivy. This is interesting. If they go dry, they might be able to find No Way on a timing. But he's kind of propped up, ready for this. If they both swing, this could be a 1-and-1. Coldzera gets this. No Way's looking around. Case Locks might be able to get the timing. This could be good. He hasn't made a peep. He hasn't made a sound. There's a little bit of hesitation. No Way thinks it could be a possibility. Now he's going to peek it. Now he gets the shoulder. Now he needs to get out of here. He cannot commit to this, but he will. Why not? He wants to look for one more, but he can't. SHR is going to get the better of it, but now he has to put himself in the 1v4, making it the 1v3 now. I think it might be a little too late here, Jordan.
Yeah, maybe. And maybe this little resurgence from Imperial is about to start coming to an end. Punk should get the easy kill onto SHR right here as he works his way out of the smoke, and that will indeed go his way. So 11 on the board now for Otic. And Imperial, with a bit of cash in the bank, are still going to be able to have a crack at this one, but feeling a little bit perturbed by that. It's kind of you're on your last legs now here as Imperial. You can't allow it to go to 12. At that point, one round, one mistake, it's the end of the map. So, Otic just getting one more here will feel like a big win, and Imperial have to try to avoid letting that happen. Big string of probably 4 rounds in a row.
And Imperial may be banking on the idea of going for the inner pop on this one too, because you can see the bombs actually made its way. A little bit more of a decisive decision for it. Still debating though. Oh, the nade timing is just unfortunate here from Otic. I like it though. Waiting things out. Still plenty of utility available here for the CT side. Mollies and also the smoke there. There's actually a T-molly available here for Woody too, so that's going to be nice in terms of the extra spread. A little bit more damage. It's not bad at all. Could be problematic here for Imperial. And a very slow game on this one. Imperial is just very much trying to take this step by step, really. They know there's a lot at stake here, because if this round goes, like you said, this should be done.
Well, not done yet. 3 players over toward the B bomb site is a good call from Otic. Acelocks and Punk playing the high-low setup. Decently timed util out here from Otic as well. They've got to go through a smoke at the bottom of the stairs. That's just never going to work. Oh, Punk with a triple kill, and it's an easy triple. Make it a 4K as well. That is about as easy as it gets on a B hold for Otic. They just did everything right. They had the pre-rotate. They had the util at the perfect time. They shut Imperial out. And that is a round that is a million miles away from an Imperial round. Otic will go to 12. It is their map to lose.
Now that's huge. Honestly, massive holding here from Pong too. Like the fact that, again, like I was saying, like the important factor of this round was all the utility that was available, because he was able to throw that Molotov that allowed Imperial to just have to sit there and not do anything. Then he throws the smoke, even though they popped it open. Like he was in the best position. Like he was able to throw all that utility. The smoke made it even worse for Ware. And the fact that he's able to get the quad kill, just chef's kiss. Like, honestly, huge hold, and now they're on the map point. So this map pick from Otic is looking like there's a reason they went for it. But we'll see if they can get this thing across. I mean, we saw before on the first series today, Jordan, that isn't always the case. Even with big leads like this, things get pretty close, and Nate, he's not expecting that at all. What is happening? No.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear those footsteps. He's holding the smoke in hand. He's holding the smoke in hand, and
what is going on?
I just can't believe it.
That's
Imperial have decided to throw caution to the wind. They've just decided that they're going to overwhelm the bomb site with pace, and I mean, that is how quickly it can happen. It's a real mishap for Otic. It's not enough to get Imperial back into this map in any meaningful way, but it certainly is a bit of a speed bump for Otic. They have an awkward monetary position now. They're going to be able to get a buy out here, but they are going to go down to 0, and so we'll see how much that's really going to punish them.
I just still can't believe that. Like, his headphones on backwards or something? Like, what? That's just nuts. Never should that have happened. I just wonder if, like, maybe the comms were just too much on his team and he couldn't hear anything. I could speculate forever. It doesn't matter, even though, like, that's just a round that should have never happened. Lots of good utility work here from the CT side, throwing right into T-Con. Imperial trying to go for it again, but look at Nate! Finds all 3, decimates them, and now they're done. This should be it. This should be the moment. Try has just never been able to have any room to get himself the ability for finding these kills. It's an unfortunate hand he's been dealt with, but Otic will be able to get this thing done. 13-8, and they will seal the deal. But man, oh man, what a performance from some of the star players here of Otic to get this thing done.
Yeah, man, that's a really inspired map pick as well. Obviously, a bit of a change-up in terms of the maps that have been picked in this series in comparison to the last couple of matchups. Previous 2 matchups, it's been Anubis and Dust 2. Obviously, you know, we get Train here in the first 2, and then we're going to go to Dust 2 for Imperial's map pick. So there is, you know, that element sort of flowing through. But it's clear that Otic have put in a bit of work on that map, and they are looking much more comfortable on it than Imperial. There was, to be fair, okay, maybe like a couple of unlucky moments in the first half for Imperial, but at the end of the day, Otic just looking like far and away the better team here, and a real gauntlet thrown down now at Imperial, because if you can look that good on Train, you know, who's to say they can't get it done on Dust 2, a map that they've played against Imperial a lot of times in their last 3 matches. They have played it. I mean, yes, Imperial have won it all 3 of those times, but 13-10, 13-9, 13-11 have been the scorelines on that map, so very, very close affair coming up here, and I think Otic, yeah, they're looking pretty locked in today.
They really are, yeah, and I think when you have players like Nate that's playing well, and you know, like someone like Punk that's able to kind of run around and just get these double kills, if not triple kills, that's going to just allow you to just have some really good success. And that's the thing, is where we talked about it in the beginning, is that Nate is somebody that, as a rifler, he can be the star player, he can be somebody that can create some space, and I think you got a lot of it here today. Like, I think he took advantage of the fact that Imperial was playing a very slow-paced T side, like pretty predictable in some ways, like very defaulty, waiting things out. And they honestly did a good job of just, again, taking map control when they wanted to as CTs, and just made it very, very hard for Vinny to kind of get any sort of a game plan in full motion. So I love what we saw from Otic. I think that was a very clean train, considering we saw something yesterday that wasn't so clean, but this was definitely a whole other element that we got today, which was great.
Yeah, but in saying that, obviously, you know, a tough map maybe coming up here for Otic. You know, their win record, or their win-loss record on Dust 2 is not amazing, to be honest. They do get some wins here and there, but generally, you know, they're losing more than they're winning. So the way things are shaping up, this may end up actually being a 3-mapper. Imperial, though, I don't know, they're just looking a little bit off today. It didn't really seem like, you know, they had a whole lot of pizzazz there, unfortunately, Laz. And so we'll see whether or not they can find that. We'll take a short break here before we do head into Dust 2. So don't go too far away. We'll be back right after this. Rightio, well, that was an unwelcome turn of events as far as Imperial are concerned, as they actually suffer their first map loss to Otic in their last 3 games. Last couple of matches that they did play, they went 2-0. They were close to 2-0s, but that's a map loss. And that may be the start of something a little bit greater here for Otic. I'm just looking at, the recent history, and the last time that they did lose a map to Otic, they actually lost the series to Otic as well. That was a best of 5 though, lads, so maybe something more to be said about that one. But yeah, certainly not a particularly inspiring performance from Imperial to start things off there on Train.
Agreed. Yeah, it really wasn't. It just felt like Imperial kind of playing this very slow, I don't even want to say methodical, but just very slow approach to it. I felt like they really weren't in the game the whole time. Like, they had some decent rounds, but it kind of felt like they had to do these like kind of chaotic situations to get themselves some wins. So, which is really unfortunate and kind of like uncharacteristic too, just because typically Imperial has had the better of Otic in a lot of different situations, but nonetheless, I mean, I think Otic definitely played the way better game. Dust 2 is going to be a very different case for me, though, Jordan. Like, I feel like, again, this is a map that I think we've seen Imperial play quite well on. Like, it's a relatively decent record on it. They've been able to play some good competition on this. I'm even thinking about teams they've been able to beat, like Metasport and like Legacy and 9Z and stuff like that. Those are different. Those are very decent competition levels that they've been able to play on a map like this with some decent score lines.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing that's kind of like weighing in the back of my mind is that this is kind of like the map that they pick into Otic. You know, they choose to take this map to them. They have been able to beat them 3 times in a row. But, you know, that's a lot of material for Otic to go back and look at. You know, Otic have made a little bit of a change up here with Coldzera coming in, and I don't think he was necessarily missing a beat, actually, in this matchup. He was okay. He had a couple of good moments. There's the scoreline, 13-8. You can see, and a lot of that coming down to Nate and Punk being the ones to kind of lead from the front. But, you know, little cameos in there from the rest of the lads as well. Held on, kind of did enough. And even despite the attempted heroics from Vinny and SHR, a couple of the riflers there for Imperial, was not enough. So, interesting kind of performance, honestly. We obviously will see that when we take a bit of a look back here at the replays, that there was a couple of big individual rounds out. And this was the first one there where Coldzera kind of got himself a couple of quick kills in succession. We thought, oh, you know what? Maybe, you know, he's online. But yeah, there was this is a real weird ebb and flow to this game where it kind of always felt like it was Otic's to lose. That was a fantastic round, of course, from Punk, and he's definitely in the conversation to be an MVP, but it will go the way of Nate for this one. 23-15, kind of hard to go past that. And yeah, look, if he can manage to lock it down with a scoreline like that on map 2, well, we might be done and dusted in a 2-0 capacity, but definitely expecting that Imperial's going to come back and hit a little bit harder on Dust 2.
Yeah, I would definitely think so too. Like, I mean, that seems to be where it should go. But I feel like for someone like this, you know, getting the MVP, like he really did play a phenomenal game. Like, I was thinking about even the highlights where he was able to capture like the CT flank, where he's able to get the 1-2 hit with the USP, right? Well, he just put himself in a lot of situations for multi-kill rounds, and not even just like getting the frags. It felt like, again, I always talk about impact, but his impact was huge. Like, he was able to get some critical things done when he needed to for his team. So makes a lot of sense though. But honestly, moving over to Dust 2, it's a bit more, it's been around forever. Like, we know that Dust 2's really not changed that much in terms of the landscape of the map. Like, obviously there's some different things that have happened over the course of time, but I do think that Imperial should have themselves a bit better of a situation in this one. But I am still not going to ignore the fact of what we kind of saw from Otic. Like, I do think that some of these players are firing better. I felt like their firepower was a little bit stronger. The one thing I was really impressed with, in my opinion, was, like I said a bit earlier, is that try. Like, he was getting pretty much punished anything he tried to do, so they didn't even allow him to play his game. So I think if we see that again on a map like Dust 2, this is definitely a conversation of 2-0.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. It's time for us to take a short break before we do head into map number 2. But like we've said, Imperial on Dust 2, generally pretty good. Can they come back in this best of 3? We'll find out right after this. Rightio, here we are for map number 2 between Imperial and Otic. Otic looked quite good on train. We'll see if they can manage to back that up. Here for the second map of Dust 2, it is the choice of Imperial, and you can see them trying to get pretty aggressive down middle. Nate trying to, again, use a little bit of that momentum that he had. He's able to block the smoke in mid, which is really nicely done from him. Woody as well, getting the better of Try. This is a lot going on in that round for Nate, and he's just kind of clocked ahead off in the meanwhile without too much difficulty at all. So great start to the round here for Otic.
Yeah, he's already put himself in MVP status in the first map, and he's already making some big plays here for the first, like, draw, stopping 2 smokes, allowing him to get the opening duel. Not bad at all. So now Caselock's going to be able to fulfill that same amount of impact as his teammate. That's the biggest question. Him and Woody together. Woody's trying to go for the shots here. He's missing it. Oh no, this is crumbling. This is crumbling badly, and now everybody's just been falling down. It's going to be Ponk and Coldzera. They're not even... No. Oh, they're not even going for this.
Yeah, I mean, that's really disappointing the way that that round has actually ended up playing out for Imperial. They had everything that they needed to win that. Or I should say for Otic. They had everything that they need to win that. And to give that pistol over to Imperial, it gets them starting off on the right foot, and we don't know necessarily that this is going to be a comfortable win on this map for Imperial, but it is historically their map in this series, right? They've picked it up 3 times in a row against Otic, and you look at the score lines, and they're very, very close, and you think, if there's, one maybe little thing that could push this over the line, it might be getting a pistol round in the first half, a pistol round in the second half. That can be the difference between, an extra, 2 to 4 rounds, for example. So when you start the pistol round with a 5-on-3 advantage, you want to be closing that out, especially in a map that's been so close in the past between these 2 teams. But yeah, a little bit of a mishap there from Otic, and gonna have to work to make amends for that one.
Yeah, just so surprised again, considering Nate was able to get a good start with this, and then it really was just the double player in B. They couldn't even find 1 kill at all. They both went down immediately. So that just allowed Imperial to get themselves a free plant, free site, and essentially the round. So now they're going to force up here with the SMGs, the Scout. They're going to try to see what they can do with this, but Woody's goes down quickly again. And Caselock's being the only player here. Playing this angle, as soon as he's dead, this is an instant save from Otic. There's no way about it. They're not going to go for this. And he's still trying to contest to it. He's still trying to put a lot of pressure on it. Not going to happen at all. So this is going to be Imperial be able to get this bomb down. And like I said, you shouldn't be seeing Otic go for this, because they do have the Scout. They got some big investment into this, so they're just going to preserve it. So Imperial got themselves an easy second.
Not the start that Otic would have wanted after a strong finish to map 1. I imagine that the confidence would have been pretty high for Otic, finding themselves a win against Imperial for the first time in the last 3 series. But maybe reality is going to come crashing back into them, as No Way takes the head off of Nate. Not really the time that Otic want to be going cold, but see what they can get done in the first gun round. We can't really judge too much just yet. Sarah and Punk look like they are going to hold on to their weapons, so there will at least be something to play with. So it should be even, the deagle tossed over there from Coldzera. It does get tossed in the direction of Woody. Another investment here from Otic would be surprising. Nate's gone in for the Scout. So not a fully committed investment, but they're still going to try and trouble Imperial.
Oh, that's nice. And he actually does land the damage, so that's a good connection. Would have been nice to get the kill, but honestly, he's really just becoming a playmaker, though.
I know, isn't he? He's trying to just charge it down middle in a lot of these rounds. I'm interested to see if that's going to continue into the bona fide gun rounds. Something that Imperial are going to have to be pretty aware of. They're going to look for a little bit more. Headshot onto Cello. Okay. He's on one today.
Oh, both these players just a little bit of a standoff on the other side of the door.
Punk won't move.
Yeah,
He's got the shadow advantage.
Yeah, he should never move from that. I'm glad you said that because I was thinking the exact same thing.
Oh, he's
It's like
moving.
real. Oh no. Oh no, he gets it too. Oh, you're kidding. And he gets a free. I think that's a Galil he get picked up too. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Hi.
Maybe Tri was expecting the same thing as we were. There's a guy here. He's not going to be moving. Vinny does take the head off of Nate, but there is a player up on the trash pile inside of the smoke, which could cause a bit of a ruckus here for Imperial. Coldzera gets himself one, and there's Caselox, the aforementioned player, jumping up the trash pile. Otic have found themselves a very cheeky round, and sort of half questioned the extra investment into that round. You know, the scout coming through. There was obviously a 5-7 board up there by Woody as well. Some extra pieces of armor. Would have affected the buy in this coming round if Otic had a loss there, but they do pull off the win, and straight away, Imperial back to a force buy of their own. And Otic making some inroads early on in Dust 2. It's a positive sign. Let's keep an eye on Nate here and see what he does. Is he going to go down mid again? He's just going to drop some util and back off this time around.
Flashes galore, and that actually does allow, even though Punk's able to get this one kill, that this long presence is going to be slightly wrapped up here, but Coldzera are just playing a very much of an off angle in Big Pit. They don't have any util to flush him out either, so this is all about gunfights to get him out.
Well,
They don't even know for sure because if Nate or goes for the swing, oh no, okay, yep. I was gonna say if he goes for the swing, that should be fine. Oh, and that's the bomb too, Jordan. This is not good at all. Imperial got to get out of here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, though, Tri has found a little bit of a window into the B bomb site. Not sure that Vinny's going to be able to come across and get the bomb onto the site, but Tri will be able to get on the site. Now, the thing here is Vinny has to go quiet. And I think Caselox will have heard him already. Certainly seems like he's looking for him. Off angle. Yeah, he was very prepared. He would have heard the drop. And so Tri into the B bomb site could cause a little bit of a ruckus here, maybe take a kill or two, but it does seem as though Otic have read into that rotation coming through from Vinny that the B site's been taken by Tri. You see it has been smoked off by Caselox. Nate caught out in no man's land. So that's less than ideal, but it does confirm the information as to where Tri is. A couple of 1v1s being taken. Ooh, that's a nice shot. Going to win the round, but any extra damage here is going to be beneficial for Imperial in the long term. Caselox is sticking around as well. He's got a nade in hand. I want to toss that one in. Does he get him after time? I think he does. No, the grenade doesn't do enough. How? How's that grenade not done enough?
Didn't he have full HP? Am I crazy?
I thought he was half HP. I may be wrong. No,
Oh,
look at
no,
him. He's
you're
on
right. No,
37.
you're right. Yeah,
or
you're
28,
right. Yeah.
rather. 28
Yeah,
HP.
you're right. I was thinking, I'm like, yeah, that nade's not going to do anything. And then I'm like, oh no, I'm just old. Can't see. I don't know. I just, you know, like, yeah, the damage would have been nice here for an Otic to be able to get that gun away, but I don't know. They cost 2 players already. I don't know if that was really worth it, but I know they could rebuy into this, but I just don't know if that was really, in my opinion, worth the big fight. But nonetheless, it's already happened. It's fine. Naltes are going to be able to hear a lot of information through middle. Coldzera, you need to control that recoil. Does get it done for the first. And now you can see Imperial losing one of their players quickly early on. The rifle's still available, though, for Tri. They will use this Xbox smoke to their advantage. They're going to try to go up towards Catwalk. Good utility, though, from Otic to be able to block this off for the time being. This is just going to be a pop. Like, Vinny's got the double flash. They're probably just going to pop flash this and just swing out of this. The question will be if they want to even jump CT either. I don't think it'd be reasonable, but they might try it. Oh, they're trying to fake it.
Well, they're waiting that smoke out. And here are the flashes ready to go. Coldzera will get a couple of assisting flashes coming through as well. The palm flashes from that CT side. He's not traditionally an AWP. Going to have a crack at it this time around. Oh, this is now getting awkward. Space has been taken, and Woody only able to get himself a 1-for-1. Coldzera does hit a nice trade, but this should be, at the very worst case, a bomb plan for Imperial. Nate going to go over the top. Stopping some targets won't work out. Punk. That's 2. And he was not the player jumping up and down. That's what I was trying to figure out there. He was the guy back towards car. So Otic get themselves a third on this CT side, but allowing a bomb plan to go down, it again sort of assists the Imperial economy a little bit. But good round out from Otic. Cold Sarah's above 10k. So money going in the right direction for this CT side.
It really is, and it seems like Otic is definitely playing a lot better than the first couple rounds were going. It kind of felt like Nate was the one that was kind of making the initiation. He was the kind of the guy that was trying to just create some good opportunity for these guys, but now we're starting to see like Cold's playing well. He's hitting his shots. Ponk's been able to put himself into prime position, and now even Nate once again, he's going for a big fight, but cannot make the connection. So that's a given duel here for Imperial. He's been very aggressive. Like he's really just been, it feels like he's just been kind of like holding W a bit and just trying to see what he can get away with. I don't necessarily hate it, but I do hope he kind of pulls back on this now, considering this round has not gone in his favor, or like this situation has not gone in the favor. But we'll find out. Ponk's going to be able to get a really strong position again. Oh, he's going to actually push this.
Going.
Oh, he keeps going. Why?
Does he keep going?
Jordan, I don't get it.
Well, they're down 4 on 5, you know, so he wants to try and make a play.
Yeah, but that's like the worst I just feel like that's the worst spot you should do it. Like being in that position, like you said, you have the shadow advantage. You're in such a good spot. Like go somewhere else. I don't know, just I don't like it. I hate it, Jordan. I hate it.
Well,
that's all I got
at the end of the line for Otic in this round. 3v5 is going to be a tough one to hold unless someone goes nuclear. Woody's having a little bit of a look into mid with the AWP. I mean, this is a big risk from Case Locks as well, just jiggling this line with the insend. But 20 seconds left. If he gets that insend down and Woody's over towards his B bomb site already, bomb's over there. I mean, this could go wrong for Imperial. They are really waiting that timer down. They've got 15 seconds to get over to A and get the plant. I mean,
oh no,
this could go so wrong. Are they going to get there in time? They're not going to get there in time. They've got to find the kills.
No
5
way.
seconds, they are going to find him. Surely there's
Case
no
Locks.
way that he can survive
Case
his
Locks.
car. No, stuck your head, sir. Oh, Otic win the
He did
round.
it. He got
Otic
it.
win the round. What is that round from Imperial? That might be the worst round of all time. They just sat there and did nothing until there was 10 seconds left, and they're trying to rotate the bomb with 10 seconds on the timer from B tons. What is that?
Oh my goodness. I can't believe Imperial's not going to call a timeout from that.
That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. That's a shocking round.
That is probably the worst round of the qualifier so far. Like that must be.
Oh.
Like you and I have seen a couple doozies, but that one definitely takes the cake for sure.
How has that happened? They have a 5v3, man. There's 30 seconds on the clock. Just do something. Do anything. That is a crazy round from Imperial. They smoked themselves off. Were they not the ones that smoked B tons?
Yeah.
They smoked B tons and then tried to rotate. Like, you've got 10 seconds on the clock, guys. All right, anyway, next round, okay? That's what they've got to be saying to themselves. I'm obviously going on about it, but hopefully they're not. Because this is the next round. But that is a potential half sinker of a round. I mean, that puts them in such an awkward spot now. Down 4-2, you know, this next round goes the way of Otic. They're up 5-2. Money's still good. Woody can't see anything, though. Smoke's up. Well, Derek's got footsteps. Oh, he's got to be careful. Tech 9 at close range can do some work. Derek does. Then he gets himself one. Woody's going to fall as well. Oh, no. Otic have not been able to capitalize on the advantage that was given to them by a real mishap from Imperial, and they're not going to make the same mistake twice. This time they go fast. So, Imperial, we're getting themselves up to 3 and just sort of making amends for that last round.
Yeah, they make amends of it too because, again, like Woody, like he couldn't find that information fast enough, right? It was, I can't remember who it was, if it was Punk or Cold that was like underneath, that was kind of trying to help him, but it was a little too late, right? They had so much control on Catwalk. There's only so much you can do as an opera in that kind of a situation too. So good work from Imperial though to kind of press a little bit on that point and take advantage of it, considering their weapons were a bit minimal on that one, but boy, oh boy. At least they can keep the op in the rotation here for Otic, and actually Try's going to be able to have that as well.
There's still plenty of money for Otic, so...
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It just, like, it does make a difference, though, right? Because you don't have to spend the $47.50. Definitely makes a bit of a difference, though.
Well, they are going to spend it, actually. They're going to go double AWP.
All right, hot dog. I'm game.
Yeah, money's starting to get low now, though, for Otic. A little bit of a blunder that last round. But again, win here, you make amends for it. That's somehow a duel that's won by Nate. Not typically the AWPer for this Otic lineup, but he's having a great day. It's a really nice kill to get on to try. Orb's going to go back over into the hands of Vinny, who wants to have a crack of his own. But Otic are happy with the player advantage that they've got. That nade just sort of blowing open the smoke a little bit. Nate doesn't see anything through it. Oh my god. I don't know how close that was to Vinny, but it looked close on the X-ray.
Are they going to refight for this too? Because who is that? I think that's Cello just on the other side of Xbox. It's a nice little bait and switch here because again, even if like Nate like goes for the swing on this or goes for the shot, he can pull back. Then Cold could swing if he wants, or he can just wait it out. This is important. Smoke's gonna get thrown. So now they know that there's an op mid, but do they even want to really contest it? They shouldn't expect Cold to be here. He's got a full noise queue. He knows that at least one player, if not two, is there. I don't think they have another flash available. They're going to go dry. Cold's going to be able to find that one. Make it a double. That's exactly what they need. And now Case Locks is getting a little bit stuck here. Nate's going to get popped open. He's going to be able to find that kill too. This is just completely hit a wall. And Imperial cannot find the answer. A flawless round from Otic. And a job all done.
Yeah, that is utter decimation, really. Great work from coldzera. A double kill in mid is absolutely massive from him, but this B hold was also really solid. Perfect time on the nade into the smoke, and Nate holding the outside edge of the smoke, perfectly positioned as well. So 5-3, Otic recover their CT economy a little bit, give themselves a little bit more breathing room. Imperial going to run it back though, of course, with a buy of their own. Try going to have another crack here. Try v Nate. Going either way.
Decent little nade. A little jump through. Vinny's going to be able to make it across. Cello's going to see if he can do it as well. Smoke's definitely going to hop. Nice little bit of a pop open, but a bit premature on that one. Imperial really just, again, their game plan has been, you know, getting this cat control, which is a really good amount of real estate, no doubt about it. But do they want to try a mid split on this? Kind of looks like they're going to go for the CT spawn smoke right now. Could be a ruse, but Otic do have 3 players committed to the safe side. Double in sight. Nate's actually going to push through B tunnel, so that's really good information because he knows nobody else is there. So now they can get the intel to say, look, it's either mid or A. Like, this is a potential they're just going to split.
That was the bomb. SHR is holding onto the bomb. So he might know or suspect that there's no one else there, but they know that someone has to go and retrieve the bomb. So that's going to take time for Imperial. Down to 35 seconds left. This B bomb site just seems like it's the problem child for Imperial. Doesn't matter whether they're choosing to go B site, they're holding the B site, they're just waiting for the push on the B site. Don't go anywhere near the B site, Imperial. A site's been working out a lot better. Now though, coldzera might cause a bit of a ruckus. There's a flash through to try and delay Imperial a little bit. coldzera loses control of that spray. Still Vinny is going to fall to Woody. And Nowhere has got himself into CT spawn, which does not seem to have been comped over at all. So that'll be the end of Nate. Surely you don't go for this. Oh my god, they go for it. And they want the orb. I mean, that's the reason they've gone for it, I'm sure.
Yeah. Keep that investment alive. Yeah, I think Nate might have actually had that Q with that kill because you can just see the bomb like as he gets the kill. So I think he did have that intel. But man, oh man, again, we talked a lot about him. He's really like, it's again, like, and not even just about stats, but like what he's doing, right? Like he's pushing B tunnel, he pushes mid in the pistol round. He's doing all these things to just, again, maneuver, making a lot of space here for Otic. And the one thing I'm really happy about too, and you know, coldzera on the previous team he was on was Red Cannon. It's like he was opping a lot. Right now, he's just solely rifling. Like you left the opping abilities for Nate and also Woody. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. So for him to stick to the rifle, look at how well he's playing too.
Okay, Slops. Tucked in the corner. Might have been heard on that cross. Nate's got himself one, but he's only got the orb in hand. This is not the multi-kill weapon. These faster plays are working out nicely for Imperial. coldzera makes the difference back into a 3-on-3. There is going to be a fast rotate coming through from Punk in upper tunnels. So you're just going to have to slow down for a second if you're Otic. Allow Punk some time to work. Nade's going to go into upper dark. Not going to do too much. Still a very winnable round for Otic. One player pretty tagged up here in the form of Cello, and he's been spotted out. Punk can't land the shots. He's a lot of bullets right here. Does eventually get rid of SHR. They know there's one more on the site, but where's the last player? At car, and it'll make a difference. Imperial get their 4th. Otic, if they could find a way to deal with these rush plays from Imperial, they would have dominated this half. It's 2 rounds now that Imperial have got with like Tech 9 buys.
Yeah, exactly. It's a really good point, because as soon as they kind of like pick up the pace a little bit, it seems like that's when they play a lot better. It's like for some reason Vinny just keeps going back to this like very slow and steady pace. I don't know why, because it's not working for them. When they actually just again go from like a 4 to a 5, they're playing so much better. And that's, like you said, 2 rounds out of the 4 have already been from just Tech 9 rounds, or these weak buy rounds. And it's the fact that they're catching Otic off guard. So, I mean, they're going to call the timeout here, Imperial is, and I mean, it's a good conversation indeed, because I'm glad Otic, I mean, I don't think they had the money, but I don't want them to double up anymore. I think that they got to get rid of that plan, just keep it the singular, just keep the rifles aboard. I just don't think it's worth it anymore at this point.
No, I agree, and I think Cole's been quite impactful with the rifle in hand. Nate as well. So, you know, those are the 2 players that we've been seeing take the secondary AWP at any given point throughout this series. I think both of them have been really serviceable with the rifle. It does change up a little bit what you want to do. You know, maybe Nate, he's obviously been the guy that's been playing mid, so it affects how he looks to hold middle. It's fine. You know, just don't peek, just don't fight it.
Yeah,
exactly. Go down, Nate. Ooh. How has that done so much damage? He's down to 24 HP.
Yeah. That must have landed legitimately off his tooth or something. Like that's a ton of damage. I don't think he was caught either.
Oh.
Yeah, now he's gonna fall back. This is when you gotta go. Like, don't commit. Oh, he's still. Oh, Case Locks is there. Oh man, what is that? A little bit of a tag and go.
Yep. So 4v5, but this round is still looking like a pretty tenuous one at the moment for Otic. Very split in terms of the defense. They've lost all of that mid control, and that's why you see Otic actually playing so aggressively on the B side of the map. They know that if they don't take something, they are going to get pinched. And so they were at least able to take upper tunnels. Now the retake util coming into middle here. coldzera will have to wait this smoke out, but just trying to buy a bit of time for those B defenders. And it looks like they have done enough here, Otic, to at least make Imperial sweat a bit. The B hit comes through very late and slow, and coldzera gets himself a 1-for-1 in mid. Doesn't see much else there. The B defenders are feeling okay for the moment. It's a nice crossfire. Dante's low with the MP9, but K-Slock's on a tight line. This is still a very defendable site, and with 20 seconds left, things can go wrong for Imperial. Boosts it up. Not going to work out, but the MP9 gets the job done for Nate. Cello, no hope of winning this round now. Deleted as well by Punk, and Otic are just playing with so much confidence at the moment. I mean, look at the way that they're swinging these fights, man.
Yeah, and it's a good point you bring up too, because again, with confidence, like this is still the same round where Nate, he was down what, 24, 28 HP when he got caught with a nade, and then he was down to 2 HP, and he's still just running around like he doesn't care. He feels like he has 100 HP. He's just going for fights. You would typically see somebody being a little bit more coward. They would just kind of not really want to engage in the duels. No, he's going to go for it, and that's the thing. Like, he's really just trying to put a ton of pressure onto this, and it's working really, really well. So this game plan that Woody has been calling, allowing his players just to do what they want, it's working clearly. Like, they put themselves in a 7-4. Yes, there's been a couple sloppy rounds where, you know, Tech 9s are kind of taking over, but really it just feels like everybody is hitting the shots they need to. And Nate and Cole are definitely these 2 guys that I'm putting a lot of perspective on. And K-Slock's obviously with that 1v4 earlier. He's still got himself the op, gets a 1-on-1 trade, but that's something. Now you're taking out Vinny. He's out of the equation in this round.
Broke down for the bit to be. K-Slock's having a little bit of a look in. Oh, he hasn't seen him. I don't think he's seen him. Is coldzera going to check it anyway? I don't imagine that he will. He's just edging around this smoke, hoping to see something, somebody, anybody, but yeah. That's such a cheeky position from No Way. coldzera making some noises, forcing that play. Now it's K-Slot's turn to have a crack at this fight. He is going to win it, but B-site has been cracked open in the meanwhile. Oh dear, he's overplayed his hand a little bit there. Woody might be able to get one more on the cross. He gets Kalat on to try. Damage done, and Punk is so fast on this rotate that this is still a winnable round for Otic. They are not going to be expecting Punk this fast.
No. This is important. Oh, he's doing so much damage. Oh, but Try's able to tee it off. There we go. So Imperial at least can get themselves a round to end this first half. It's going to be 7-5. We're going to take a little bit of a break as we get ready for that second half. We'll see you in a bit.
And we're back for the second half, and it is going to be an interesting second half. We've just been having a bit of a chat here in the halftime break amongst ourselves. Last couple of matches on Dust 2, Otic on the T side, 1 round and 2 rounds, respectively. Not a lot, not very good, and certainly not enough to win this map against Imperial, even with what would be considered a pretty decent CT side. I think Pistol's super important here for Otic, and they need to get a bit of momentum off the back of that as well. Otherwise, Imperial might just come bounding back on the CT side of their own. Let's find out how it plays out as we get underway with the Pistol. Otic already having taken some of that long control. Case locks have a rude awakening.
Yeah, it's not good with the Strangler of Case Locks going to get taken out. So now, oh, how did he get away with that? I can't believe it. Now Colt's just trying to go for a big fight. Tries just taking it slow and steady here with the dualies. Something you don't really see very often. You always see the dualies out there. Everybody's just rapid fire, but obviously in that kind of range, he's not really in the best position to use them. But
Oh, Pirate Car, was he spotted? Surely he was spotted by Punk. Infinity just popped his head up for a second there. This is such a weird round. Otic, you know, they've done so much damage. Like, they need to group up. They need to get this player out along. It looks like Punk's going to make it back across. I don't like that they're so spread. You know, you're really, at this point, just leaving it up to aim duels. And why are you leaving it up to aim duels? You know, it's a 3-on-3. You know that one of the bomb sides is going to be pretty weakly defended. Why is Woody entering B alone with the bomb? Why? Why? Explain that to me. That does not make any sense from Otic. You know, they have, I think, thrown this round away a little bit. You have two players entering through into B there, and that's a traded kill every day of the week. Punk is going to try and do what he can, but he's not going to be able to win this round. He cannot get to the bomb. He cannot plant in time. The round is over. That is just a poor round from Otic. Why is Punk taking a solo duel on long while you've got a guy walking out B with the bomb on like 28 HP or something like that? It does not make sense. That's a really poor pistol round in the end from Otic. I can't understand that at all.
Yeah, I'm a little bit baffled too. I just don't really understand. Yeah, regardless of the nice shots that Punk's made, it's just, it doesn't make any sense. Like you said, it kind of felt like, yeah, just go around, look for a duel, do something on your own, whatever. And like, it doesn't even make sense that Woody was just committing by himself. Like, he should have been waiting. Like, the fact is, like, he didn't have to make a play like that, because he needed somebody to go through mid and make some distractions so that at least he could be able to maybe get that kill. So it just, I don't understand. Like, I've been giving a lot of kudos here for Woody and his calling, but that last round is definitely something that I'm going to be scratching my head about too, because it makes legitimately no sense.
It's kind of like that other round that we saw from Imperial, where they just sort of got themselves in a bit of a flub outside of B and tried to go A, and then there was 10 seconds on the clock, and it's like, what's going on here? So something's, you know, degrading in the mid round for these teams at the moment. Woody has been good with the scout. I will give him that. Entry on to try. They've gotten rid of Cello somehow as well. Did he not have head armor? Was he tagged up earlier? I think he was tagged up earlier. Player at the bottom of long. Gonna go scurrying away, and that's a bomb plant for Otic. And Imperial now have a decision to make. Do we try and retake this 3-on-3? 3-on-4, I should say. Looks like they're going to try and give it a crack. I mean, you need this M4 to do work, and it has so far. Nate with some nice taps down the bottom of long there. He's still surviving somehow. The MP9 at range just can't get the job done. And Nate will win the round for Otic. I don't know how they're going to get away with that, but they have. Let's have a look quickly on the replay here when we get that up, whether or not there was head armor for that player playing in CT for Imperial. It was number 3. It was number 3. Assuming we get a replay, which may not happen. Let's have a look here. Cello. He's already dead at this point, so yeah, can't really tell. You have to hope that he had a helmet.
Well, and the other thing is too, like, again, like, you know, just kind of reversing the thing I was talking about Woody, is that, like, the fact that we even get the second round that goes into their favor, like, now look at the CT economy. Like, they're going to force up. They're on a double save essentially, so they're just going to force. So this is important because the pistol round, yeah, it doesn't go the way here for Otic, but damaging the CT economy like this is huge, considering now that, like, they're relying on some scouts. Mag 7, for goodness sakes, on a map like this. So it's a decent position here for Otic to maybe be in the position here to find double digits before we get to the gun round. But we'll find out. Cold Zera finds that first. Ooh, tries getting wide on this one. Oh, but Punk's going to be able to... Oh my god! Okay. Full face of lead here with the Deeg. Surely no more.
Oh, this is awkward now. Very awkward for Otic. And you do get helped out by another headshot from Woody. This guy is just absolutely flying with the scout. Don't give him another chance. AK shots. Oh, man. Otic, just slow it down.
This is greasy.
They need to slow it down, hit their shots, peek together, and I think they've screwed the pooch a little bit, as the terminology. That is not good at all. What has happened in this round? Otic just getting a loss in these mid-rounds on the team side. Zera might be the saving grace as he's able to get 2, but he can't get the 3rd. SHR jumping around like a maniac, and Imperial will win the round, and Otic have thrown away another huge opportunity.
Yeah, we're not playing with logic anymore. Like, nothing, like, anything I'm saying, it just does the exact opposite. I was saying, like, look, Otic, we were in a good position. Yes, there was a force purchase from Imperial, but that was, so again, just such a greasy executed into that ace site. Imperial doing a really good job of making them uncomfortable. A couple of those smokes created a lot of questions where you could see Otic were like, okay, are they CAD? Are they CT? Are they elevator? Where are they? Like, they were on a whole guessing game and going for duels. And honestly, the only reason, I feel like one of the reasons Cold Zera lost that fight at the end is because he had no more bullets. He had to take 2 players down, and then the third just kept, you know, kind of jumping and taking him out with an MP9. But look at what Imperial are going to be having in store now. They got an op ready to go. They got the AK from the previous. This is just is madness. Like I'm still puzzled here, Jordan. I just don't quite understand what we're watching the second half.
I mean, ironically, you can argue that they've got a bit of a better buy than what Imperial do. And they will break the Imperial economy if they do win this round. So, you know, the upside is well and truly still there for Otic. A couple of players spotted on the cross. No connection there, but try gets the better of Woody. Maybe get a scout back in his hands. He is not actually able to escape. coldzera having a really good map. So 4v4, but Ante and coldzera having eaten a lot of damage. Does slightly tip this in the favor of Imperial for now.
Good molly. Gonna block off case locks just a little bit more. Off still in the play though for Imperial, so Vinny, Soul Anchor now having S8 or SHR gonna be joining him shortly, so they're gonna play the 2-2. And SHR is kind of again just kind of floating like a very passive mid setup. So Otic are in a pretty good position here, but this is kind of scary for Imperial because look what they're doing. They're gonna actually recommit to long. They're going to try to fight for this control. If they don't find a duel in their favor, Jordan, like this could be all over. But this 35 seconds, like they have to get a move on again. This is the same problem we saw before. No way again.
Oh, they could lose it all to no way if he's not checked. He will be traded. That's the info, though. Got to go. 20 seconds on the clock. Cello. He could be a massive difference
15.
maker. Nate hears him jumping into CT spawn. Smoke's going to go down. You got 12 seconds. They've got to go. Nade forward. They want to wait it out, but they have lost the time. They can't get on the bomb site. They can't plant the bomb. Otic, please. I am going to break something if I have to watch another round of this on the T side. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, you said something about breaking something. Yeah, no, I'm on the same page here, man. This is like, again, like I don't understand. Like they just sit and wait in the smoke. Like I understand it's that like the smoke's blocking off the doorway. I get that, but like you had a flash, throw it, try to pop through it, do something. Like you cannot afford to go for a long A exec with less than 30 seconds. Like you have to know that like the connector smoke's not going to work. This has just been so questionable. Like again, I feel like I'm just a teeter-totter of my emotions because we see these great rounds from Otic, but then we just see these weird, questionable decisions that they make. So now Imperial in a prime position to get back into the lead of this. But Otic, I mean, I would like to see them call a timeout and just kind of, again, reconfigure a game plan here. Figure out something a little bit differently, surely, because this is just, you're never going to win a T-side this way.
Yeah, try starting to come online with the AWP as well on this CT side. So that's really bad news for Otic too. Money's going to balloon a little bit. Back to this round. One will be at least a death that will be forced to be reinvested, but good enough round from Imperial. They take the lead here on Dust 2 and start to march towards the third map. It's not as if Otic have not had opportunities. This second half, probably 3 or 4 of these rounds could have gone their way. Instead, they've only got 1. I think they can take heart in that. You know, coldzera's playing really well. He's getting a lot of picks with this rifle. Nante the same. You know, you've got win cons. But they need to keep their heads. That's the only thing.
Yeah, No Way's already got himself up close and personal, so now he's got the shadow advantage on this. There's no reason for him to have to swing this. He can just play this properly. He uses smoke to his advantage, getting some good control and real estate on this one. Otic just going to pull back. Again, very defaulty, waiting things out, hoping for a pick. Hoping for some kind of a duel. No off for them to work with, of course, as well, but unless they double this. Uh-oh.
Well,
Oh, Jordan.
yeah. Can't be walking into bedroom that late in the round and not expecting a player close. You know, the shadow angle is just too strong. Zera going to try and find the trade himself. He's just going to have to wide swing. He's not going to wide swing. He's going to shift walk the corner. What, are we expecting a different result? Not sure. It's T-side, you know, we've highlighted that in the past it's been very lackluster for Otic on Dust 2, and it is looking like it will be once again another one of those 1 or 2 round halves on the T-side from Otic on the T-side of Dust 2. Just blowing up in their face.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, you know, we made a lot of comments about Imperial on their T-side where, you know, like when they were playing really slow and, you know, they were just trying to take it at a very moderate pace or less than moderate pace. Like it never felt like it was working. I almost wonder if this is kind of the same effect like for Otic right now. Like we haven't really seen them go up from 3rd gear to 4th gear. Like it feels like they're just kind of, again, just playing, you know, pretty spread out, hoping for something to happen. Like this is not an attempt. Like that to me makes no sense. You even had a pop flash. Like if you were that concerned, you should have flushed it out with a molly. You should have pop flashed it in. So the awareness is a little bit lacked here, but this might not be the round to like up a tempo. Maybe it could be with some Tech 9s, but we're gonna have to see something change really quickly here for Otic because this thing's losing its control very, very fast.
Woody going to try and split the A side here. Will miss a shot. He'll be forced off. And, okay, Woody's... Wow, he's putting in a lot of pressure on short, and that is going to draw a bit of a rotation. Ate getting himself the opener. Through the smoke comes Otic. The shots are just not quite connecting on either side. Case locks. Gets one onto Cello, but tries in behind. He could be the difference maker. One kill comes through, but they are not aware of Case Lock still inside that smoke. He's got himself an AWP now. SHR here with the AK in hand. This is a must-convert round for Otic. He's going to land on top of him. Ace-locks. Careful, you don't go down here. Plant in. Case locks on the angle. Oh, no. You can tell he's not a AWP, but it's all good. Punk gets the job done, and Otic go up to 9. It's not going to be enough to really hurt the CT economy. That is, again, a little bit of fumble from Imperial. I mean, they just turn all of their attention towards short. And it's one guy just stomping around. It's one guy.
Yeah.
Somebody should be keeping an eye on long.
Yeah, agreed. And I'm kind of surprised that Imperial weren't ready for that either. Because, like, I talked about a tempo change. I talked about, you know, mixing it up. And Otic do. Like, they're just like, okay, let's just go long. Let's just use these Tech 9s and pistols to our advantage. And it worked out miraculously. But it's a bit of a misplay here from Imperial, where they just kind of let that opening happen. And Try, like you said, Try was in the weirdest position. The fact that he's even able to find some duels is beyond me. But nonetheless, he's able to kind of get a little bit of a revenge here. He's able to take down Nate with a nice little bit of an opener, but getting that AWP into the rotation. Here we go. But double player in B, one in middle. So this is a 2-1-2. And now losing Nate, probably one of your most impactful players thus far in the best of 3. This is now a moment of, like, do we see Colt step up? Do we see maybe Case Locks again with the rifle to find some activation? But where... I feel like the A's just been not the greatest for them, all things considered, but it might be easier just considering how spread out the defense is. That's not a molly.
It's not, but the end goal is achieved anyway with Woody getting out on that line. But yeah, he's just going to go and try and put solo pressure on A. I mean, fair enough, I guess.
But they're split apart. So Woody's going to... Okay, so Woody's going to fake it. So he's trying to bite them in as much as possible. Yeah, and this is all on Vinny now.
It is. This is one of those angles, though, that doesn't necessarily get cleared immediately. And it's going to be a slow peek in. These locks... Oh, that's a really sharp shot. And if they get rid of SHR, it might be their round. Toes tickled, and he'll be
19 seconds.
Felled even by Case Locks. You're right, time a factor. They've got to get that bomb plant down. Woody has managed to make it back across from the A bomb site. Case Locks faking the plant. Coldzera locked in. Great shot from him. I mean, he is looking reliable on this T side, even if the T side itself is not for Otic. I'm surprised Try is going for this. And that is why, because the round's not going to go their way. AWP is lost. You can see Try at 2.8k. So there won't be an AWP into this round for Imperial. There won't be really anything much in this round. They can buy down a little bit, maybe upgrade a pistol here or there. But Otic have done enough to get it back to 10-10. They probably should be going up to 11-10. And then we'll see another buy through from Imperial. And again, it's going to be game on at that point. So, man, this is hanging in the balance. But
It really is.
Otic have put together their best T side so far against Imperial on this map this year. So we'll take it.
Hey, that's good. That's history in the making right there. And this is again, even though the pistols are, you know, a lower threat, this is where Otic, they still have to be very, very careful. Nice little bit of a pop watch just like this. This is why. Oh, man, not say, okay, he gets caught. So that's a free AK grab. And another one goes down here, too. Not being retrieved yet, so the long control is going to happen. The lurk of, like, Case Locks, where is he going? Like, he is on the other side of the map. He has to get moving.
Yeah,
He's trying to go for the flank, but this is way too slow.
Flash in from short. Woody, there's a player there, and he's really under.
No.
I mean,
No!
oh.
No! No! You are kidding me! How does this keep happening? I don't understand! I'm done, Jordan. I don't get it. Oh, it just breaks my heart. It just breaks my heart.
Yeah, money's cooked as well for Otic. They'll get 3 rifles through. Maybe 2. 2 AKs. An AWP out for Woody. It's definitely leaving a bit to be desired. Look, Galil's out alongside the AK. Well, that is a sigh of relief for Imperial. Gives them that extra round buffer, but more importantly, a bit of a buff to the money as well. Job's not yet done. I mean, shenanigans on both sides. I can just as easily see Imperial letting this one slip. Let's see what Woody can do with the AWP. And okay. Not able to connect anything on that cross, and doesn't stick around long enough to give Try a chance at it either. Swings in for long. Punk can't get out of bedroom. Try does beat Woody. Try's been good with the AWP in this CT side. He has definitely been on the improve. He was 12-12 at one point, now 19 and 14. He has been a big X factor for Imperial in this second half.
Well, they're going to even try to go through mid here, so Otic are actually going to try to swing this. Oh, that's really nice timing, because getting Cello, why would he expect that? He didn't see any utility. He thought he might have had some timing. He was going to be able to support his teammate on Cat. So now he gets punished. So now this is interesting, because Otic still do have the minute remaining, and now they're going to group up towards Catwalk, but I feel like Noe should have been able to hear that jump up in long. I feel like he should have been able to just catch that sound cue, and now Try. Someone that's been able to have some good moments here with the AWP. He has to be able to deliver right here and right now. Gets blind. These players cross. Gets annihilated. Just removed. Molly now landing on SHR. But he's able to escape it just in time. No way, just trying the aim labs. He's trying to see what he can do with the taps. But SHR now may be able to help him retrieve that pressure for him. There we go. And it's all just done and dusted. SHR is going to be able to find that triple kill. Make it the quad. Just my bad. I can't even count. And now they got themselves a map point.
That was a good effort from Otic. I didn't even think that they would get in onto the site, to be quite honest. Punk almost being the difference maker, but despite that they just decided to take on the long angle, a little bit unnecessary. Opened up the close player for an easy couple of kills, and now Otic with their backs against the wall. Need to go back-to-back once again. You got a Mac 10 out for Woody. That's certainly a far cry from the AWP that he's had in a lot of these previous rounds, but to be fair, the AWP hasn't really been delivering either. Cello's going to go into lower tons. Coldzera prepared for it. If he keeps going, though, he's going to run into the AWP of Try. Again, Otic attempting somewhat of a default. Got a player out long, bomb lurking out long, 2 players here holding upper tunnels. There's a lot of moving pieces in this round, and that doesn't really fill me with a whole lot of confidence for Otic, frankly, because they haven't been great at dealing with those kinds of chaotic situations on this T side. When it's gone well, it's gone well. But when it's gone poorly, they haven't really had a plan B. Well, not a convincing one, at least.
It's a good angle from Chai. Ooh. Oh man, he even got the tag through the box. Nice read from Case Locks. I don't even. Oh man, Cello. You're gonna be kicking yourself for that because you felt like that was a guaranteed kill. And now A is open. Look at Imperial. They're fully focused on this, and you can even see No Way's like, they might be here, and he spots it right at the last moment. They should have enough time. That Molly's actually gonna miss a bit here, so they should be able to get this bomb down. But No Way. He's by himself on this. It's a lone mission. Spots ahead of one. Oh, no way. No. Jordan, no way it's going to happen like this. All of a sudden, down to the 1v1. You're kidding. You're absolutely kidding. Vinny is low. Why are you reloading in the open? What are you doing? What is happening? Not like this. Okay.
I am not sure. Why is he reloading, standing out in the middle of the open? And he knows he's seen him there in CT spawn. I am absolutely shook.
I'm lost for words. I really am. I'm like, you would never see a player do that. Like, you should, like, I get he's trying to get information, but it's like, no, man, that's not the play.
Even
like,
just taking that fight to begin with was a scary prospect. You know, you can obviously play time, but look, he's made it work in the end, and Otic get the chance to fight for the OT. Money's still pretty poor on this T side. You go down to a Mac 10 for Punk. For Woody, rather. Decent buy for Imperial. They've gone for a double AWP. Got some B spawns here for Otic. Surely they don't go for a B rush, eh? FlyQuest would do it.
FlyQuest would do it. They would. Yeah, you're right. Oh, that's
Otic at least. No, they don't.
Okay. Okay. Flash it through the descent. Yeah, he's blind. Ooh. Like, I get what he's, again, he preserved the cash so he can have the utility, but like with him with a Mac 10, I don't know if I love this. Like, it should be one of the riflers that pays pit. Oh, I guess he can pick up his teammates now, but it's a very awkward position that he's playing. Look at Imperial, triple player in mid. Now they're going to get active. Now they're going to go for a little bit of a ruse here. They're going to go for a stroll. They want to try to get this thing done. They want to go to Overpass.
Well, they don't really need to be active, though.
They
got
don't.
The player advantage, so I don't necessarily want to see them getting too overeager, pushing into upper dark, you know, maybe falling to the rifle of Cold Zero once again. That would be bad news. It's sort of giving away the fact that they've got that mid control with that molly that's been tossed forward. What are you going to wait that one out? Looks like it's going to be a B finish, or at least an attempt at a B finish for Otic, which I can't imagine is going to go too well. Cold Zero, his timing is going to be horrible here. Yeah, it's round over. Unless someone does something magical. Nate has spotted out that second player. Woody waiting for it. Bomb has been recollected, but there's 30 seconds left. Woody's just going to have to try and peek in a mid. He knows there's a couple of players here. Try with the orb. Hits the shot, and that should be the round done and dusted. It should be the map over the line. Nate spotted as well, and that is that. 13-11, and Otic, how big of a mistake is that going to be, letting that map slip? Because there was no shortage of rounds in that second half that should have been theirs that were not, and we end at a 13-11. I mean, even then, you know, think about the pistol round. We said, you know, how big of a difference that could have made. 2 rounds the difference. In the end, you know, 5v3, literally the first round, Otic have a 5v3, and they don't convert that round. And I said, that pistol round could be the difference maker. I think it might have been in the end. And look, map 2, Dust 2 will go the way of Imperial. And you know, again, Otic, they have struggled to beat Imperial this year. They've only done it once in a best of 5, but out of the 3 series that they've played, they've only won 1 of them. That really feels like it's a chance gone begging, because now we go on to Overpass, and God knows what's going to happen on Overpass. Because like, if that's the messy game that we're going to get to see on Dust 2, honestly, I don't even want to watch Overpass. But hey, we're going to go there anyway. We'll take a break before we do, so that I can calm down. Overpass coming up next. All right, welcome back on in for map number 3, or we'll get there in just a minute. We have to talk about Dust 2, and I am unfortunately not. I mean, I will say I'm loath to talk about map number 2 because that was just a really painful map to watch, honestly. You know, sometimes you see a game of Counter-Strike and you think this is just an absolute mess, and that game of Dust 2 was that. Neither team really having the greatest of T sides. In particular, Otic just looking like they had made a meal of their T side. There was some positives to take away, though. Again, we were kind of like highlighting Coldzera into Otic, a new addition. How's he going to go? Actually, I thought he had a pretty good T side in particular, but quite a good map overall. Nate was good for Otic as well. Not good enough, ultimately, in the end. They just threw away some really winnable rounds. On the other side of the field, Imperial, as expected, tends to be the guy that will run away with things if you give him the opportunity. He came into the second half at a negative KD, but was able to overcome that and ended up at 20 and 16. So he was having a really, really good time. But as you look at these replays, you're probably not going to get a full picture of how that half played out. But lads, man, that was a real mess of a map. And even rounds like this one, like Coldzera, if he wins this final duel, for example, how much of a difference does that make? So many questionable things happening in that second half for Otic, and I think they'll go back and look at that map and really kick themselves for not being able to close it out.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think there was just so many questions regarding this entire map, like from both teams too, right? Like, we got to see some good moments from, Imperial, but we also got to see some decent moments as well from Otic, but a lot of blundering rounds and a lot of rounds that just make no sense to me, and like some very, very poor decisions. And it felt like even some of these like half buy rounds were kind of the key of success. Like, you didn't even need to have gun rounds in your favor, which, I mean, you can argue it makes it exciting, but in a way it's also just disappointing to see a team when they're like fully equipped with like double ops and M4s and things like that, and they still can't lock it down. So there's a lot that I can't really positively say from this. I think the only thing is that it was a close scoreline. Otic almost got away with it. They almost got themselves a 2-0, but now we go to Overpass, which is a whole other element, and there's no way to talk about this really in depth because we don't know. It's a new map that's just been thrown into the pool. We don't know how teams are going to be able to prep for this. We don't know if one of these teams has been really boot camping it to maybe make it a staple now. Just kind of seeing how Dust 2 was, it kind of makes me a little bit nervous to see the effects of Overpass and really just how much creativity they got.
No, I think especially the T sides. I mean, even Train the T sides kind of left a little bit to be desired, which I suppose is a bit more to be expected. But certainly on Overpass, it's not a T-sided map to begin with, or hasn't historically been a T-sided map. These two teams really looked a little bit lost in the mid rounds on the T sides of Dust 2. I can't imagine that is an issue that's going to be helped out at all by moving on to Overpass. Hopefully, one of the two teams, hopefully both of the two teams have actually been putting in some reps on this map. But as we don't have anything to go off, it is very hard to make a comment there. I will say, it feels like Nate has been doing a lot of the heavy lifting here for Otic. He's had 2 pretty good maps in a row. Punk and Coldzera have had their cameos. But realistically speaking, you can't expect Nate to be bringing up these kinds of numbers 3 maps in a row. Someone else is going to have to step up somewhere along the line here. And obviously, a bit of this will come down to who starts on what side. I think you're looking to try and get the absolute maximum out of your CT half here. This is just where it's going to have to be a big CT half and hope for the best on T, get a pistol, maybe get a cheeky gun round and hope that that's enough. Yeah,
exactly. And I mean, and that's kind of the weird thing for me too, is that like I've been scratching my head on this whole best of 3 is the fact that, Nate's been playing quite well. I said that he's going to be a highlight player, but Case Locks is somebody that I definitely put as somebody like a top player on this team, or can be a top player or relatively decent. So the fact that he's not really performing to that level is kind of making me a little bit nervous for them. But yeah, that's the thing though. Like, we're gonna find out. It sounds like we're getting almost ready to go. We're gonna take a little bit of a break here as we get ready for Overpass. So don't go too far away, because third and final map before we get to those grand finals, and we'll see you in a bit.
Here we are for Overpass, map 3, the decider between Imperial and Otic. Both teams obviously playing for a spot in the grand final against Legacy, which will give them a chance to play off for a spot at Blast in London. And the pistol underway. Otic look to be starting off on the T side, which I think is going to be a bit of a disadvantage for them, Laz, but we'll see. Maybe it will be the CT side, which will be difficult. Let's find out.
Yeah, and I think the one thing we're going to definitely notice, especially on this T side, is I feel like both these teams are probably really going to take it slow. Like, again, just kind of, again, playing the old, the old faithful, get a pick. Hope for something, hope for the best a little bit on this, like you said. And we'll find out now. No Way's actually made himself a little bit through washrooms. A little bit of damage inflicted, but now he can pull back onto this. Otic kind of hunting this chase a little bit. So a reposition does happen for Imperial. He gets away with his life, thankfully, just with it. A minute remaining, or just under a minute remaining. But now you can see smoke and flash available. So this smoke probably from Woody. I would imagine he has it lined up here for the CT spawn. That should at least create a little bit of space for them, but there it is. It's getting thrown now here. So Elfish, here we go. Full execute into the site.
Here we go. And it does seem that Imperial have a pretty good idea that that's coming. They're rotating up as quickly as they can. Maybe that won't be fast enough. Here's a pistol in the making for Otic. 3 nice entries. Once again, 2 of them coming from Nate, a big difference maker in this series. Coldzera gets himself a duel as well. And it is down to just Vinny. His position obviously known. Bomb does need to be planted. They can do that safely, and they should be doing it. He's got dualies. This is not impossible. If a mistake is made by Otic, Vinny could get it done. Just trying to isolate some of these duels. Coldzera making it difficult for him by jump spotting at Dice. And 2 players by truck. Really happy to just play the contact, which is a good setup. Not giving him anything. And Vinny's just going to have to make something happen here. Can't do it. So Otic will get themselves a pistol. That is a good start. A very good start, one might say, depending on your expectations of this T side.
Yeah, and I think the part for me that I'm, going to be looking forward to, is just seeing how the smokes play into this map now. Like, obviously, the smoke's changing in CS2, and I think that might just create a little bit of a difference for this, because smokes obviously bloom quite big. So, like, you could even see that singular smoke that was thrown onto CT stairs. Like, I mean, it was spreading downward, too, right? So, it makes it really hard for the CTs to kind of funnel through that, or even try to, squirm through it. Scout going to get purchased here from Try. Tries to make a connection a little bit onto this, but they're going to fight through connector a bit. This is a little bit of back and forth encounter. This is, I don't know, they don't have the comms here. Like, they're not aware that Cello still could be here. You can see, who is that, Nate? Look at how far he's up. He's almost got himself a guaranteed kill. This might be an open site, and indeed it is. Uh-oh.
Well,
Messy. Messy.
no big deal in the end, as Otic are going to get themselves the second round. Imperial putting a little bit into that one as well, so not going to be able to buy here into round 3, and already Otic off to a pretty good start. All things considered on the T side of Overpass.
Yeah, it's kind of bold for Imperial to go for a force purchase like that, in my opinion. I mean, just considering we don't know how much they play on this map, but I feel like it would have been almost worth just like saving for guns this round, but nonetheless, they tried it. And it blundered. Deep, long, double player control. Ooh, they might get a good timing here, Elfish. Ante is not aware. Now he is. Oh, it doesn't even matter.
Not the way that he wanted to be made aware, by the way, but Coldzera at least able to trade back 1. He's trying to hold on to that playground position. The rest of the push going in onto B, and that'll be roughly enough for Otic to win this round, you'd think, although there's a pretty quick rotate coming down from Imperial, and Woody did not seem to be too aware of that possibility. So that's another spanner in the works. Coldzera's kind of isolated away from the bomb site. Cello's taking a sweet time about making his way down from A. It's just multiple skirmishes all over the map at the moment. But as long as Coldzera can clean up this fight, it should be all good. Punk gets his kill onto Cello, and I think it's okay. I think it's all sorted. Try, not even going to go for it. Not really living up to his name, is he?
No, he's definitely not. Yeah, like you said, it's just very like much of a scrimmage. It just feels like they're just going for a lot of duels, and that's what we were kind of saying, is that we really don't know what to expect out of this map, because for all we know, if not both of these teams or one of these teams have been practicing it a lot since it came back into the map pool, but there's just like no officials that we've really been able to see yet. So we'll find out more, because Otic are looking decently okay on it right now for the time being, but now again, guns are back out. Op's going to be in the hands for try. This is kind of the tail of the tape to me, just because again, the timeout's going to be done. Vinny's going to try to be very crystal clear about the game plan, what they want to do. Normally what we saw in old Overpass is what we saw in the previous, where double players like to push down that long A through tree, or sometimes they try to, get that mid control and towards bench and just try to, and party and fight things out. Maybe that's the plan. If they know the instant smoke on T ramp, like that could really create a lot of space here for the CTs. It's a question to me of like, how much nades do they know? How much utility do they actually know on this map?
Well, you'd hope that there's going to be a little bit. Obviously, you're allowing this map through in the series. Both teams kind of playing veto chicken with each other a little bit. There's got to be some kind of understanding to at least have the confidence to allow it in some way, shape, or form. That's an interesting split. I don't think that one's quite worked out. Molly maybe causing a bit of a problem for that smoke. Maybe that's what it was for. There's definitely something going on with that smoke, that's for sure. Whether it's a missed smoke for Imperial, or I saw a Molly tossed in there by Otic. That I think that the smokes, is it meant to be, that must have meant to have been the monster smoke.
Yeah, it is meant to be like, yeah, big mouth or monster smoke. Yes, it is. But they probably just misaligned it. I don't know if it was an instant
No.
through.
There was a Molly on the train tracks from Otic that the smoke hit and popped. So
that's
I think I think that's a little setup from Otic where they're trying to deny the monster smoke from Imperial.
I like.
That's a start.
Dang.
And these are the little things that I guess we're going to have to kind of keep a bit of an eye on as we go through this map. Is there going to be an adaptation from Imperial? They'll now know, okay, that the monster smoke missed. For whatever reason, obviously.
But even SHR is... He might be... Okay, I was going to say he might be able to get a unique timing, but it probably makes a little bit more sense for him just to kind of go right through connector. He still might be able to find this. I'd love to see this. He might be able to get this. He's got the noise cue. Oh, look at that. Just perfectly lined up for him. It's a double hit. This is not good now for Otic. They got ambushed. And now case locks. Yeah, not a hope and chance that he's going to get that. That's a huge play from SHR. Honestly, the fact that he's able to get in connector, get that double kill, that was already the guaranteed round. That was the icing on the cake.
Yeah, that's huge. So first gun round goes the way of Imperial. There will be naturally a reinvestment coming through from Otic. Let's see if we can see that monster smoke again. Looks like it is being thrown by Cello. Let's have a little bit of a... Yeah, there's that Molly I'm talking about. And the monster smoke again cancelled. So getting to the bottom of it. Interesting that Otic are investing that Molly when they're not really looking to pressure the B bomb site. Punk obviously hoping that maybe someone's going to make the mistake of taking a peek, but not going to be given it. Decent map control already established here for Otic. We're making some steps in bathrooms. So Otic are not shying away from moving through the map. I mean, this is quite quick into the round to have been taking con control, sort of monster control, bathrooms control. You've got a lot to work with here already as Otic.
Yeah, they really do. And like even Vinny, like he's gonna get a bit crunched here on this too, because he knows the one player's in con. And like you can see he's kind of panicking, like, hey, do I look left? Do I look right? Which way do I look? But nobody from Otic actually commit. Oh no. Why? Why does this always happen? Why do they not check corners? Oh, not again. Not this again. That might have given just Imperial the opening they needed. Like, this should never have happened. Vinny should never have been in a position where he gets this double kill. Maybe the one, sure. But the situation of them not clearing it at all, that's just a lack of protocols. But again, we have to put the caveat of that, again, lack of official experience on this map. But that's a basic fundamental on Team Counter-Strike. So I'm so surprised he didn't even clear that at all. Like, he didn't even hesitate. He just went straight forward out of the door.
Just one of those things. Won't make that same mistake twice. Not in this half, but giving Imperial the chance to get the CT money rolling. Could be in for a long half as Otic. You know, those 3 rounds, they looked good, but they were off the back of the pistol, and maybe that's all the success that you're going to have on this map. At least on the T side. Again, what is the depth of the strat book for Otic here on Overpass? Still very early days for this map. It remains to be seen. Woody's got that saved M4, so a pick here could start a bit of a snowball. That'll be a second gun retrieve. There's only armor on Woody though. Headshots required from Nate. Not going to get the chance at a spray battle. But hey, it's an inroad made.
Ooh, Cello. Oh, no. Oh, no, no. Oh, I was going to say, like, how long is he going to wait? Yeah, the AK and M4 still in the hands here. Like, this is tough. You got the 3-on-4. But you don't have the armor on Nate, but you do for Woody. So, I mean, they can definitely tease the idea of this. Like, if they could find a kill here, that might create something, because you can just see Imperial playing the 2-and-2. Makes a lot of sense. They still have that utility available for them, too. Vinny's making a ton of noise. Oh, this nade might be just enough. Yep. Good night, sweet Woody. This might be, they might be able to get the bomb down here, though, Jordan. They still have an opportunity. They only have 1 piece of utility left, but 20 seconds is remaining. Nate just standing in the open. Yeah, a little bit of a questionable fights, but their options, I guess, were getting quite limited. But nonetheless, you see Imperial. They bounce back. Not steadily, but they bounce back.
Well, they're slowly but surely working their way into a commanding position in this half. Imperial, I mean, obviously the scoreline's 3-3, but their money's looking good, or better. It's getting there. Another gun round out for Otic. This may continue to reveal the puzzle. Molly's going to go through again for Otic, expecting a monster smoke. It's not going to come this time. Imperial are kind of learning from that. They know that they're really not getting that monster smoke. And so they're going to throw it an alternate way, but Otic are going to try and use that advantage now. They're going to try and quickly go into the B bomb site. It hasn't really worked out. Good for one, but that is not enough. And Imperial are adapting quite nicely to the way that Otic are trying to take this T side. And it's cause for concern for Otic, so they're going to call attack timeout.
Yeah, and Otic should be in the position where probably not going to be seeing too much of an investment. Maybe just a very light pistol. Like, I wouldn't even hate a Tech 9. Maybe, like, even Woody to get some flashes, maybe. Like, if they could just rush themselves into a site, get a couple kills, get that bomb down, mission accomplished in my books, honestly, just given what you got. And let's also not forget, Jordan, that, you know, we watched us too, and you can have pistols. You can go against full rifles and ops, and you can win rounds. So maybe worth it, you know? Maybe worth big
but it's a bit of a different thing, I guess, when it's Lust 2 and it's a map that, you know,
Yes.
maybe you've got a little bit more as far as T-side pistol strats. That's a great nade stack, though, on to try. He just gets deleted, and Speaking of making it work with just pistols, well, now you've got an AWP in hand for Nate. Be aware of this creep up con though, and SHR just gets away with a freebie. So you can kind of tell that the sense of timings and potential angles and such like that isn't second nature right now for these two teams. A headshot onto Cello. So despite the fact that it's 2v3, this is still looking quite doable for Otic.
You know, with 46 seconds remaining, yeah, Nate's going to just, again, he doesn't have a ton of options available, so he had to go through the smoke. Cold, though. 1-on-2, and both these players are kind of spread apart from each other, where Cold's not going to expect him to be this close. Honestly, not bad at all. Honestly, like I said, considering you had light pistols in this, not a lot of utility. I mean, they were able to get 3 players down. The AWP does still float around here for the CT side, but it's decent damage. Like, they've been able to, you know, that's what they wanted to do. I mean, bomb down would have been the best thing for them, obviously, but look, doing that damage is going to help them, especially on the T side. So, not bad at all things considered. But the one thing I do hope that we see Woody kind of correct a little bit here for Otic is the fact of SHR. Like, he is playing this con very, very well. Like, he seems to be in the right place, the right time. He gets at minimum a kill. So they need to find a way to isolate him and just get him out of this equation right here and right now. And you can see the double stack on Sandbag. It's a little bit different here with the update that happened on Overpass. Still effective. SHR mixing up his playbook again in his position. Still being a nuisance. Tall fragging with 10 kills now, Jordan.
Doing a great job. One of the newer members into this Imperial outfit, and he had a pretty good couple of maps. Train into Dust 2, but definitely coming into his own here on Overpass and really causing a big headache for Otic, who, you know, dare I say, have maybe already run out of ideas on the T side. What's this round from Otic? Waiting with coldzera outside a Monster Tunnel to see if there's going to be any kind of aggression there. Case-Lock's kind of floating around in Connector. Nate waiting for aggression out of a bomb site. You're probably not going to get much more than what we've actually seen. No way pushing down to Sam, which is pretty much as far as it's going to go. He will receive a flash just to have a little bit of a peek, but decides to back it up. You've got a 5-on-4 advantage, Imperial, so they're not really going to be too overeager to try anything here. So Otic are going to have to make something happen, and leaving that timer down very, very low. It's under 20 seconds to try to execute into one of these sites to try to get into B. Saw this a lot on Dust 2. Typically didn't work. coldzera, his shadow gave him away, and Vinny, he just gets a freebie onto Nate and Case-Locks. It's like they're almost not even firing back. coldzera went down to try. That round just goes up in smoke, really. That's an absolute nothing round for Otic. So, as I was theorizing, have they run out of ideas already on the T side of Overpass? It may unfortunately start to be the case.
Yeah, this is again where I would like to see Otic just again figuring out a little bit of a tempo change. Like getting into that short B control would be really good. Just that water control would be nice. Finding that a little bit faster. Like I don't think Imperial are really throwing that instant molly that you can throw on the just on the outskirts of this A site. I don't think they're really doing that to kind of stop them. It's really just been the monster smoke that's been thrown a few times, but has been getting counteracted here from Otic. But pistols are out, guns a-blazing here. But, I mean, 6 rounds being grabbed up is remarkable right now for Imperial, because it was looking like Otic might have been having something a little bit cooked, or cooking something good, but not the case here on the T side. Monster Smoke going to get thrown one more time. I don't know if they'll be able to get in time to counteract it. They'll save it instead for the short play. Yeah, and they actually do throw the instant molly too, so some decent utility from Imperial as well from the CT side. But Otic not really grabbing any sort of real estate again here, Jordan. So this is where, as a T side, they're just playing so conservative and so passive that I feel like that's Imperial's game.
Does feel that way at the moment. It can change very quickly. You know, Otic with this round, if they pick a round up here, obviously going to do wonders for their money. They'll be up to 4. That might start to become a pretty competitive two-side score. So SHR with a lot of work to do, and somehow he's threading the needle really nicely. He just sticks around a bit too long. Flash caught him completely, and he couldn't get out. The aim, you know, not the aim punch, the tagging, keeping him from moving. And so now this side under a bit of pressure. Cello going to go down as the retrieved AK. Causing some problems, Vinny. Water, trying to do what he can, but this shot from Try will be the end of Vinny and the end of Try as well. So it's on to No Way Solo. Bomb plan actually denied. AK retrieved. Footsteps heard. They know he's obviously in dirty water, and they're going to go A instead. I guess it's not really fair to call it water anymore.
Yeah.
There is no water. And they're not going A. They're going B.
It's kind of the same thing with like Inferno, right? Like everybody calls, you know, in Banana like car, but like you don't technically have to call a car anymore, right? So yeah. Some old sayings that are just hard to go, you know? Can't get rid of them. Like I'm so old school that Dust 2, like there's a like in mid, like I call one spot Palm Tree. And I don't know if anybody in chat knows what I'm talking about, but like that is like
and what
old. Dust 2, so in middle.
No.
Exactly. So where the just before you enter Cat, there's like the light post that used to be like a palm tree. So that
Okay,
like yeah. So like going way back. But that's what I mean. It's just old things are hard to get rid of.
I don't even know what people would call that, like top mid, I guess.
Yeah.
Mid. I think people would just say mid, honestly.
Yeah. Our team calls it like mid pole or like post or something like that. Bah. Or palm tree.
Well, by the way, there's that round that we were talking about. So 4 on the board now for Otic. What is the expected scoreline for a T side on Overpass? I don't know. Can't tell you. I haven't seen enough of it.
You and me both.
Let's have a quick look here. Overpass so far is the most CT-sided map in the pool. So
Well, there you go.
T-side. If the T-side gets 4 wins. Yeah, I mean, there's just not enough data.
Yeah, that's the problem. And like I said, even the element of just the nades and how they're a little bit different in this game now, it does change it a lot. Okay. Nice kill here from Otic. They're going to be able to get that opener. So Nate once again finding his groove. No Way's gone. And you know what's is so interesting is that like I said, he's been isolated so much that he is typically the guy that goes for the opening duels. Like he's the guy that normally likes to go for a decent attempt, but he's just not really going for it anymore. He's been shut down, you know, quite a few times so far in this series. Cello is able to get some kind of retaliation back against Cold Zera, but back and forth we go. The weight scale, this is just equal. Now leaning a little bit more for Otic short term. Kill here, kill there. Look at how spread apart they are here too, Jordan. Like 26 seconds. And now K-Slox is like, well, we gotta go. We gotta go do something here. And Vinny, he's gonna be the surprise attack. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. He misses the shot. And he still wins the fight. Not just single-handedly got the round. He just secured it.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's obviously looking good for Imperial. They are on their way to getting 8. And how much is 8? How good is 8? We don't really know. Should they have not let that last round slip and gunned for 9? We're only really going to be able to tell at the end of this map. And both teams obviously still looking for a spot in that grand final against Legacy. Full gun round to close out the half.
Good position here from Vinny. Nice little bit of a cross through. They're not going to be able to know he's there for sure. if this is what they want to do. Oh, nice little bit of a double stack here. Cello is actually trying to see if he can find it through connector. It's bold, but I like it. Connections back here from Imperial once more. Oh my goodness, what a swing from Pauk. I can't believe he just went for a little bit of a... used the wall to kind of get himself a little bit of a boost off there, but now... another smoke to block this off. Cold Zera did beat it though. Can he be able to find this kill? He will. They were not expecting him to be this up close and personal. Now, I feel like the plan of attack is going to be this, but look at Cello. He's just hanging out in the smoke. He's just waiting things out. And now Otic looking like they might not be able to find themselves this fifth. And indeed, they will not. It's going to be the 8-4. Imperial will put themselves in a nice position here with 4 rounds of a lead, but we're going to take a little bit of a break as we get ready for the last half here of this best of 3 in semifinals.
First half definitely left a little bit to be desired here for Otic, but they are now moving on to the CT side. It's a favorable side of the map. Let's see if they can pull it back. Imperial looking for a cheeky pistol here to make their job a little bit easier in closing the map out. As they do move over to the tougher half. That grenade will do a bit of damage to SHR as he tries to make his way out into the B bomb site. Smokes up. Otic can't see anything. The flash coverage is really good, but no kills coming through here for Imperial just yet, and it has fallen to bits. The rotation has come through, and Otic's resurgence on this CT side begins.
Yeah, that's what we were kind of saying, right? Like we were thinking, look, for this lack of data and knowing how the meta is going to be on this map and how it's going to play, I think the biggest question really was the T side. Is like, how much are both these teams going to be able to bring to the table? So far, it's a bit of a cold dish here from Imperial on their pistol on the T side. So this allows Otic to be in a good position to be able to claw themselves back in this game a little bit closer. Minimal, very minimal investment coming through onto the T side. A Deagle and a Flash going to be purchased up just to keep that money around the 2,000 mark. So you can see that everybody's going to be grouped up just outside of Monster. And then you're going to have, I think that's SHR. He's the one that's going to be just kind of posted up in towards Con. So this is a bit of an interesting one because I didn't know if you would almost want all 5 players to be here. Another smoke going to be thrown. Good spot here for Block. He's actually able to get this kill too. Oh dear. That's not what you want here for Imperial. And now they're resetting Jordan. Like they've completely just given up this idea. Like they looked like they were just going to maybe pop it, but now they have second thoughts.
Oh, it gets a little bit more awkward for Imperial, obviously, having not won that pistol round to try to close this map out. We're going to have to really actually see them dig pretty deep on this T side. Arte's, I think, spotted out No Way's foot there, maybe around the corner. Hasn't actually prompted a rotate just yet, though. That smoke was tossed in. Arte, decent kill onto No Way. Might just go forward, but Woody, you can see, avoiding that one nicely, just using the terrain to cover it. Maybe that's an indication of some understanding of the map. But does get collapsed upon that. Flank around from Dice. SHR is going to get himself one, but no more than that. Cold Zera will finish it off. And 3 M4s taken through for Otic, so good enough round.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Imperial not to get the bomb down, but it was pretty close. But nonetheless, they still got themselves the odd kill or two, so not bad, all things considered. Now I'll see the full gun rounds. I just want to know what Vinny's got cooked up here. Instant monster smoke going to be thrown. No counter molly on the T side to be counteracting the CT smoke. Slow and steady we go. Imperial actually hanging back in playground, and they're actually just trying to do the boost through it so that they can see over. It's a nice little cheeky adjustment just to getting some intel.
This is the big one for Imperial. If they can start the half strong in the first gun round. The gauntlet that does get thrown down to Otic. Pressure will be right back on them with money being a problem. Base being taken and a cheap timing here from No Way. You're not going to get that every day of the week, but you'll take it here for Imperial. 5v4. Otic now have some work to do to try to recover this round.
Yeah, with 30 seconds remaining too, again, there's only one PC utility available here from the CT side. I think it actually just got depleted as well. So Cold Zero was the one that had the smoke. Woody's now going to just play in front of washrooms. To make sure nobody enters the wrong stall. And there we go. He's able to find another kill here. So now this has turned into a big advantage into a 2v2. And he's able to find this quick kill. But Punk, I don't know if they know he's necessarily here yet. Just behind the smoke for 6 seconds.
They lost the round.
I think they lost it. I don't think he got it, did he?
I think he's got it. I think he's got it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's sometimes... Yeah, the HUD sometimes also is a little bit off with the game timer as well, so you can't necessarily guarantee it, but I think he did start planting that with 4 still on the clock, so I think he was okay, but Punk, he's going to have to try and work this one. Is he going to be expecting a player close as well? Probably not, after seeing Vinny on that angle, so decent setup from Imperial. Man, it was a slog to get through that round, but Imperial do get there in the end. 9 and 6. One step of the way closer.
Yeah, good adjustment from Imperial, though. Like, honestly, playing the double player like that, like you said, when are you going to expect somebody to be that close? Like, really, you shouldn't. So, good little bit of a post-plan positioning here from Imperial. The nice boost up they needed. A force buy once again here from Otic. They're going to try to go for this. Double stack into this B short so that they can see if they can find anybody. I like it. Trying to work the map a little bit here, but Try just going to get that entry like I talked about. Somebody that does like to make the big plays. He finally gets a little bit more of that opening he was hoping for. Now Otic have lost one of their other guns, but they do have that double M4 still available. But they got to be careful with this utility, Jordan. This is important because they don't want to rush it too quickly. They want to try to preserve it as long as possible just so that they can counteract the offensive play here.
3 players up toward the A bomb site now. It's not exactly what Otic need. Slow contact play out on the B is probably the perfect call here from Imperial. It isn't going to net them the freebie for the player in heaven, and Vinny's still going to have to be aware of that. There's another player there. It's a decent trade from Woody, but he needs more than that, and he'll be forced away now by the molly. So, should be an easy round for Imperial. Double digits now secured, and they will be 3 away. Try also on the hunt to try to find any of these remaining guns. That's one gone, and the other is just a 5-7. Although, now it's a Galil.
Yeah, they'll let him have it. Like, it's fine. Like, it's not even really going to add too much of, I feel like, a value in some regards. So, Imperial now get themselves on 10. Seems like they have a moderately decent game plan on this, right? I mean, they're playing it slow, but they're still making a lot of moves, right? Like, we saw from Otic in the first half, they were just kind of waiting things out. They were playing very, very slow, really taking their time. Like, they did not want to move too much. Right now, Imperial is you know, they're investigating. They're doing a lot of looking around. They're trying to see what they can get away with. You know, Try's now starting to get himself back into entry form. So these are good signs for Imperial fans right now. Like, these are, again, we haven't done too many rounds here on the second half, but so far it's looking pretty positive, I can say. And now, really for Otic though, like, you know, you kind of beg the question of, okay, look, we have this Galil we can work with. Do we just do? We have the 2,400 loss bonus. It's probably just going to be some pistols. I only see 157 so far, so maybe they'll even just try to keep that $2,000 mark intact, which makes a lot of sense. So, kind of a weird little bit of a situation, but Puck going to be in the position where he hopefully can be a playmaker. That's really all it is.
He's going to have to be set up. But what can they do to set him up? Well, they're smoking a flash, and that's it. He's going to be playing aggressively in toward bathrooms. Not sure how helpful that's going to be because Imperial are set up outside of B at the moment. Interesting smoke in there from Otic out past Monster. I don't know if that's maybe a missed Monster smoke. Either way, Imperial have got the B bomb site. It's just a case of getting the bomb over there, and that'll take a little bit longer. Cello's going to have to go and collect it. Being careful about it on his way as well, checking everything out in T-spawn. He's all good. Now the hunt is on for Imperial.
Bomb has been planted.
Ooh. Well, 11 going to be grabbed up for Imperial, so this is looking pretty decent T-side. You know, you and I are both kind of pondering the idea of, like, well, this could be grueling in the sense that both these teams might not really have good foundation yet, or they don't have the protocols, but, you know, Vinny might strike back again here. He's been active. He's been busy in the lab. Cooking something on Overpass.
Terrorists win.
Job's not done.
No, it is
Close to
not.
it. But had some pretty close maps so far.
Yeah, You make it a break it
Alright, got another
situation
one.
here, though, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah, that's true. I think for the most part though, we've been in these kinds of positions today, and the team that would win if they would win this round, in this case that would be Imperial, have not won this round. You know, it's been Otic that would then go on to win this. We'd have a little bit more of a game to be played. So let's see Imperial can do about closing this out. That's a really good start. Case-Lox is tucked in the corner. Cheeky position from him. Oh, and he just misses the timing. He does get the info at least, but he doesn't get the kill. That is going to give SHR a chance to slip another timing. He's gone past Nate. Vinny gets Case-Lox in the meanwhile, by the way. Cello almost helped out by that flash, but info given, of course, and kills happening all over the map. Bomb needing to be recollected. coldzera still holding on to the B-bomb site. But SHR's gone on his merry way into A. No way should be aware that there's a player somewhere in bathrooms. The long push is a good decision here. Try and SHR having the ability to have an impact on this round, and no way bringing that bomb across. Nate also trying to get active, seeing if he can get himself a timing. It's a good spot for SHR to be in, though. It's pretty hard to dig him out. Nate walking right into this crosshair. Unless he swings the line, he should lose this duel. Timing's perfect for SHR. And that is surely a round for Imperial. coldzera can't pull this one off with 19 HP. So Otic, with their backs against the wall, are in real trouble.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was an 8-4 first half, if I'm not mistaken. Memory serves me
That's
right.
correct, yep.
Oh man, I'm on fire. Well, either way, like you said, map and series point now going to be up for grabs for Imperial, and Cold has to keep this gun. Oh, and his back's turned. Oh no, he's dead. Sweet dreams, coldzera. This is not good. Yeah, 3,400 he still has, but you know, in the same breath though, like it's just not going to be the best. I think I saw Punk's going to have around 6,200, so they could get the op out if they choose to. Just want to see it one more time. Yeah, and indeed they will, actually. Okay, so they're going to go with the op and then double FAMAS with the MP9. So, yeah, a little bit not like scraping the barrel, but kind of maybe just above that, you know, bottom of the barrel, I guess. But the op will definitely have to be the playmaker. That's where Woody's going to have to be able to find something here. And already right now, one of the players has been spotted. That was actually Nate, so he's tried to make the cross through. And look at that try, that communication's there. Woody does finally get some activation on it, so a little bit of a trade back in some regard. They'll take this. But look at how fast Imperial is taking this.
Yeah,
exactly.
This is crazy. They are playing with confidence on this T side, and why not? You've got so many rounds to play with here. Try to unsettle Otic a little bit. Obviously, the util dump coming through now from that CT side, but the try has taken so much space, and that's a missed shot from Woody, and that might be the end of the map. coldzera does peg one back, but he's only going to be good for that one. Imperial cancelling could be a cause for concern. Punk is going to get himself a kill. He spotted out that player going into bathrooms as well. Now SHR creeping his way up toward A. And no way he's just going to slow things down. He knows that SHR has cheeky timing here. He's got to give him the opportunity to get active, but the biggest thing is going to be holding on to this bomb, and Case-Lox also getting active in the mid-round. This has gone wrong for Imperial, or has it? Yes, it has. That MP9 though, not going to have the stopping power. Punk with the headshot will. And SHR to try to close this one out in the 1v1. Incense going to go forward. He is boldly taking the fight right into the crosshair of Punk. And it's not over yet.
Not over yet, Jordan. Yeah. I mean, I feel like this moment right here, like I love the replay that we capture this, because again, like they were committing to the site, but then they kind of pull back, and that I agree with you. Like it just seemed really questionable to me. Like I don't know why they thought they had to. They just felt like, you know what, let's just do it. Let's cause a fake or something like that. But
well, in hindsight, it's the wrong call. At the time, they're thinking, okay, we've got B. So they're thinking we're just going to go back to B. They don't know that there's that wrap all the way into playground. I think a better play there, again, in hindsight, with the 2020 vision we've got, was just pause on long. Those two players stand still, don't do anything, just watch both the angles, and let SHR take his timing all the way up into CT spawn. and
Yeah.
see what happens.
Exactly.
Ultimately, not what happened, and so Imperial are going to have to run it back. Their coffers do run deep, though. They've got a fair bit of money to play with, so they're not in a particularly awkward position. Money is definitely a cause for concern still for Otic. They're down to an MP9, a FAMAS. So it's still very heavily favored for Imperial at the moment. This is the Monster Smoke. No molly to counter that from Imperial's side, but yeah, Otic is missing that Monster Smoke, by the way. That's the second time I've seen that. It may have happened a couple more times. So it's something that Imperial can potentially look to exploit. The opening duels in this round, though, have not gone their way. 3v4.
Yeah, good positioning from Nate too, just playing it in playground like this. That's actually the bomb drop too, so I think he should be able to have that indication. I think the line of sight will allow him to know this, but now Noe and Vinny going to take the longer approach on this. They're going to try to go through underneath onto connector. Coldzera might get timinged here potentially. Ooh, yeah, no, he got spotted. But now Crush is going to be able to find this duel. He does a ton of damage against Vinny, but it's just not the kill. Ooh, that nade is real chunky. I was thinking, honestly, if they couldn't have been able to escape with this, I thought that might have allowed maybe some room that they could work with, but yeah, like you said, man, like in these moments where rounds look like they could be favorable for a team, it's definitely not the case anymore. And Otic have, been really quiet the second half, but they've been able to pull through now, round by round, and an 8 going to be grabbed up potentially here.
Well, no way going to try and make it as difficult as possible. Not catching up with any of the Otic members. So just holding on to the AK into the next round. There should still be a buy through for Imperial. Unless he dies. And he will die. And that is not ideal. It's going to mean he's going to have to reinvest for himself as opposed to for someone else. So that is going to cost a gun for Imperial somewhere along the line. Someone's going to have to go down to, yeah, MP9 here maybe, or, sorry, Mac 10, I guess, in the case of Cello. Tech 9. Angle as well. It's not a bad buy at all for Imperial. And maybe with that Tech 9, it might promote a little bit of a faster round out from Imperial, which might not necessarily be the worst thing. See Otic struggle to hold off those quicker rounds on Dust 2.
Good little bit of coordination too, though, right? Like the door pops open and then actually the spam. I think that was from Coldzera. A little bit of damage against SHR. Yeah, now Imperial is just kind of going back to the old reliable here. Just look for some mid control. Smoke off into washrooms. Just try to push the CTs back as far as possible. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's actually a double B essentially, and one in heaven. No, triple B. My eyes are deceiving me. So 3B and 2A. Imperial have really put a lot of eyes on this long A approach. And I'm all for it. If they time this well with somebody in mid, or going on short A like this, it could work out nicely, but they're gonna they're leaving it, Jordan.
Yeah, I think it's
they're going back to B.
Yeah, it's
they're sending it.
I mean, it's hard not to when SHR's been able to take so much control up towards short without being spotted. What if we've got a lot of util available? Smoke's gonna go there for heaven. Rotators. Nice flash in from No Way, and out of the monster tunnel. Imperial already have their opening. They get one more onto case locks. Looking pretty well drilled on the T side of Overpass. Woody does peg one back, but there's a quick trade in as well. And Coldzera, lucky through the smoke, gets himself one, but it's not going to be enough to salvage this round just yet. Try does not spot out Nate. Now Cello with the Mac 10 looking a little bit silly. It's up to Vinny here, and he can't win that duel, so all of a sudden, this round may have slipped away from Imperial. Tech9 is not really the weapon that you want to work with here. And this angle is a tough one. He gets a good kill, though, on Donate. Here's Coldzera. Now it becomes possible. Cello. His timing is good enough. And Imperial will finish it off. It was an unlikely hero in the form of the Tech9, but it is the job done. 13-8 there on map number 3. 13-11 on map 2 it was for Imperial. So a pretty close affair. And the first series, which has gone to 3 between these two teams in their last 3 meetings, this one included, obviously. So a bit of a better effort from Otic today, but as I said, man, Dust 2 felt like a missed opportunity, and what a missed opportunity that ends up being. That was, in the end, a horrific T side, actually, for Otic. Even some things going a little bit awry on the CT side. They could have had a couple more rounds on the CT side, maybe even one more round on the CT side could have been a difference maker. They end up losing that map 13-11. Now they've lost the series. Now they're out of this qualifier. And I think they really have to go back and have a look at that Dust 2 and try to figure out what they can possibly do better on T side, particularly if they're going to face against Imperial a lot on that map. I mean, it's yeah, obviously something that continues to crop up in this series. And so, you know, this is one of your main competitors in the region. You got to be kind of switching things up. You got to be putting a bit of a better T side on the board. And granted, they did kind of do that today, actually, compared to their previous outings. But you have to say, probably still one that needs to be worked on a little bit. So definitely some opportunities, some missed opportunities for Otic today. And yeah, they've only got themselves to blame, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing here. Like, I think there was definitely the world where Otic should have been able to get this at 2-0. It would have been a bit of a greasy one, but it would have been a 2-0 at the end of the day. And that Dust 2 theoretically should have been theirs. They just made some really critical decisions that were the wrong ones. They made some misplays that just kind of, again, created that that opportunity that we had to go to a 3-map series. And then Overpass, like, I think, like you said, the reason the veto went the way it was is because we have a new player like Hold on Otic. You know, there's some adjustments with SHR on the team. So they kind of did this to kind of just take out the common maps. And they're like, whatever, we'll go to Overpass if need be. And there we go. That's where we had to get to, right? And that was a bit of a gamble, I think, for both these teams, because we really didn't know who was kind of prepping as well for Overpass. But just a shame, because I feel like we got to see some really good, you know, work from a lot of the different players. Like Nate played really well for the most part. I felt like Cold being just on the rifle was a really nice refresh, because when he was on Red Cannons, like I said, I didn't love that he was on the op. I felt like he was trying to relive the glory days of being an opper. Not the case, but him being on the rifle has actually been relatively quite well for this team. I was questioning this decision for them bringing him onto this team, but I'm actually not fully against it anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there was definitely some positives to take away for Otic, for sure. Nate looked great. Punk had some moments. Coldzera was good, for sure, like you say. But even then, you look at Imperial and you say, well, they're obviously a team that's also trying to kind of like go through some changes of their own. They're maybe not happy with the level that they had been outputting in the previous season, and they brought in SHR and Cello, and didn't really know what to make of SHR necessarily. I thought his train was a little bit up and down, although it was definitely not a bad map from him. He was one of the better performers, but did quite well for himself, particularly there on Overpass. You know, that's where we really got to see him shine. So overall, pretty good series from him. Decent addition to the team. Both SHR and Cello, actually the 2 highest rated players for this series, actually, from Imperial. So maybe the changes are positive for Imperial. Didn't really feel like as much of a try show as what we'd seen in the past either, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing necessarily for Imperial, but getting the job done by committee this time around, I think overall you'll have to take the takeaways positively. I suppose at this point we can start to think about the matchup that's coming up tomorrow. We will not be casting that one, but Legacy versus Imperial is the grand final match. And I don't know if I really have a huge amount of confidence one way or the other there, to be actually frank with you, Laz. I think we saw both teams with a little bit of shakiness. Legacy obviously are undefeated so far in this qualifier, where Otic have dropped Legacy have dropped a map to Otic. But I don't think that Legacy was leaps and bounds ahead of what it seemed like Imperial were at today. So
I agree.
I think that one goes either way, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like this could be an interesting matchup, just because, again, Legacy really didn't convince me today. Like, yes, they got the 2-0, but let's not forget it was a 16-13 on Mirage, a 13-11 on Inferno, and they were It was a grind. Like, it was an absolute grind where, like, even Inferno to me, like, that should have been a done deal. Probably a little bit better of a scoreline from a team like Legacy, but that's where I also don't want to take it away from Sharks. I do think they played way better Counter-Strike today, but just looking at what Legacy has done this whole year, this is probably one of the worst days I've seen in a while from them, to be honest. Like, this was not the best performance from them. I think they know that. It was really Dumal that put himself at a 1.22 rating. Like, he had himself pretty decent performance today. But they're gonna need more than that, right? So I do think this is a bit of a toss-up. I probably still would give the edge here for Legacy if it was me, just because of the matchup and the history. But I can't imagine they're gonna perform the same way they did today for doing that tomorrow. I just can't.
Yeah. Look, either way, let's just touch quickly on the map results there for Imperial versus Otic. And then we can wrap up the show overall. As you saw, 13-8. We've kind of discussed it already. Imperial picking up the win there on Overpass. Again, pretty across-the-board performance from them. SHR was definitely the standout, though, on Overpass. And I'm sure we'll get to have a bit of a look at some of the replays here, too. Not anyone really going missing too hard for Otic there either. I mean, K-Sox, you sort of mentioned you'd maybe hope for a little bit more today, but he had his moments. I think generally across the board, actually, Otic were even an okay level, but it did seem like Imperial just had a little bit of a better understanding about this T side, how they wanted to be going about things, and you know, this performance from SHR didn't hurt.
Yeah, it's great to see somebody like SHR, you know, being the new addition to this team. Like, I felt like, yeah, like, wasn't like crazy star level performance, but yeah, he put himself in an MVP status. He did quite well. He's relatively new in this team, so the fact that he is this new as a roster addition, he looked pretty good considering. So yeah, I'm pretty happy to see what he did. I mean, with an ADR of 95 and a 1.33 rating, definitely not too shabby at all here for these guys in Imperial. But I just feel like, again, as time goes on, I think we're going to see Imperial looking better because, again, they just made a slight adjustment. They have Cello in there as well. But yeah, I think there's some exciting things to see from Imperial. I just hope that Vinny can kind of re-evaluate the playbook to really mixing it up a bit better, because I think today we saw a lot of that slow play, which I don't really feel like that was the winning recipe, but the best formula in some way. But I do think it did allow them to grind out getting at least to a grand final, which is a great accomplishment as any team, right? So that's where we're gonna break some stuff up here for you guys to see. Just again, for a quick recap of the 2-0 that we had earlier on today with Legacy taking on Sharks. And then, of course, this last one that just concluded where Imperial have now secured themselves, taken on Legacy as they get that 2-1 versus Otic. And yeah, what a long and crazy amount of day here today, Jordan. This was some serious South America action, I gotta say.
Yeah, long day, definitely. Some close matches, and I suspect we'll probably see a pretty close match tomorrow as well. This is the grand final, Legacy versus Imperial. I mean, my 2 cents is I think I'd probably prefer to see Legacy going. I think that they're obviously the team that, at least as far as international viewership is concerned, people are most interested in seeing, just because of the run that they had at the major. You know, to see them go and have another crack at another international event will be nice to, you know, maintain some VRS points as well. They boosted up quite nicely. So that'd be my pick. We'll have to wait and see, obviously, until tomorrow. It won't be us, but you know, you guys will be handled quite nicely by the 2 lads that'll come in and cast that grand final. So we'll wrap it up here, lads. It's been a long day, like you said. Thank you guys so much for watching, and check it out tomorrow for that grand final. See ya.
Bye-bye.